Nobody gives you anything in this world. People can give you money, give you wealth, give you fame. One thing nobody in this world can give you, men, is respect. Self-respect you have for yourself, the way you play the game, the way you believe, the way you do things. This is a game of respect. Respect. Rick and Bubba. You represent everybody that came before you. And everybody that'll come after you. The spirit is something that's within you. You gotta listen to that spirit, you gotta fight for it, you gotta believe it.
The spirit, the will to win, and the will to excel, these are the things that endure. The quality of any man's life. It's got to be a full measure of that man's personal commitment to excellence and to victory, regardless what field he may be in. Through the winner, there is 100% elation, 100% laughter, 100% fun.
Now, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba to the high.
8 minutes past the hour. It is a brand new day and a brand new show. And we're here. We're fired up. Today, we have golden ticket seats. If you are traveling this way, we'll see you in a couple of hours from now. Travel safely, and we look forward to having you here in the Rick and Bubba studios. If you'd like to know more information about the golden ticket seats, you can do so at rickandbubba.com, spell out and. There's some links there for you to click and easy to find. Look at here, Lord of the Jacket. He's got TV. He's switching away. Super P is here. He's your intern, getting show prep ready. He'll be answering phones during the kickoff hour. He's here today. Yesterday, man, oh man, I'm going to tell you, you do not want to miss Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Yesterday, we had Pastor Mac Brunson in from Valleydale Baptist and the discussions they were having, breaking it down. You do not want to miss RBU this week. Greg and I were actually in the production room uploading weekend shows or whatever, so we caught most of it live, and man, the discussion is one you do not want to miss. The guys will tell you more about it as we tease that. It'll hit Saturday morning on all podcast formats, Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, Facebook, all of that. Make sure you're following us on social media at Rick and Bubba. We also send out links for those as well. Well, let's just get this thing going. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Yep.
How are y'all? Y'all good?
Yep. Good.
I got a little something for y'all right out of the gate.
Okay.
Just a little, hey, congratulations, and also a familiar voice.
Struck her out, and Oklahoma caps off the winningest season in history with a 7th national championship. Sooners take the series 2-0 over Florida State. They get the three-peat. They extend the winning streak to 53 games. And they have their 6th crown in a decade.
Beth Mowens
Hey,
on the
Beth.
call. I wanted to send that out to y'all because, A, it's Beth Mowens, and also congratulations to the Oklahoma Sooners women's softball. Hey, you did it. 3 in a row. Did you see how many games they had won? Did you hear that?
That's a lot. That's a lot of wins.
That's a lot of wins. Division I men's Super
wins.
Regionals start today. Early, I think mid-morning, they crank up. So we got that going on today as well. Number of games right out of the gate today. If that's part of your life and you love to just watch good college baseball, it starts, all times Eastern. So 12 p.m. Eastern, Duke at Virginia. Then you got a 5 o'clock game. That was on ESPN. ESPNU is Indiana State at TCU. Then at 6 p.m. on ESPN2, it's South Carolina and Florida. And then on ESPNU at 8, these are all Eastern times, Oral Roberts at Oregon. And then tomorrow you got Alabama, Wake Forest, Tennessee, USM, Kentucky, LSU, Texas, Stanford. A lot of action in the men's Super Regionals. That starts today. So congratulations to Oklahoma, though, for winning their 3rd straight. Man, that's a big deal. All right, so we're off and going here. I understand we have some updates that I cannot wait to get to. And Helmsley came in mumbling, "This never happens to me, only to Speedy." And I don't know what happened. I have no idea, but I cannot wait for the update.
What, Richard Simmons lick your eye?
No.
No. I just wondered.
It's a good. That's a good one though. That's true. That is true.
But normally that means you're in a handle. Because I'm the one that gets in
I
the
experienced something this morning with the men in blue. And
you had to call 911 again?
I didn't, but I would have. You want me to just tell you now what happened?
I guess so.
I was putting my trash out this morning, top of the road.
Mm-hmm.
I've got this thing I do now where I put it either in, this morning it was a car because I don't have my truck. That's another update. But I put it in there and then I take it up to the top of the hill and put it in the trash. And I was putting it in and I hear these tires just a squealing, almost like, the tires, you've slammed on the brakes and you're sliding on the asphalt, and then you either hear the bang or not.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't hear a bang. I thought, well, that was close because that was a big-time squeal. It was like a squeal and a squeal. Like a squeal, I'm going this way, and then a squeal this way.
Wow.
And I thought, wow.
And who's going that fast there, too?
And I thought, well, that was close. Like it was close to me. And I thought, well, that was good. And I didn't think anything else of it because I didn't hear the bang. And I get my car, and I head here, and I turn on shades, and I start going down the windy road down by the water treatment plant before you get on 280. And about halfway between my house and there, I see one police car. And I thought, what's he doing? Now, in my mind, I have not even thought back. I have not thought back about what I heard 4 minutes ago. I had not thought about that at this point. And as I turn the corner, I slow down. I turn the corner. I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody standing around. I'm like, what is going on? Why is there one police car in the middle of the street? Like, this is strange. And I look to my right as I come down the hill, and there's a car flipped over.
Oh no!
And I still don't see it. There's glass everywhere.
You didn't hear that crash part of it flipping over. And
it wasn't. Yep, but that's the thing. I didn't hear that part.
Yeah,
I just heard the squealing, and it didn't hit anything. It just kind of moseyed on into. It was halfway out in the street and halfway out by somebody's mailbox or a yard or tree or something. But the damage was, all the glass was from the sliding on the asphalt. But as I'm pulling up and it's kind of going down, I still don't see anybody. And I'm like, what do I get out? But
you see an officer.
I don't. I don't see one at this because there's only one police car. And I'm like, where's the officer? And is everybody okay? The lights on the cars flying. By the way, y'all's lights are too bright.
They are.
I don't.
I agree. You don't need that many. You can't see.
It's blinding.
It's dangerous.
It is blinding.
I agree. I think that all the time. I think just a little beacon on top would have been fine.
Absolutely. So I get out of the car and I start walking around to the car.
You're out of the car now.
I'm out of the car now because I'm like, because I don't know. First of all, I don't think I can drive through this because there's glass everywhere. And with my car issues lately, I don't need another one in a shop.
He's got a black hoodie on too, so he probably thought.
So
he's a burglar.
What are you doing?
So
it's a cat burglar.
I got this.
So I'm thinking, is where is everybody?
Yeah.
And so
you yell, "Hey, cop!"
I turn the corner around the car, and the guy that wrecked the car, I'm assuming, is standing outside of the car, and he looks to be okay. And the police officer's standing there, and they're in this big discussion.
He pulled his pistol on you?
No, they're in this big discussion.
Back up, buddy.
And I'm like,
back up.
Do I ask if they need anything? Do I just get in my car and turn around? Obviously, I don't think I can go this way. So. But
looks like he's got
the conversation looked as if it was a little intense.
Oh yeah. Well, buddy, why'd you flip and slide?
And I thought
texting. What
and it's doing? Just the one guy, and the police officer really didn't want to pay attention to me. Like he didn't want to go. He didn't want to turn his back to me. And I just said, "Hey, y'all good? Y'all good? Y'all need anything?" Didn't know what else to say.
Black hoodie screamed that.
And the police officer turned around and acknowledged me, and he said, "We're good." He said, "I wouldn't go this way though. I'd turn around because there's glass everywhere."
Yeah, he was mad. He was upset.
And so it turned around. And so then I get to thinking. I look at I look at the clock, and I look at where I've got to go now because I can't go this way. And I'm thinking, well, I'm gonna be late.
Did he scream, "Where's your truck"?
No.
I think I'd have drove through the glass.
Probably. Well, I thought, Greg, I thought about it. I did. I was this close to doing it, but I thought, nah. So I backtracked, but on my way to backtrack, I passed 4 police cars. a medic
Here they
truck,
come.
All headed
and
that way.
all headed a medic truck, like
Lights blaring.
the fire truck actually pulled up as I was leaving, and then the medic truck, and then it was either 3 or 4 more police cars, and that's when I mentioned the lights. I'm like, those lights are too bright on the police cars. Y'all blinded me.
Yeah.
So it was an exciting morning. It looked like everybody was okay, but I didn't know.
Y'all good?
Well, I didn't know what to say. I was in that. I was in that.
Sir.
I didn't want to interrupt y'all, but
But
I was honestly wanting him to go, hey, there's no glass here. Just kind of go around. Like I was almost thinking of me.
Did he say, Bip? Hey, Bip, go around.
Did you ask the driver what happened?
Hey, it was bad.
What the heck did you do, man?
Bad.
You know, I got to turn around. I'm in my wife's car. They got my truck.
All of my stuff's tore up.
His
What can I do?
his day or night.
Yeah.
His day either started off horribly or his night ended horribly.
Yeah.
One of the two. But
Well, I'm glad he's okay, though.
yeah, he looked like
Did
he
you
was
ever think
good.
about that?
I did.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need, from seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar and s'mores bundle for the kids. HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. Relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for being with us. If you're traveling to the studio for the Golden Ticket seats today, travel safely. Look forward to seeing you. Your interns today are Lord of the Jacket, switching, got TV handled right now, and Super P, he's doing show prep, answering phones, getting ready. They're your interns today, getting their degree in common sense. Well, Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. This week's RBU with Mac Brunson, it'll hit tomorrow morning. And, man, it's a great discussion. You do not want to miss that. The guys will hit a little bit more on that during the main show today, but it is definitely one you don't want to miss. So that's there for you as well. All right, so we just got an update from Helmsley on his trip in this morning that involved a flipped car or something around the neighborhood. He heard the screeching of the tires and then came up on the single car accident. An officer was there, he got out, and everything was okay, but that put him behind. And you were a few minutes behind. I was like, I'm not going to text him. I'm not going to be that guy. But we were like, a minute or 30 seconds from the show's commercial starting, and then you walked in, and you were like, you won't believe what happened to me. So how about when you have to make a U-turn and go a different route, it will put you behind.
And I had about four different directions I could have took, but
it'll do it.
I chose one, and then halfway through it, I'm like, you probably should have went the other way.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever.
I don't know what happens to me and why sometimes I can't wrap up conversations well, and that bothers me because I'm uncomfortable.
We all have our struggles.
But I ran into one of Tyler's former teammates at Jacksonville State last night. He was at a ballpark that JC was playing at.
Yeah.
I was like, "Hey man, how you doing?" And the conversation was great, and just good energy. How you doing? Just really did really good. Didn't go too long, and then I just had to ask one more question. I don't know why, and then he kind of got locked up a little bit, and we just ended the conversation, just both kind of walking away. And I was like, if I hadn't if I didn't ask that one last question, why do I do that?
I know it.
You
could have just let it soak. Sometimes there's enough said.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it was
good
like
day. Life's good.
Yeah. Like, man, well, hey, look, good seeing you. Okay. Yeah, man, it's good. And then just walk away. Instead, I go, hey, man, you've been, and it's like, then
it was
right,
family,
right. And then Terry's over at the other, and she walks back, and she's like, what's going on? Why'd you take some? I'm like,
I couldn't wrap it up.
I don't feel like
I couldn't wrap it up.
I don't like the way that finished. He even looked at me and was like, "Wow, I just got locked up a little bit and everything," and it was just so awkward.
Knew what was happening. Couldn't get out of it.
It was so awkward. We both just turned away and walked away.
All right, then.
Yeah, I had to even help him. Like, finish the sentence, and I just it was a weird. But it was if I could have just stopped. You know, it would have been so good.
Have you ever seen the movie I Love You, Man? Have you ever seen that? This one, yeah, it's got crap in it, James. But anyway, Paul Rudd. You know how funny. You know how funny Paul Rudd is.
Yeah. Yes.
But his character is this guy that's awkward like that.
Okay.
And he's one of these guys that's never really had any close friends.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And he tries to be hip and he can't end conversations and it's awkward and he plays it perfect.
Right.
I mean, you need to watch it.
Well,
he suffers from that big time. He tries to be sharp.
Well, I hadn't seen this particular former teammate of Tyler's for over a year and a half, and he's not awkward. Nothing was awkward about it. It's just the way it ended.
Now, the best part is you felt it and knew it.
Yeah, and I think he even looked at me and was like, "Son of a," you know.
That was weird.
Like,
that was weird.
why didn't I stop? Why didn't I stop? I just one more question, buddy. That's all. And I come back and Terry was waiting on me, and we were going to leave, and she's like, what's
So
wrong? I'm like, yeah, to the point where I wanted to go back. Hey, see you, man. But I
really
didn't. I didn't. I called myself.
It would have been different if one of us had been there and said, "Hey, good ending, buddy." But when you know it yourself,
Yeah.
there's nobody there to point it out. It must have been bad.
Right, yeah. Stupid me.
If you'd just left it alone,
left
you had it closed.
Yeah. Well, that extra question was not necessary. You know what I mean? It was a great wrap up, high energy, man. All right, hey, tell Tyler I said I sure will, man. That's great.
Leave it there.
That's it. Walk away.
That's it.
Walk away. Don't go. So have you? Don't
still
do that.
going down there?
Don't.
You good about that?
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
Good
life.
All right, so
hope your future's awesome.
Are y'all ready for what I asked?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Oh, so you're gonna tell us?
It's not bad.
So it's conversation at this point. It's tell Tyler I said, hey man.
Yeah. How you doing? What's going on? Hey, it's good to see you. You know, all this kind of stuff. And hey, just want to come over and say, hey, we're out. Blah blah. Okay, man, it's good. Y'all blah blah blah. And then he mentioned another teammate of Tyler that I see always at the golf course because he's always posting pictures
about
and
how
stuff.
You see him at the golf course.
No, I just said he mentioned that other friend of ours that's a former teammate too, and he's always playing golf and stuff. And so I said, because he mentioned him, I said, okay, man, see you later. Hey, y'all played a lot of golf?
Oh, you asked the question.
And then the Robert Trent Jones golf trail, and he said, yeah, we get golf these courses and you make the circuit and you talking about the Robert Trent Jones golf? Yeah, we do. And I just it was
he got locked up.
Because
he was done.
He was done. I think he thought he was done, and I asked him another question.
He had moved on,
and I didn't even say that's good, man. We both just turned around and laughed.
Y'all just
you didn't have the energy for it.
No,
both of them.
Yeah. It helped me a little bit that a lady was walking a little puppy, and I was like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" And that kind of and then I turned back around. He had already turned around.
Oh gosh,
it's just so.
You think
awkward.
he looked it up, see how to explain it better next time?
I don't know.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's It's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. What's up? We thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. We're off and rolling here on this Friday edition of the Kickoff Hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the next hour. Your early interns today, look at them. Super P on the phones, getting show prep ready. And then we've got Lord of the Jacket. He's switching for TV right now, and Adler will be here in just a minute and take over for the main show. But part of the internship program, they're learning, filling it out,
getting up early,
learning the business, and so we thank them for being here. Golden ticket seats going to be here today. Travel safely if you're headed this way. And then don't forget, Mac Brunson is RBU this weekend. And we heard a little bit of that yesterday, Greg. Sounded like a really good conversation. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's get an update.
Well, when Greg and I left yesterday, we both had stuff hanging over us.
Oh, yeah.
And,
for sure.
And mine was a truck, and his was an air conditioner in his house.
Night.
And so, Greg, you want to give yours first?
Well, so the day before yesterday, unit upstairs, unit downstairs. I'm going from the downstairs to the upstairs. I get about halfway up there, and I feel he goes, "This ain't right."
That's awful.
I go look at the thermostat, and it's 81.
Sure it is.
That's good. So I think the worst,
Of course you do.
But anyway, I got guys to come out, and it was just a capacitor.
No, you got lucky, big guy.
That's less than $200.
Yes, and that baby's blowing cool air.
Yes, it is. Hey, that upstairs unit will give you fits, won't it?
Sure it will.
Yeah.
Something about it.
That's tough.
Well,
but that's good. That's good.
That was a win.
I went in expecting the worst.
Win.
Because my stuff at the age it is, you never know.
Well, we were rooting for that, though. We were rooting for that, and that's what it played out. Now, speaking of playing out, we for about 45 minutes played out your truck yesterday about what could be wrong with it and all this, and you got some closure.
Didn't sound good.
I'm frustrated with myself, and the audience is going to be very frustrated with me right here because there was a lot of emails, a lot of interactions, a lot of people were interested in what's wrong with my truck. Took it to a place, and the first thing he said when I pulled up and got out and I told him what was going on, he said, "Man, I hope you hadn't blown a gasket."
Oh, so we'd already heard
and
that.
I thought, man, I've heard that.
You said, me too.
We're pulling we're pulling against that.
But what you just described is an update of itself because you were wondering should you drive it or get it towed, and you decided you were going to drive it.
Here's what's funny about it is I drive it to the place yesterday. Now I coasted most of the way. I would take it and put it in neutral and coast down the hills and all that. The only time I even really had to hit the gas was pulling out of the driveway and then a little bit on the back roads, but then once I got on Rocky Ridge, and it's less than 3 miles. It never did it. It never overheated yesterday.
So that's good.
And so I thought, well, that's strange. But I turned the air conditioner on to make sure that it wasn't just like it fixed itself because it was still blowing hot air. Yeah. So I thought, well, something's still wrong.
Yeah.
So I told him all that. He called me about 3 hours later.
Said, need a new motor.
And he said,
well, you messed it up.
He said, I got good news. And he said, you have not blown a gasket.
Okay.
So when he said that, my DA stopped listening to anything else he said.
Yeah.
Now we're still going to have to, but you heard none of that.
I heard none. I heard there's a belt that's messed up.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't the serpentine belt?
No, I would remember. I think I remembered him saying serpentine.
It
belt.
must have maybe there's another one small belt. The
but
old
it
ones
was
used to have about 3 or 4.
Hey, buddy.
But I heard
looking there and want to be hanging.
I heard belt, and I heard $675.
Okay,
that was still not great,
hey, guys. I'm gonna tell you.
Hey, that's bad. That's not bad.
I celebrated that because of
the worst case scenarios we had.
That's what got
head gas and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, belts aren't easy to get to.
Oh no,
they're horrible. Yeah.
Well,
you need to let the pros do it.
Yeah. And what I've been spending on Braden's car to fix it.
Yeah,
this was a win for sure. Nobody's got $675 laying around they like to spend on a vehicle.
No.
Okay, but I celebrated that as a win.
Yeah, and I think you should.
Which goes back to what we always say: it's all about expectations. You went in going, "This is going to be bad."
I know. Well, and for me, I had even had my mind made up. I was like, if I get out of here spending less than $1,000, this is huge.
Yeah.
And you said yesterday, I asked y'all how much it would be, and I don't remember what you said, but Speedy yelled $800, I think, dollars. So he was right. He was close.
Yeah. I said like $638. I'm good.
So there's your update,
like
everybody.
A huge win.
So it's some belt that Helmsley can't remember. Sorry about that part.
And I'll find that out today, and then and those that actually care. I'll email you back. Because we don't need to talk about my truck anymore. We talked about it enough already.
Right.
But it's pretty good.
I'm excited to get it back. I don't like driving my wife's car at all.
Yeah.
I just don't feel. I feel
weird.
Chick car.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I don't like it at all.
All right. So there's your update.
All right.
Helmsley's good.
You can't end the conversation. We got that, and my air conditioner was working.
Right. Well, I feel like I can end them, but last night I didn't. And I just asked one extra question. I don't know why I did it.
Greg, question about your air conditioner.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you go upstairs much? Like, could this have been going on for like a week or so and you didn't realize it?
Now, what you got to understand.
Chasing a puppy? What were you doing?
2 parts of the house. When you walk in the front door, the foyer and the living room, for lack of a better term, they share both. Like from the top, one unit blows down, and from the bottom, the other.
I've actually been in your house.
Yeah,
remember we watched?
Mm-hmm.
We watched that ball game, and you had it in standard definition, and I didn't have the heart to tell you that I didn't like this. The fact that we couldn't watch it in HD.
It's like you were with your dad.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I fixed that since. But
okay.
At the time, I didn't really care, but then I saw the difference. And dang, that's pretty good.
It does look pretty good.
But it was just on that
even
one
if I don't have my
TV.
glasses on, I can tell.
It was an old TV I had upstairs.
Yeah.
But anyway, so in that particular, in the foyer and living room, you shared both units. One blows from the top, one blows from the bottom.
I got 2 units.
But it's still, though, it's survivable.
Yeah.
The bottom was working,
but it's
what's made it work harder because in that area where it shares.
Yeah.
But
and you don't want to.
We weren't hot. Now, if I'd have been sleeping upstairs, I would have been.
But I mean,
when I got up to the walkway, oh boy!
But what I'm saying is, was that like? Do you think it's been out a few days and you just hadn't been upstairs?
I don't think so because
what took you upstairs? By the way, I got to know.
That's where I shave and stuff.
Okay,
upstairs.
Right. So it's just probably a day or so.
Because like we've talked about, even though you have a double vanity in the master bathroom, the women take the whole thing over.
Sure they do.
Yeah.
So I use shave and all that. It's kind of a little deal.
It
used to be Taylor's bathroom.
Okay, we have a similar setup in my other house, and I never wanted to hear the boys because that's where their bedrooms were upstairs. Hey, Dad, it's hot as crap up here.
Oh, I know.
I'm like, gosh almighty.
And
you know,
my house,
you can't
after
have nothing.
The kids moving out and leaving some stuff, and then my parents when they moved out, part of my upstairs was like a storage building.
Sure,
you know,
that happens.
Yeah. Have to dig through that.
Is that next on the list?
Yes.
Can you just get through the puppies and have a break?
Once I get
getting
through the
close,
puppies,
though, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah, we should have an update Monday. Everybody.
Yes, we got some. We're close to having.
Easy.
We're still working through emails, but we got a lot of pretty confirmations. I'm just going.
Okay.
I don't want to spook anything.
Right.
But I
Let's
will
not
say
do
this,
that.
I think I see a lot at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's been one hell of a 7 weeks. I'm
You're
telling
so
you.
ready to get your life back.
And look, they are funny. How me and them blow up pools. They finally bit a hole in one.
Okay.
So, now they've all got where they can get out of it, but it'll slow them down. Like if you're trying to get in the house and they're bum rushing, you throw them in there real quick, it'll slow them down.
Yeah.
But I went and got them another one. But what they do now is they jump in it to fight. It's like they're in the octagon.
They have an octagon.
Really? Yes.
Wow.
And it's hilarious. I should have filmed it. I mean, that's all they do. They get in. When they get in, they square up. And here they go. And they start fighting. They'll even start running circles in it. It's hilarious. But it's like they know. And then when they're done, they jump out.
Does Tom Petty still win?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's the dominant.
Dominant.
Yeah. He's a handful.
Mm.
The others are kind of the biggest one. He's just laid back.
Really.
Yeah. He's good and fight for just a few minutes.
Is there
and he bails.
Is there like little puppy growling going on?
Oh.
Yeah. Are the people are the puppies in the stands? Are they barking like
cheering
and all
them on.
that? Yeah, cheering them on.
But they'll go in and out. Then when they're done fighting, they'll bail, and then another one will go in. Here we go.
Okay.
It's kind of like watching. I got my own little fight club.
A little puppy club.
It's amazing. They'll pin each other down. It's funny.
And Mama Millie nowhere around.
Well, she wants to get in there, but we've just kind of, because she's a little rough with them.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I ain't had her around them. We've kept her away from them. Her milk's drying up because they would kept trying to nurse, and she didn't want no part of that.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'll probably let her come in there with them. But she's a little rough with them.
You ever let Mr. Buddy in to watch the octagon fights?
Nah, he ignores them. He don't care nothing about them.
Yeah,
he's in his own.
A lot of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, I keep them and the big dogs separated from each other.
Do you think Mr. Buddy's ready for this to all be over?
Yes, he is.
He's like, "Can I have my garage back, please?"
He looks at me with that look on his face, like, "I'm tired of sleeping under your truck."
Yeah.
But I have a nice setup on the back porch, a fan and everything. But for some reason, he wants to sleep under my truck on concrete.
Well, he wants to be close to Daddy.
I don't know what it is.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back. Hey, there's a little bit of a puppy update, but we should have a pretty good one at the start of next week.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco. president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Hey, did you know nacho fries are back at Taco Bell? But they're not going to hang around forever. So don't wait, or you might miss out on these hot, crisp fries covered in all those bold Mexican spices with delicious nacho cheese sauce. Or wait and just settle for flavorless fries. Regular, bland, spiceless, flavorless, flimsy, non-nacho fries. Just an absolute bummer of a fry.
Nacho fries are back. Get them today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Pro Paint Days are here at Lowe's. Now through June 16th, Lowe's MVPs members can start earning 20% back in paint rewards via Lowe's e-gift card when you spend $100 or more on qualifying paint purchases. Stock up on top paint brands like our new and exclusive HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Spec-Rite Pro Interior Paint. Lowe's knows pros. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/L/pro loyalty terms. Subject to change.
This Father's Day, visit Boot Barn for quality gifts and personalized services. Gifts range from durable suede jackets to premium exotic cowboy boots, iconic Western shirts, heavy-duty jeans, and work boots. We provide local same-day gift delivery with gift wrapping and a card included. You can enjoy in-store pickup with $20 off your next order, and our team of experts can help guide you as you shop when you visit your local Boot Barn.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. working on that.
It is about 10 minutes, almost 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. This portion of the show, looky here, by Raycon. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. You know, prices are going up on about everything, and I don't have to kind of give you examples because we all know it. We out living life. You go and you know. You can't just buy things for what you used to buy them for. Raycon wireless earbuds. Let us suggest that because their mission is to prove to you that you do not have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. And in this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers the buy now, pay later options if that's something for you, an easy and free return guarantee as well. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would for some of the other big name tech brands. So if you're trying to save money and do better, let us suggest buyraycon.com/Bubba. Right now, you can get an extra 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. It keeps getting better. Not only are they more affordable and just as good a quality, but now you can save an extra 15% at buyraycon.com/Bubba. If you own a company, buy them for your employees or colleagues or your parents. Maybe with Father's Day coming up, grab some for Dad. Or just buy them for yourself. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Save 15%. And you can always go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, what you're hearing is Greg digging into a bag of peanuts. Well, it's good. It's fine.
I decided I didn't want
Greg, you know what we are? We're just family. So he's just over there hanging out. We're on the front porch just kind of hanging out.
I saw a story yesterday.
Ooh,
I normally don't bring stories to the table. I let you two
That's
do
not
that.
true, by the way.
And I usually not as far as like stuff that's out there in the news. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I usually don't do that.
Mm.
But this intrigued me. I thought it was fake at first, but it's actually real. Did you know that yesterday a story came out about a Finland man?
Finland.
Never been to Finland.
Oh, the Finnish.
He received a $130,000 speeding ticket. And I thought,
How much?
I thought, well, that seems a little
That'd be
extreme.
130.
That can't be right. He was going 50 and a 30.
My gosh.
Which, look, I
Ain't no
don't want to
big a
say we
deal.
all do that, but
Yeah.
we come close every day to reaching those heights. So Finland fines their citizens based on their income. So this guy's a multimillionaire. And,
so what you make is
what you
how about
make
that?
defines how much you
Boy.
pay in your speeding fines.
That's tough.
Tickets.
Now that's a weird way of looking at
It
it.
is. Well, it's just
Well,
it's
what
different.
their point is, I mean, the people with a lot of money, they don't care about that little old fine.
Yeah.
If I make it a certain percentage of your income, then you may be more of a deterrent.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Do I
So-
agree with that? I ain't saying that, but I see what they're doing.
I tell you this, it makes consequences real for everyone.
It does.
For sure.
Boy, it does.
So
Everybody feels the same sting.
I just didn't know that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder are there other countries like that? I'm sure they do the same,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
are they more like us where they just everybody pays $100 and $150? I don't know what it is these days. It's been a while since I've had one.
I hope
Right.
I don't have to know.
Anyway, that's a big time speeding ticket there, friends.
That's
It
a good
is.
one.
It
That's
is.
a good one.
Greg and I were talking earlier about people that, just those, crazy inventions, folks that,
Simple things.
that we just take for granted.
Yep.
And we all say we should have thought of that
Right.
after the fact.
Right. But you got to go back to when this was invented and go, well, that was a big deal then.
Yeah.
And now you just like, what? That'd have been easy to invent.
Yeah.
Meet the American who invented the shopping cart.
The shopping cart. That's pretty. So I bet he was in the store walking, trying to hold
Everybody's in
stuff
there
in his
carrying
arms.
him. He stopped and looked. He dropped something probably. And turned around and looked, and everybody else is struggling. He's like, why don't I build a cart, put some wheels on it, and
you know,
everybody.
The early version, he had the early version out.
Mhm.
Then he goes, what if you got a kid with you?
Yeah.
What? We got a little seat. You can push
There
this
it
thing
is.
out and you can stick the kid in
Yeah.
the seat.
Yep.
That
Yeah.
didn't come till later.
And probably the thing on the bar on the bottom, the shelf on the bottom
yeah.
that you put like heavy things, waters and stuff like that.
Waters.
What all do you put under the bottom one?
The giant things of paper towels.
Yeah, I
Right.
put those.
Right.
Waters.
Bud
Waters.
Light. No,
Well,
I'm kidding.
used to be.
The waters is big. You want to know too is
dog food.
Dog food's another good one.
Yeah.
It's heavy.
Yeah, dog food. That is heavy. Yeah, it is.
Pork and beans.
Yeah, there's some of that. I tried to explain last time River went to the grocery store with us. He wanted to get up under there. He thought it was kind of cool. I said, "Hey, buddy, you gonna
who
hit
don't?
Hey, you're gonna hit your head.
Yeah,
but go for it if that's what you want.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Bam! I remember riding under there when I was a kid.
Well, it's kind of cool.
I was about 18.
You know? Right. Everybody looks like a giant.
Oh, yeah.
18. Anyway, his name was Sylvan Goldman, and he is...
well, it stuck, Sylvan.
Yep. He, I guess, lived in the Oklahoma area because it was an Oklahoma supermarket mogul, is what it says here. He was brilliant. A simple idea was born in Oklahoma during some times there that were pretty tough in the old Great Plains, and the shopping cart creator was born in the 19th century, I should say, and it was introduced in a chain of Humpty Dumpty grocery stores across the state of Oklahoma in 1937.
There was actually
1937.
There was actually grocery stores called Humpty Dumpty.
Humpty Dumpty.
That's what it says.
It was replaced by Piggly Wiggly.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So, like, for us, it's Piggly Wiggly with a name like
Humpty Dumpty.
So do you think they shortened it up and said, "Hey, I'm going to the hump today. Hey, I know you're going by the hump. Grab me this.
Run by the hump. Give me some bread."
Because we'll say the pig.
The pig. I
Wow.
wonder if the first carts had the screwed up wheel on them like the ones you get. Now, I can't get a good
All right,
cart.
two
I
things.
cannot get a
two
good
things.
cart.
I never get a good cart. The wheels are never level.
Right.
One wheel's always messed up. And hey, you're in hardware stores. You have no excuse. There's a whole row of WD-40. Go grab it and let's grease these wheels up. There's no reason for them to be squeaking the way they do.
I had one the other day. It was pulling to the right so bad. I mean, I had to physically fight it through the whole store.
Yeah, I know.
And I was beyond that point of turn around because I thought it would get better.
I have got better about kind of checking my cart out before I go.
And then, of course, this wheel. That one. God, it just
That's so true.
Good night.
But you know, it was in the mid 1930s. It was a tough time for the old country back then. But he invented this. It's a part of the story talking about the hardships and how ominous the country was. And yeah, you got that. You got the you got Japan waging war in Asia. Hitler was about to unleash his his warfare on Europe, and here he is inventing the shopping cart. So everybody was like, it was a little bit of sunshine in a hard time there.
True. I got a shopping cart story. When I first went to work at Food World, I was a bagger, and part of our job was to go get the carts and bring them in.
Oh yeah, you hated it.
And I overdid it, and I had too many, and it was like downhill, and all of a sudden it broke loose in the middle, and it kind of hung like this, and I couldn't control it.
Oh no!
Crashed into a car with people in it. I'm talking about
Greg.
Y'all don't understand the damage it did too.
Really?
Yeah,
Because it was a
had to
train
go-
of carts
Oh
coming.
yeah, it hammered it. They had to go in and fill out an accident report and all that. I thought I was done, but my boss, he cut me some slack.
Did he really?
If I overdid it, I put too many because I wanted to make one trip.
Right? Yeah.
How was the people?
Oh, they weren't happy at all.
I bet.
At all. Their heads did this when I hit them. It's like it was
How old were you?
Probably about 17.
God, that had to be terrifying.
Oh, it was terrible. I was just like, I'm sorry. And they had to go in and fill out.
You said little Greg said, "I'm sorry."
I'm sorry. I mean, of course, I hit one with people in it.
You did?
Sure.
You know.
Now let me ask you this:
Greg.
at that age, if you'd have hit it, nobody in it, would you have said anything?
Probably not. Probably.
But can you?
That's what I want to say.
Can you readily find a living history person that can drive a tank?
I mean, yeah, you can't just let anybody drive a tank.
Where do you get one? Can you just have one?
Who works on them?
But you see what I'm talking about? They don't seem to have, they don't seem to have the numbers that your Civil War reenactment people have.
Look, they got a German vehicle that's tracks and treads. I don't know what you call those. I know they have a name, but I'm not familiar with it.
Sure. Look at that. Whoa.
That's
I want to see that tank run through a building.
We just sitting here.
Look at that. Now, Rick, who has that at home? The old German vehicle.
I don't know where you get them. I mean, where I don't
You
know.
can't just drive that thing out on the road.
Yeah,
either.
but I was, it doesn't seem to, like I said, I keep saying this, but when you see a Civil War reenactment, I mean, you got people everywhere. I mean, there's a ton of them. It looks like that's almost like seeing 8-on-8 football. There's not as many.
Yeah.
No. There's not as many on each
Do you
side.
think they struggle too because people go to great lengths to have the right uniform and then somebody shows up with like something they went to Walmart and got and it's not real?
That's what
and they're all down about it.
They made it
and
themselves.
they don't want to have to tell them because they need the numbers anyway.
Do you think they look at him and go, hey, G.I. Joe, this is Battle of the Bulge here?
Yeah. I want to know how many. Rick, how do you get that many planes?
I don't know.
Now, I will
It looked like
say
Pappy Boyington coming through there.
Greg, I wish you were in this video. You were trying to keep it from us.
Oh, that was me.
That was Greg right there.
Yeah.
Why don't we just have the planes and stuff and let's just look at them? I don't have to see
they're
people.
reenacting.
They're reenacting it, Greg.
I ain't into that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun from the No Name Studio, Friday edition. Golden ticket seat guests coming today. Lord willing, they'll get here. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. Are y'all ready for another one? Here we go. A brand new hour, kickoff hour behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley covered that for us today. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. Live and archived today. Best of hour that'll be on Blaze TV. Lord of the Jacket, Super P, Rick and Bubba University interns ready to go today. Boy, do we have a lot to update you on and cover. We'll get all that in today. But first, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Experience.
RL Speedwagon. Boy, now more than ever. Hey, roll with the changes, baby.
Oh, my goodness. What is going on out here, people? What is going on?
Hey, if you're tired of the same old story, you better turn some pages. But anyway, it is interesting rolling with the changes. I was laughing. Of course, Bubba and I were hysterically laughing at Babylon B has now put out the 10 new rules for the PGA Live merger.
Rick, you know, one of the things I didn't know, and this, Speedy, you may know this, you may not, but you know, if you hit a woman with a tee shot, it's an automatic birdie. I don't know if y'all knew that or not.
Yeah. Have you seen that?
Good.
Wouldn't you love? I mean, we get to do it here, and it's really what we do, and they get to do it too. They just write it because it's the same thing. All of us are here. Somebody throws out a topic, and what do? We start riffing. Picture in their office going, all right, how about the Live PGA merger? Everybody ready? All right, how about the top 10 new rules? Let's hear them. What would they be? So it is hilarious, by the way. Also, I noticed that in the world we're living in, did you see now Bud Light's come out and said, hey, we didn't sponsor no drag show?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys. I mean,
so it wasn't even true.
Well, they're claiming that if it happened, they didn't do it. Please stop saying, and it shows.
Look,
how
we've
bad.
got enough problems.
Yeah, it's like, look, guys, please, y'all. No, we didn't do that.
Yeah.
So,
No, you're right, because the people that put it on put the Bud Light logo on there. But they're saying no. Hold on now.
We didn't sponsor it.
nuh-uh.
Somebody local, but you know why they put the Bud Light name on it? Because of what had already happened. They're like, yeah, Bud Light's.
Oh, they're in.
That's what they're associated with now. That's Bubba. That's how marketing works. At one time, they were associated with frogs.
Speedy, I don't know. Helms may have heard this other rule change. I don't know if he heard it or not, but every weekend.
Helms, have you heard it? Have you heard the new Live PGA rules? Huh?
You know, once every weekend during a tournament, they're going to let a suicide bomber loose on the course.
Okay, so I know where this is coming from.
Yeah.
Now, Babylon B is good stuff.
Yeah. It is good. I read it. Yeah.
Now, if I was, you said that if you actually hit a Jewish person, you're declared the champion.
Yeah, that's right. If you hit a Jew with a tee shot, it's an instantly declared tournament champion.
Oh wow!
According to Babylon B.
Oh my gosh, they're having a field day.
Good stuff.
They're having a blast. I mean, this is like, and for them now to be back, you know,
satire, folks, satire.
Well, and the fact they're back now, you know, Elon's saying, I think you're funny. Go out there and have a blast.
Right.
Golly, the topic's just hilarious. They're having a ball.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a bumpy road, I think. While it all looks good initially, the devil will be in the details. No pun intended.
Yes. So we'll see what's going on. They're also, I was telling Bubba, having a blast with the Rick Warren female pastor thing. They're having a ball with that one. That one's a fun one too.
Well, we got a lot of other things going on. It's Rick. I'm just looking over some of this. We've had former President Donald J. Trump has been indicted on mishandling of classified documents.
Okay, now
a first in American history that a former president has been indicted by a federal charge.
I know I'm a C student from Calhoun County, and I know we give hope to C students all over the world. If I'm not mistaken, so we just indicted a former president on things the current president has done?
Yes. It's the tale of two presidents.
That is correct. Same
and
thing.
Others.
And, you know, some people, and Mike Pence, too, by the way.
Well, I was about to say, I said others.
And we'll ask him about that.
Yeah.
The Republicans are crying foul, foul, foul. And being the point that every time something is brought up on a Republican, they seem to be charged and indicted. And when the same exact things are brought up on Democrats, nothing ever happens.
But in all fairness, just like we found out with the FBI, you know, Donald Trump, to this point, if you indict him, you don't fear for your life. And so you know, it's not like the Biden crime family's coming after you, the Clintons. Let's face it, the Democrats, when you go after them, there may be a price to pay. So some people don't have the stomach for it.
Yeah, some people are not willing to write that check.
No,
that's the bottom line.
Yeah. I don't want to be on the Democrat death list.
We will look at this. It's you know. It's complicated.
It is crazy that he got indicted on the same day through FBI documents that the Burisma executive paid Joe and Hunter Biden $5 million each to end corruption investigations. Part of the FBI document that the Republicans come out and said, hey, this was part of our hearing today or our briefing, I should say. We took notes, and these are the alleged criminal schemes that took place, and nothing's being done there.
You remember, too,
It's insane.
Trump was impeached over a phone call that he had with some Ukrainians about looking for dirt on Joe Biden. And Joe Biden openly said, we have video, he brags about the point that he had an investigator removed from office that was investigating Hunter.
Oh, yeah.
And basically said, look, no defense money for you if you don't take care of this. I mean, he was bragging about it. He said, you got, 6 hours, I'll be here. Remember, he was so proud of it. He talked about it. He was a big man on the stage. Nothing is happening with that. Of course, that's a political process. But it's just, I hate the trend we're setting because we're moving into the situation. Because the Republicans will even the score on this at some point in time. We're going to be nothing more than a banana republic that every time a president leaves office, he is going to be arrested. And it's going to happen every time.
Yep.
To both parties.
16 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hobby or a way to get your exercise, riding bikes with automobiles, practice the ultimate in safety. As a matter of fact, we were talking about over the weekend that some people who started doing some biking said that their kids who wanted to do it, in a serious way, were told by people who've seen the bad end of this, never bike alone. Try to go out in groups because drivers don't see bicycles when it's individuals, but if you get a pack of them together, at least drivers are aware of it. But in this particular case, it looks like a driver, and you have to worry about this too.
Well, Rick, I would, for me personally, I would say try to bike where there's not a bunch of cars. That, to me, would be logical
Bike
because
paths.
you're going to lose that battle no matter who's right or wrong.
Look,
we have some very disturbing footage. This is in Australia of a bicycler who is going down a road in the bike lane.
Oh, my goodness.
And it looks like this SUV swerves over and knocks him off his bike. But what is even odder, the guy gets out, the biker is dusting himself off, and they're having a discussion. It looks like he's going to help him up. No, he takes the bike and throws it in the bushes.
My gosh.
My goodness.
Yeah, and he has some words. Undoubtedly, he thinks the biker is not where he's supposed to be.
Well, you can tell by that footage he is in the bike lane. Yeah. And this guy obviously makes an aggressive move.
Very aggressive move.
But now, we don't know what happened before that, maybe to bring this on.
Yeah, because he pointed
I'm
back.
not saying that justifies it, but yeah, he looks like he's saying, hey, what you did back there.
Right, well, he pointed back like something was up.
I'm going to say this. If you're upset with a bicycle person, ramming them with your car is not the answer.
No.
Rick, he just pulled up and gave him the old little back end bump and sent him flying.
I mean, turn them in, call law enforcement saying they're not abiding by the rules of the road. This is dangerous for all of us. I don't ram them and then get out and throw their bike up in the bushes.
No.
I got to see it again.
I'm talking about it was a swerve left.
Yeah.
Almost like a NASCAR driver trying to clean his tires off on a caution lap. Good night.
Boom.
I mean, end over end.
Logano did the exact same thing to Truex Jr. this weekend.
Right. He did. Look, but I'm with you, Bubba. Here comes the double down. He takes him. He's mad about something back up there.
Yeah, he points up the road.
He takes his bike, and the guy's trying to see if he's okay, and he takes his bike and throws it back into a back parking lot.
My favorite
bushes or something.
Right there.
This is not funny, but it kind of is.
That guy hit hard.
Well, the guy's okay. I mean.
Wait, look at him getting up. I'm not sure.
Well, he's in
happened.
a biking lane. I don't understand.
It's not funny until he throws the bike in the bushes, and then it gets a
something
lot
had to
funny.
happen.
And there's something about him doing it in blue sweatpants that makes it even better.
We didn't see the whole event. That's all that was out there.
Something had to happen.
Yeah, I'm not saying he should have done it, but there's something.
It shouldn't have happened no matter what.
Something that
he could have killed
set him off.
I got to tell you, his head. If I'm gonna go back again, Adler, his head hit. Watch his head hit the sidewalk here. He's like, bam.
He does have his helmet on.
It does.
Yep.
And guys, this doesn't look like this guy's got jeans on. I think he's a very casual cyclist.
Yeah,
he's not somebody that's put on the spandex and ready to go.
He may be going to work.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's what it looks like. He's got his backpack like he likes it. Now his bike is over in some bushes right now.
Do you think he thinks that other guy is helping him up with his bike while he's dusting his legs off, and he looks and he notices he's walking off with it?
Yeah, I think this guy now.
At this point right here, he's like, yeah, okay, he's mad, whatever. Okay, he's going to help me up with it, and I'm going to check my knees, dust off, and then he goes, hey, wait, where are you going with my bike? Right there when he looks up.
Let me ask you a question. This looks like a dash cam type setup. You know, they sell them now at departments, Best Buy or Amazon or whatever, where you can just mount them on your dash, and it records when you're driving or when you slam on the brakes.
And it records all the time, and then you just take it out when you have something you want to say.
Well, the guy points back up the street. Let me tell you what I think happened back up the street. And he should not have done this. Can I say that again? Because it's very dangerous. But I think somewhere back up the street, this guy got out of the bike lane and got over in this guy's area. Mm-hmm. And certainly that's not the answer. But he sadly, he and it shouldn't have happened. But sadly, he hits him when he's clearly in the bike lane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
he's making up for when he wasn't in the bike lane.
Yeah.
Do y'all see the guy walking ahead? He never checks up. He just keeps walking.
Well, it's Australia. I mean,
you see him? Look see the guy walking?
Where at?
He just keeps walking. It's like nothing ever happened.
Right.
Well, he don't end all that.
Well, no, but I at least turn around and see what's going on, what ruckus is happening.
With zero reservation, this particular man, who clearly did the wrong thing, has had it with
Yes,
Cyclist.
he has.
Yeah,
With Cyclist.
He's unhappy.
I wonder what the Cyclist, if he was listening to music, which song it was when it went bad.
Well,
Because he's just tooling along.
I hope it wasn't this one.
Bicycle,
Oh.
bicycle.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. If everybody shows up today, golden ticket seats today. Bubba has a guest that we pulled up a chair for today. We do that from time to time with family and friends. So it'll be, if they all come, it'll be the Divine Nine today. So that's coming up a little bit later. Okay, so back to the Elite Eight then, or the Great Eight. So Bubba's guest can't come. All right, we'll see. And we'll see who all get here. And if you are on your way, then we look forward to seeing you a little bit later on in the program. So the other stories that we were talking about, so we've got the indictment of Trump over something that our current president has also done. Our former vice president also done. And then, if I remember, we started realizing that lots of presidents and administrators have all had these documents, which I go back to really, I think, what you try to bring up, and it doesn't seem to be that anybody's listening to you. Shouldn't we be concerned the fact that these confidential documents are in everybody's garages and offices and houses and
we
summer
got a
houses
document problem,
and
Rick.
beach houses?
I'm going to ask Mike Pence about it. I'm going to ask him, do we have a document problem?
Yeah.
What is the deal? Why is everybody carrying this home?
Right. So anyway.
The lead, let me tell you who the lead voice being critical this morning is. Ron DeSantis.
Are you serious?
Ron DeSantis.
Mm-hmm.
The weaponization of federal law enforcement represents a moral threat to a free society, he said. We have for years witnessed an uneven application of the law depending on political affiliation. Why so zealous in pursuing Trump, but so passive about Hillary and Hunter?
Correct. And even Biden. And
DeSantis said if he is elected president, he will bring accountability to the DOJ.
We need that desperately. It's now a political weapon.
He said he will end political weaponization of that department for once and all.
And you know that we the people suffer on that, and I was telling Bub in the break, because instead of the political parties seeing a candidate that they think is bad for America, and they think their candidate and their party is better for us. So now instead of going, let's find a great candidate, let's look at our platform to see where the American people seem to like us or they don't like us. And I'm not talking about compromising principle. I'm talking about things you can change. Like, for instance, the American people seem to want a flat tax. Maybe our party should start being the party of the flat tax and see if we can't change the complicated tax system. And then somebody says, nah, let's don't worry about that. Let's just try to get the candidate we think we can't beat arrested.
Yeah.
You know,
that's a better plan.
So, like you said, now we're a banana republic, and we the people never hear any ideas. We don't hear any policies. We don't hear any direction. It's just one party says, if they have a candidate we think we can't beat, let's get him arrested. And I'm talking about both parties, as you said, will start doing that. Yep. And they're already doing it. What am I talking about? They're going to start doing it. This has already started. And so I think DeSantis is landing in the right place by saying that.
Well, really, I mean, Rick, I don't like living in America where I don't trust the FBI and I don't trust the Department of Justice. Based on my political views, which is reflective of my spiritual guidings.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're promised these freedoms. It's wrapped around all of our founding documents. But I'll be honest with you, I think the greatest threat to our way of life right now is not Russia or China. It's our own weaponized legal system.
Yep.
And I hate to say that, but I don't know how else to put it.
And you might as well throw the EPA in there as well.
Well, it's the whole thing. It's overreaching big federal government that is determined to dictate everything we do and tax us into oblivion, and then the whole time telling us it's our fault.
It's also a good time for all of you out there to understand what we've heard before about good contracts, because that's all the Constitution is a contract of all these former countries that decided to all be one union but individual states.
You know, people forget that. I don't think they teach that in school.
So it became a contract. Well, what happens on any contract, look, trust us, we know. If somebody looks and says, well, the contract's pretty ironclad on this, we can't do that. Oh, well, now look right here. What we could do is destroy people or go after people who oppose us through these government agencies they've allowed us to have. Yeah, we can't really do it if you look at the pure way the governments are set up in the three branches. Somebody says, well, we could weaponize one branch. Well, I guess we could. You're right. So if we really wanted to get tyrannical, they have allowed us some of these agencies and central, so we could just use those things as weapons. So remember, back to what the Founding Fathers taught us. Whatever power you allow the federal government, they will always abuse it. Always. So what you do is not allow them very much.
If not now, later.
Right, yeah. Always. They can't handle it.
No.
And
so it's scary. It's sad. It's scary. Again, no one is above the law. If you break the law and you have due process, fine. And I don't care if it's Trump or Biden or whoever.
Mm-mm.
But you see the way this is setting up. You see the way this is playing out, and we're just setting up a great big tit-for-tat game from now on.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So also in a strange story today for us, living in Sweet Home, Alabama, is that Jorn Vandersloot is like in jail not far from the studio.
That is correct.
Does that feel...
He's just down the street.
Does that feel odd to anybody?
It does. I mean, it does feel a little odd.
Right.
He went from what would be the Peruvian version of Supermax jail,
right,
where they hold their most dangerous criminals. He was transported out yesterday. He is here in Hoover, Alabama, and he is awaiting a court appearance in Jefferson County, which is the county that Birmingham sits in.
Mm-hmm.
And it is just a little weird to see that information today.
You know, we asked Super P because Lord of the Jacket wasn't in here, but I bet he had a similar answer. So Super P's sitting somewhere around 24, 23, Super P, somewhere in there. Yeah, so he doesn't even know about this story.
Yeah.
He didn't even know what we're talking. He didn't even know what we're talking about.
That's
Yeah. So I was like, okay, so Natalie Holloway disappeared in Aruba on her senior trip, graduating high school, and all evidence points that Vandersloot had something to do, directly or indirectly, with her death. And then he went on to actually be charged and actually found guilty
Yeah.
of doing the same thing to another woman, which is why he's in the Peruvian jail. But the Holloway family has been trying to get something on him, kind of like the OJ deal with that family, and they've brought him here on charges that he tried to bribe the family, saying he would let them know where the body of their daughter was.
Some type of extortion.
Some type of
$250,000.
Yeah, and so that's what he's been brought here for. And I'll tell Bubba today, as we were getting ready for the show, how odd this must feel to that family, seeing his face and the pictures of him in the jail now in the town in which a lot of them still live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know, that's got to be an odd feeling for them,
right?
Because they've been wanting to face him for a long time. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so we'll see how that goes. But he is officially here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's in the Hoover jail,
Hoover City,
being watched by one of our former interns.
Rick,
is that not true?
Hey, you just.
What was that? That's not a top secret, is it?
I didn't.
Nobody
no
found
one
it in
said that.
Biden's garage, did they?
No one
say
said
anything.
Yeah. We had a lot of interns.
He is being guarded, and as they guard all their prisoners over there.
Yep.
You just said we've had a lot of interns.
My goodness, you'd have to guess a name out of 300 people.
That's a bunch.
All right, so we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I want to ride my...
That last little piece of something that falls.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
good.
that's good.
Greg right there.
Oh.
Boom.
Boom.
That's so bad.
Rick, wait a minute.
He can't believe
Show
it.
it again, and you hit the sound effect.
All
when
right,
he hits
okay.
the sound effect.
hold on.
Hang on just a minute.
All right, hold on. I'll stop.
Everybody's okay.
Everybody's
in
all
this.
right. Everybody
all right.
watching.
Everybody's all right.
Sorry,
That
Adam,
bike's
have it
going to
queued
take
up.
some work. That
All right,
thing's
here we
going to
go.
the dump.
Bicycle. I want to...
All right, I know trying to...
Rick was trying to keep...
It's hard.
It happens too quick.
Yeah, it's hard. I'll tell you what I'll do.
Here we go.
I'm gonna let you.
I think I'm okay now because it should be the first thing I search.
All right.
Okay.
Don't.
All right. Go back to bicycle. I'm gonna give you more time.
I got it.
All right. Go.
Bicycle.
I'm good.
I want to ride my
That's awful. The real
Shouldn't have happened, but
the
he's
real
fine.
skin up elbow.
That's almost as good as that goat screaming during the song. You know,
It's right up there.
Wow. I wonder what he's digging in his bag for.
He's rattled, guys.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
You know how you
got
do,
blindsided.
You know how you do nervous things when you've been rattled. You just kind of don't know what to do with
Yeah.
yourself. It's what it looks like to
I
me.
got to tell you, it was a beautiful day,
He
too.
got hit by an SUV, Speedy. I mean, what happened?
Rick, we've got a boxer who apparently was not doing too well, and over in his corner, he decided to take a swing at his own trainer. The trainer took a poke back at him.
So the trainer, how did the trainer look? Huh? So where was this?
This is he's a Georgian boxer. Now, I don't mean from Georgia like Silver Britches hunker down.
Okay.
But the country.
You don't mean around Marietta.
So, Rick, here he is. Look, they're swinging in the, here it is where he's pulling him back and it all starts.
Okay. Oh, my gosh. I mean, he took a full-blown.
Get into it.
Hey, the trainer, first, they're
Now
in
the
the
trainer
ring.
is in the ring now.
I thought the trainer did really good not to get punched. I mean, he was punched at.
Let me tell you, the trainer, he knows how to stay out of trouble, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that may be why that boxer's not doing too good. If he can't knock his trainer down, doesn't even got gloves on, how's he going to hit the guy fighting?
Let me tell you something. That punch he took right then, that first one he threw, if he lands that one, no.
Guys, wow.
I don't think I've ever seen a boxer swing at his own corner.
You think Balboa would have swung at Mickey?
No, Rick.
No, he had too much respect for me.
Yeah, Rocky. Get out of there.
Get out of there.
You think Ali would have swung at Angelo Dundee?
No.
Mike Tyson might have swung at whoever he had.
Well, no, that's different. Yeah.
Can I tell you
'Cause he's a
something?
marauder.
Yeah.
The Moana.
Hey, I think it's swinging at my train. I think it's swinging at anybody.
Rick, here's a better view of it. Whoop.
Whoa.
Boy, he slipped that punch great, didn't he?
Let me tell you, if he lands that one, that first one he tries to throw, look, that guy's just trying to block because you don't want to get
watch him
punched.
duck it. He ducked it good. Look,
Whoop. Boy, that one.
See, if you get hit, it's just a glancing blow. So he got out of there.
Do you
good
love
on
that he went ahead and took a swap himself?
Yeah, had to go back on offense.
Now, how does he end up in the ring boxing with him for a minute?
I don't know.
mean,
The clip went between there, but you just don't see that much.
No. We, you guys,
you never see Larry Holmes do that.
No.
The man with the boy, Howard.
The man with the boy, Howard. All right, so I know that we talked about this earlier in the
I
kickoff
miss the
hour.
Spinks brothers boxing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
But
Leon was sharp, wasn't he?
I remember
obviously,
Leon in the Olympics, man.
Oh,
that was quite a little team that year.
How about
Wasn't that
Leon
with
just in
Sugar
an
Ray
interview?
and Leon and a bunch of them?
How about when they just interview Leon? That
Oh,
was
I
always
know.
entertaining.
Oh, Sure.
He wouldn't even have his teeth in.
no. The so the other thing that we talked about from the weekend, the Red Sox are world champions again.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Just think about Red Sox fans. There was a time you thought that it would never happen.
Remember
now
the
it's
curse?
happened multiple times.
Remember the curse of the Bambino? This is their fourth World Series championship since then. Wow.
4th in 15 years.
Yeah, I mean,
that's amazing.
They went from zero to hero.
Yes, they did.
But this thing with Trump and this tweet that he put out, and again, I didn't watch. It was on in the background this weekend. I saw a little bit over there, here or there. But what is, first of all, and he gets a reply back from the player saying, I think we just had a mass shooting at a synagogue, and we got, we've got all kinds of things coming to the border. You probably have bigger problems than
timing wasn't great.
assessing what's going on in the World Series. But what is the president talking about? Because you guys were telling us there was a breakdown in communication, that the pitcher really, they didn't intend for the pitcher to be pulled, and they pulled him. What 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, 866. We Be Big is our number. Much to get to on the program today. Said the joker to the thief. There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. All right, so Field of Greens, thank y'all for all the emails we're getting. People, yesterday I had 2 more saying, I'm in. Mine's on the way. I'm in. And I love this product. And it's available now at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. We'll get you 15% off. We've linked it too. at rickandbubba.com. This is not complicated. Our bodies need a certain fuel to operate the way they're supposed to. Our vital organs need to be kept healthy, not to be abused if we can minimize that. But I understand, and I never was able, even with the best of intentions, to take all the things we do in a day and say, I'll tell you what, I believe I've accomplished getting my body the right amount of fruits and vegetables and all the things it needs. Tough to do. Let's talk. If you can do it and eat these foods, that's the best, but many times you can't. So fieldofgreens.com, they scientifically put together, a product that supports vital organs, your heart, your lungs, your kidneys, helps with blood pressure, keeps your immune system operating at peak efficiency. That's important now more than ever. Who knows when the next who knows what comes around. So go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Take 2 scoops a day. You can, if you don't like mixing it with water, you can mix it with fruit juice or with something else if that'll help you. Fieldofgreens.com. Promo code Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And thank you for all the good news. I'm hearing how it's helping y'all, and it certainly is helping me. All right. So also, Bubba, got to the office today. This is interesting. You never know when there's a package sitting out there for us to look at that says to Rick and Bubba. This is very interesting. A couple of items here for us. This was sent to us from, I guess, Steph Kramer out of Wheeling, West Virginia. I think she must love yard sales because she said, I'm sending you 3 yard sale finds that tie to the show. So this one pretty obvious. It's a tiny big boy.
Look at it.
Just like our big boy. Here's a little tiny big boy she found. And people send us all versions of little big boy. Here was apparently a Christmas promotion with Coca-Cola. Their classic Santa Claus. I love the Coca-Cola Santa Claus. Anybody love Coca-Cola Santa?
I love it.
Yeah, and
festive.
And apparently this was a promotion they did with Big Boy restaurants.
Right.
And with our big boys. So
I love those type glasses.
I do too.
They just. I love the way they feel.
Mm-hmm.
That's an awesome glass.
bounce
And didn't
corner
have
to
that
that.
logo on it. I love it.
Yeah, can I tell you that we have one now that is a glass that has all the cartoons of us on it? And I saw somebody had ordered one of those for their dad for Father's Day, and I thought to myself, that's a dad. He has no idea that next weekend he's going to have that glass with that on it. So then this was interesting because I'm seeing him a lot, and she also found a gift for Gary.
Really?
Hey, I guess maybe I can have something.
How about that?
It is a belt buckle that has Gary on it.
Look at that.
Love that she did that. Unfortunately, Gary has an odd spelling of his name.
I don't know why Gary's mother decided to spell his name with 2 R's. So I mean, Gary, do you know anybody whose name Gary?
I think you take that gift and you go, you know what? That's I can wear that because most do spell it with the 1 R.
Well, and what's funny though, Barry is spelled with 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
true.
So
not Gary.
True. So did Gary
Larry?
actually get it right?
And Larry?
Did Gary actually get it right? Is our Gary spelling it correct and everybody else spelling it wrong?
Well,
That's
Harry,
Jerry.
I mean, my mama said that because these are my cousins. She looked at how Larry Wayne spelt his.
Yeah.
How Harry Wayne spelt his.
Harry Wayne.
Yeah. And she started.
I've really thought about this.
And she started thinking, well, why is people spelling Gary with just 1 R?
Yeah.
And it's like the word Gary when it looked for another R said, well, you can't even have an R. So
what it said?
So you know what? I'll give this to Gary anyway, Steph. So know that he will get that. I did see something yesterday. Speaking of Gary, because there's a lot of anxiety right now because we got stuff going on at the farm and Sherry and Gary, and Sherry's 2 R's too. When they start working together, it's very stressful for me, especially when it's something where everything needs to be perfect. But anyway, so I was down there yesterday. I'd been down there the day before. I'll be there again today, and I'll be there again tomorrow.
Sure you will.
Okay, that's how much is going on, and that's fine. I mean, like yesterday, Sherry had to get back for something, and we had bad traffic on 65 because of that horrible wreck.
Yes.
And you know what I said? I'm just going to stay here and fish till the traffic's gone.
There you go.
So you got to stay a long time.
Yeah, I stayed till dark, and then it was gone.
That was smart.
But anyway, wow, what a sunset yesterday down there. But anyway,
So I'm driving to go get something to eat, and all of a sudden, I mean, I'm talking about those of you who don't know this, a lot of people call it the Tri-Cities, and that is Jemison, Thorsby, and Clanton. And so
That's good.
Yeah, but anyway,
The triplex.
And you know Thorsby is a Scandinavian community.
Yes, it is.
But
It
like
says so on the sign.
yeah, they're so close together. It's like I live in Jemison, but my water is Thorsby water. You know, that kind of stuff.
You throw Isabella in there, you got you something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're often overlooked.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm driving, y'all. Now this comes from you, Bubba, because this was the first nickname you ever gave Gary. And I'm driving along. You know how people take those? They look like political signs, and they just stick them in the grass, and they put something on there about themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody calling himself the Dozer Man for hire. Whole different guy, wasn't Gary? And I looked down, and I thought, ooh, I mean, this thing's sitting right in Jemison. I mean, right here by Piggly Wiggly. And
somebody's moving in on Gary's turf.
And I don't mean some of these new fancy Piggly Wigglies. I'm talking about Piggly Wiggly.
Right.
And
I didn't have bull in front of it.
I looked up, and it literally said, I try to remember the guy's first name, but I looked down and I saw it, and right at the top it said the Dozer Man. And then it had his name underneath for hire, and it had a picture of a bulldozer on it. And I thought, does Gary know about this? Is there some man rising up to say, hey, that's fine, he can have it. I got all the work I can do. I mean, you can't find nobody.
Well, what if his name was Gary with one R?
That would have been. I just thought that might be a little controversial. There may be Dozer Wars.
Dozer Wars.
You know,
Dozer Wars.
Yeah. The thing that's so, and of course, I have a blast at Gary's expense because I do this on behalf of all he's pranked over the years, and you know he's terrified of Sherry, and so he knew yesterday was the first day that Sherry was going to step foot on the grounds for the final look at everything for the big gathering coming up tomorrow, and of course
the general reviewing the troops,
and of course he's nervous about it, so he keeps calling me and texting me wanting to know, hey, let me know what little Sherry thinks, and so. So she finally left and had to get back, and I called him. I said, well, she's hot. And I don't mean good looking. I said, she's mad. Are you serious? And I said, yeah, absolutely. I said, do you remember that part we talked about bush hogging? Well, I mean, I couldn't. It's been wet, Rick. I mean, it just started drying out, and I didn't think that was a big deal when this thing came up this weekend. I thought we had other things as higher priority. And I said, well, I'm just telling you, when she scanned the area, I said she was coming around, Gary. It was funny. She was almost smiling. And I said, she kind of came to the right. And all of a sudden, you just saw her body have a physical reaction to that part over there to the far right that wouldn't bush hog. Well, I mean, you think I need to try to get over and do it for us, Harry? And I said, I mean, I don't see how we have time now, Gary. I said, I think it's too late. I said, you'll probably get a call from her. Well, I mean, I said, Gary, I'm just messing. He goes, you ain't worth the. Why in the world would you do it? I said, how can you say that to anybody?
Right.
Like I said, Gary, actually, she thought that everybody who needed to prepare the look, you and of course Truitt, and Richter and all that bunch. She said everybody has done their part. It looks great, and now we just got to be sure everything right here. The Adlers, they've done their part.
Yeah.
And now comes the time where all people have left me. And
there you are standing by the bar.
And now she just looks to me and says, and I'll be running you through the final preparation. And of course, immediately she walks in and sees the table set up that I thought we had it just like we liked it. Oh, I don't know about this. We may have to change this. I was like, well, here we go. Off and running. So I'll be at that today and all day tomorrow. But I will say this. When I was fishing yesterday, pondering and thinking, and it was a little bit, because we've had some humidity, but right now, before we knew the smoke was coming, the humidity has dropped a little bit for us. So late afternoon yesterday, there was almost like a little breeze. It was nice. Blowing,
yeah, it was nice.
And it felt really good.
Yep.
And I thought to myself, like a country song, I know there's a storm a-coming, but right now the feel of that fish on the line and the calmness of the pond and the slight breeze blowing as the sun sets off in the west beyond the green pastures with the big giant bales of hay, I thought, but right now in this moment, life is good. Just right now. Just in this right here. Now, in 24 hours, I'll be frantically trying to park cars and all. What'll be breaking loose. And even got a little afternoon shower for about 10 minutes. It took all the dust on the dirt road and calmed it down.
Oh, that's awesome.
Calmed the dust a little bit. Had a lot of dust going. Tremendous amount of dust. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No, this was that was Friday night. This was Saturday night.
Okay.
And so you had the Dodgers winning Friday night. So big momentum swing. Okay, so they got an opportunity Saturday to win,
even it up.
Yes, Rich Hill is on the mound and pitches just a beaut of a game. And it was at the seventh inning.
Mm-hmm.
The seventh inning, the inning prior to him going out in the seventh, he looked at manager Dave Roberts and said, "Keep an eye on me." That's all he said. He didn't say, "I'm getting tired." He just said, "Keep an eye on me." And then they go out, and all of a sudden, the Rich Hill doesn't see Dave Roberts come out of the dugout. He looks and sees his players coming towards him to the mound, which lets him know somebody must be coming from the dugout. Well, he turns around about the time that the coach has arrived. It's not the pitching coach. It's Dave Roberts. Any other time that Dave Roberts has come to the mound when Rich Hill is on there, he takes him out.
Yeah, usually the manager gives the hook. The pitching coach goes in and
talks to him.
Yeah, keep him in.
So Rich Hill just instinctively hands him the ball and walks off. Well, Dave Roberts comes back and says, "I had no intentions of taking him out of the game." We find out all this later on, obviously.
Could he not look at him and say, "Come back"?
Well, it was almost like, I don't know if you can, because at that point in time, I guess Rich Hill's mindset is, "I'm gone." I just,
and the coach is going, "Well, he must be done."
Right. Exactly.
He's headed to the bench. He must be out of gas. He's done.
Exactly.
Right. That's right. What I was going to say is the reason why the coach didn't pull him back, he thought that the pitcher was giving him the indicator.
Exactly.
And I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
Well, then when
why was he coming to the mound? Was there a strategy situation you want to talk about, or?
Smoltz and Joe Buck talked about it yesterday and broke it down, and Smoltz even alluded finally towards the end. It's one of those things that's really, you can't – you got so many things at play, but Smoltz even said, "Hey, look, if you weren't going to take him out, you shouldn't have been out there."
Right.
Period.
Because
that was confusion. So unless Dave Roberts, it starts saying, hey, whoa, don't kind of blocks him.
So Trump, watching the World Series, tweets out, "Watching the Dodgers-Red Sox final innings, it's amazing how a manager takes out a pitcher who is loose and dominating through almost 7 innings, Rich Hill of the Dodgers, and brings in nervous reliever," and then he puts relievers who get shell-shacked. And
he did.
4-run lead gone. Managers do it all the time. Big mistake.
Yeah, because you got to understand, up to that point, he was owning it, and the Red Sox really couldn't do a whole lot. Really couldn't. But when he left the mound, things changed, and they changed.
All I
quickly.
could think about too, because he talks about them getting shellacked after it's over. All I could think about, because of the 18-inning game the night before, if you've got a starter that can go this far, this is helping the team.
To get all you can get,
and he did.
Plus, you're going to tie up the series.
Well, the nervous reliever walks one, so they jerk him out. They bring Madsen in, and Mitch Moreland hits yickety-yak, our buddy Mitch, and so. And so then things just obviously changed. And
so Rich Hill replies back to the president, "There was a mass shooting yesterday. I understand you're watching the World Series, but there was a huge tragedy that happened, and people will say what they want to say. The focus, in my opinion, of the president is to be on the country, not on moves made in the World Series game."
And I think we probably all agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's.
Well, maybe you just have some buddies he needs to text some of that.
Yeah,
you're right.
The world. Yeah, if
start
Trump
a group text.
Right. if Trump is a sports commentator that everybody's following on Twitter, I guess you put that out there. If, like you say,
timing wasn't great.
If he's got some buddies he wants to text, probably not the thing to do with the
POTUS Twitter feed.
And Rick, I know you'll love this. You would have liked last night's game. Speedy, correct me if I'm wrong, but every single run that was scored last night was off of a home run.
Oh, I do love that.
Yeah, bunch of yickety-yaks.
Yickety-yick.
Hey, Boston's the most two-out hitting team I've ever seen in my life. 36 of their 68 runs come with 2 outs.
Can y'all believe they just won, you say, 4th World Series?
In 15 years.
Yeah.
Well, they broke through big time, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Things you need to know. Coming up this weekend, Bubba and I had a great conversation yesterday with Mac Brunson. Man, I'm going to tell you, this is the kind of stuff that when we get emails from you and we talk about things or things that can be confusing. So what we did is we had a nice visit yesterday, very kind of Pastor Mac Brunson to be with us. And we discussed some of the things and emails and things that we get from you where there may be some confusion. First of all, there's an indictment right now. You know, the big thing you hear now, those who have drifted or faded from the church, well, or those that oppose the church, how do we know that this holy word of God y'all claim, was it really inspired by God? I mean, these are human beings putting this together, and they've altered it over time and all of this. So we asked him, and he is very, very well educated and can speak to the integrity of Scripture. So we talked about that. We talked about why the Catholic Church has more books versus the Protestant Church after the Reformation. We'll talk about that. We also asked, how do you go through Scripture and understand the God's relationship with the nation of Israel, and then the church age and the new covenant and the old covenant, the Levitical law, the laws from Exodus, the moral law, the ceremonial law, God building a nation. How do we discern all that in Scripture? We talk about that, and we even took on the Sabbath, the church meeting on Sunday, and these kind of things. And so these were the things that are always interesting conversations, and we certainly have given you what we have been educated and know about it, but we sat down with someone who is really, really highly trained and educated, and even teaches other pastors and has every kind of degree and doctorate and MDiv you can imagine, and reads books like Bubba and I, go through breakfast. So anyway, we have a conversation with him over the weekend. So catch that on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, as we throw another pitch this weekend.
Yep.
Speaking of pitches,
fun. We enjoyed spending a little time. I know you get to see Mac all the time.
Yes,
That's the first time I'd met him. So we got to have a lot of fun.
He is my pastor now, and I'm telling you, what a great teacher. And also, he kind of has a little bit of our sense of humor.
Yeah, he does. I appreciate that.
And has Bubba shares your affinity for Krispy Kreme donuts.
Yeah,
he loves them. I mean, he loves them.
Little slice of heaven, I call it.
He says that he'll if you want to find a way to his heart, come with hot and ready. Okay, hot and ready. You know how we say there's certain things just own us. He just admits that owns it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. So
you know what? We're in a fallen state,
right?
And I'm only can do what I can do.
Also, like his preaching style, that if he says something that gets zero response, he'll walk over and look back at the podium and go, "Amen,"
like he's his own audience. Right. Yeah, I like that.
That one right there. I'm sorry, guys, should have had more response.
Yeah.
But anyway, speaking of pitching, Oklahoma wins their third straight national title.
Incredible,
sweeping Florida State in the Women's College World Series.
Guess who's got the call?
Well, and everybody has let me know that Beth Mowens. It has been alive and well throughout all this. Even heard someone send me wearing. She does such a good job when she's pitching of keeping the ball in the yard. Keeping it in the yard. So, Speedy, I understand you have her calling the final out.
Yeah. Struck her out, and Oklahoma caps off the winningest season in
in history with a 7th national championship. Sooners take the series 2-0 over Florida State. They get the three-peat. They extend the winning streak to 53 games. And they have their 6th crown in a decade.
And their 6th crown in a decade. The crown in the yay. In the yay. So, what they've done is incredible, and and it's good that they got the chance to do this before biological men come and take it over.
That's sweet.
But I will say this,
because that's coming, folks. Just stand by.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Just stand by.
And another biological male hits it out of the yard.
But I will say this: many of you have sent, and Bubba's talking about it, is also how their head coach has done a good job of discipling her team, and the way that she and members of the team talk openly about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and the gospel is so refreshing.
Yes,
and I'm talking about unapologetic. I mean, just like the new coach at the Celtics. I mean,
sure.
She
wasn't that good?
Yeah, she doesn't hold back on any of that. So,
yeah, this is a question we won't get to play at all, but we can come out of it whenever. But this is the overwhelming response to this question. Adler's got it.
Okay.
Alex Scarborough with ESPN. For the players, I know you talked about keeping the joy of the game, but I'm curious. It's a long season, right? And you guys have had the target on your back the entire time. The win streak being number one. How do you handle the unique pressure that comes with that? How do you keep the joy for so long when anxiety seems like a thing that could very easily set in?
Well, the only way that you can have a joy that doesn't fade away is from the Lord.
Amen.
And any other type of joy is actually happiness that comes from circumstances and outcomes. I think Coach has said this before, but joy from the Lord is really the only thing that can keep you motivated, just in a good mindset, no matter the outcomes. Thankfully, we've had a lot of success this year, but if it was the other way around, joy from the Lord is the only thing that can keep you embracing those memories, moments, friendships, and all of that. So that's really the only answer to that, because there's no other way that softball can bring you that, because of how much failure comes in it and just how much of a roller coaster the game can be.
1,000% agree with Grace Lyons. I went through that my freshman year. I was so happy to win the college. I've talked about this before, but I was just so happy that we won the College World Series, but I didn't feel joy. I didn't know what to do the next day. I didn't know what to do for that following week. I didn't feel filled, and I had to find Christ in that. And I think that is what makes our team so strong, is that we're not afraid to lose, because if it's not the end of the world if we do lose. Yes, obviously we've worked our butts off to be here and we want to win, but it's not the end of the world because our life is in Christ, and that's all that matters.
Wow, what a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
And communicated perfectly.
Yeah. That was Jada, the last one, and then there was another player, and she just echoed their statements. So it was really nice to see.
Don't miss the key to watch when you're supposed to be, those of us in leadership that are called to be disciples and make disciples. It's like Coach said. Joy is in the Lord, like Coach said.
Yes.
So they're the fruit.
True.
They take on, players take on the personality of the coach many times, good and bad.
Yep.
And that's just so well communicated. We have softball in the proper place, which is why we don't freak out. We know what really matters.
Amen.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Motion sickness. Hey, that's fun, isn't it? I mean, if you struggle with motion sickness, is there any worst feeling to go, hey, I'm nauseous? That is just a terrible feeling.
It's not.
It's a terrible feeling. And so Relief Band may be exactly what you're looking for. Take away that, I have people in my family, I have friends that struggle with motion sickness. I'm talking about you can see them getting anxious if they got to sit in the back seat of an automobile that's going to go on a long trip, that kind of thing. Well, with Relief Band, you don't have to worry about that anymore. It's the number one FDA-cleared anti-nausea wristband. It's been clinically proven to quickly relieve and effectively prevent nausea associated with motion sickness, anxiety. We talked about migraines the other day. We had one of our interns that was out with a really bad headache. Morning sickness, if you're, struggling with that during your pregnancy. Sadly, chemotherapy, I know going through that, it can be awful. But Relief Band may be exactly what you're looking for. So if you would like to, get yours, it's real simple. Go to reliefband.com and then use the promo code Bubba. We got an exclusive offer. That's going to get you 20% off your Relief Band. It just goes right around your wrist, plus free shipping. And that's Relief, ReliefBand.com. Use the promo code Bubba, 20% off. Summer travel is here. Some of you may want to go deep sea fishing, and you're like, I got this stuff stuck behind my ear, and I'm wiping something on my forehead, whatever, all that. Why don't you just go ahead and get your Relief Band, okay, and enjoy your summer. That's ReliefBand.com, promo code Bubba for 20% off and free shipping.
You can let that one go.
I know. We could let that ride. Early in the morning, I can't sleep. Saw his big interview with Dan Rather. It was interesting to watch Rod in his 70s, still, of course, dressed to the nines, talking about life. It was interesting to have someone just look somebody in the eye after all the things he's been through and ask the question, you got any regrets? He said, no, not really.
Yeah, wasn't there another quote that came out of that interview I heard about?
Yes. There was another one when he was taking on the Rolling Stone magazine about him settling out, that he'd become a parody of himself about 30 years ago, and he's still going. So it looks like he survived it, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact you've seen Rod Stewart in concert because I was with you when you saw it.
Yep.
But I thought he put on a great show. It was a very entertaining evening.
It was.
He's a very personable person on stage, too. Likes to talk. Now, the accent, you got to listen close.
Sure.
But you remember they messed up the opening song.
Yep.
And he said, hold it. We're going to start over. Said, that is awful.
Well,
these people deserve better than that. And he opened the show again.
Well, when we all love wireless mics, but when the wireless mic's out there and whatever was wrong with it on its very light little stand for him to run around with, when they say, let's go ahead and we're not just going to make you wait on Maggie May, we're going to open with it.
Yeah.
And they do the great build-up, and you're ready for the wake up, Maggie, I got something to say to you, and you can't hear it.
Yeah.
And he's running around the stage just singing.
That's what it was, Mike.
Just singing as hard as he could. Nobody could hear it. And he just stopped the whole band and said, we're going to reset the whole show and start it over. And then somebody who probably had to find work after that ran another mic out to him.
Yep.
How about just we had this big buildup, we had the lights, we had the dropping of the in the round, they usually put a big curtain up, then drop it down,
right?
And they do all that, and the first thing he's supposed to say to the crowd, nobody can hear it. Like you talk about can't happen list.
So the first hour today, can we have Rod Stewart bed music?
Yesterday it was Supergroup Toto. Today
Rod Stewart.
Yeah, and I was telling Bubba, and this was off the air yesterday, because we're in a whole different world now. Because of the inability for artists to make the kind of money they once made off just selling music, it has forced them all back on the road, unless they are financially set, or some may just be doing it because they want to. And so what's happening is you're getting to see if they're all alive and if they're able to still function. They're offering all these smaller venues where you get to go see these bands that you remember. And of course, I have a friend that goes to see every band you could possibly think of, and he loves music. And he said that they offer. I've even been part of this on some of the stuff that been able to do, where they'll offer what these VIP packages, which means you pay more, but you also get there early. You get of course premier seating, but you also get to hang with the artist and the band like a pre-show show for you. Like you get to go to sound check and you get to meet them backstage and all this. They do Q&A, which, Bubba, I know you love.
I love Q&A.
And so he got...
I'd almost rather do Q&A than have a plan.
Right. Yes. He saw Toto just like a week ago. And he said that part of that VIP package is you're there for the sound check, and people would just shout things out of the crowd. It didn't have to be songs they even did.
Oh, really?
And so somebody remembered that the musicians that made up Toto, that they played on Thriller with Michael Jackson.
Oh.
And so they started calling out, can you give us like a montage of Thriller songs? And the guy looked over and said, sure. Now he said he counts it off, and then here they go. You know, they just start doing the whole thing, and so a lot of fun. And they also, all those little tidbits. There's so, if you really realize it, I've come to the conclusion that music seems like it has all these thousands of artists. It really doesn't. They're all connected in some way. I think there's really only about 5 true bands.
So let me ask you a question. If the group Toto.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Rick and Bubba University intern, Super P, and Lord of the Jacket. Banging out a degree in common sense, which, of course, is now a superpower and hard to come by. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. How you doing, buddy?
Rick, glad to be here, and what a privilege and honor it is to be visited by the great James Spann.
I've been missing James. So.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James Spann.
Hello, James Spann. How are you today, sir?
Happy Friday, gentlemen. Happy Friday. Y'all doing okay?
We are, and we've missed you, and I heard Speedy talking about in the break, when we miss you, it's kind of a conflict of emotions, because we miss you, because we like spending time with you, but we're missing you because the severe weather has been calm.
Yeah.
No. It's a good thing. When you don't hear from me, that means all is well. So all is well. That's a good thing.
Yeah, you can't.
But with all this climate change, we know the hurricane season will be off the charts, so we'll get to see a lot. James, we
don't
got
do that to James.
We got
right
to talking. This Canadian smoke thing that's happening now.
A smoke cast.
To me, it's evidence of Mother Nature being a much bigger player in all of this than anything the humans could do. We couldn't create that kind of smoke if we wanted to with cars, but it's going to be a handle for everybody, isn't it?
Yeah. Remember the song "Smoke from a Distant Fire"?
Yeah. Smoke on the water. Mm-hmm. That one.
Well, who did "Smoke from a Distant Fire"? Let's see how
Sanford
good you are. What
Townsend
Band?
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Johnny Townsend and Ed Sanford. Johnny is from Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Correct.
Ed is from Montgomery, Alabama.
Yeah.
So that's useless trivia that nobody cares about.
Well, he's been on the show. We actually had him on the show, and he put a band together, and they played it for us. He was right here in the other studio.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, and this stuff, it's been pretty bad. You saw the images coming out of New York City past couple of days. It really peaked on Wednesday, and New York City looked like Mars.
Yeah, it did.
For a day.
Had that red glow to it, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're thinking that the Mars rover has landed here. It looks like New York City. And yesterday, the air quality improved a little bit in New York, but today will be much, much, much better. And, the way it works with these wildfires, the direction of the smoke plume, it's determined by winds aloft, above 15,000 feet off the ground. It's simply going to follow those winds. And looking at the whole situation today, the New York City area should be much, much, much better in terms of visibility, in terms of air quality. New York City looks fine today. Boston looks fine today. The problems have shifted to the south in kind of a zone from Cleveland down to Pittsburgh and Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. And it's going to be kind of murky. And some of the smoke is close to ground level. And every day we always have air quality forecasts. And obviously, this impacts air quality in that zone today. So, again, the biggest problem today will be from around Cleveland, Pittsburgh, down through Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Chesapeake Bay. In the southern U.S., down here where we are, we're just kind of catching the fringe of it. A little bit of smoke in the high altitudes, giving the sky a milky appearance. But the deal is we've got this big upper low that's been spinning over New England for about the past week. It hasn't moved much. And that is in a perfect position to take that wildfire smoke from Canada and drop it south into parts of the eastern United States. But the good news, this whole thing is going to break down. This is called a block, an omega block. And often, these things stay persistent, but we're seeing evidence that the block is going to break down, which means that a lot of these cities that have been dealing with the smoke for the past, 4 or 5 days, they will see much, much better conditions next week, better air quality, and the smoke will disperse. So, with all nasty things, they do go away with time.
Well, yeah, it was. When I saw that, it's almost like you couldn't believe it. And the one thing that we were, and I hate to say this, James, I know because I don't want you to come back and us upset you. So
it's not our way.
I wish we could, and there's no way. I know I'm dreaming right now. So something like this happens, and here come the two views. Well, if Canada wasn't so woke and they actually did fire breaks. And we tended
prescribed burns.
Yeah, prescribed burns. And we tended to the garden, as we believe through a biblical worldview we're supposed to, or even if you're just someone who has common sense and you may not believe it the reason we believe it, but, that we kind of help things along. Because on one hand, we're supposed to help animals who are dying and going away. Of course, a lot of those people believe in evolution, which is always kind of weird to me.
Seems a conflict.
But when you go, we need to also help the plant life and the trees and the underbrush. They go, no, leave that wild. So when it all goes into a big fire like this, of course, what happens is the man-made climate change bunch, sadly including a lot of people in your profession, including those that you have trained better, will say, oh, this is another sign of man-made climate change. I mean, these wildfires are acting this way because everything's so much drier and hotter because of man and our carbon emissions. Do you even want to even talk about that, or is it just too frustrating to even talk about?
See, you guys know how to poke the bear, don't you?
Yeah,
you guys.
What in the world?
So
bear pokers, Rick and Bubba.
So here's the question, and here's the problem. We become this nation of mindless lemmings that just follow their political worldview, and nobody can think anymore. When I was coming up in high school, they taught a class called critical thinking.
Thank you.
Yep.
And
that class is
we have totally lost our ability to do that. And it works for both sides of the political spectrum.
Yes.
People are just blindly going to follow stuff that they think's right because they heard somebody say it. And, immediately for those on the left, this is man-made climate change. And let me tell you, on the right, look, every time I post a picture of cirrus clouds, they attack me because it's chemtrails. The government's poisoning our skies with chemtrails. And it is, guys, think for yourself. What's happened to us? So the question I pose for people, why did these fires start? What is the origin of these Canadian wildfires? You have to go back and look at the problem and understand they've had wildfires forever, and we've had them, in the western United States. This is kind of their wildfire season.
We have them in our state.
And I honestly don't know the answer to that. It's like I've been a little busy and have not just deeply done some research into that. So the question is, and maybe you guys know, how much of it is arson and how much of it is lightning, natural?
All right, so
I don't really
Adler
have
said
the
he
answer
has
to
it.
that, and I think the answer kind of holds the key here. And I've seen, pieces that suggest arson is a big problem. People are setting these fires, and my question is, who's setting the fires?
James,
and who would do this?
Yeah, they all started at almost the exact same time.
Yes, there's that satellite footage, James.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about this. It appears to show all these fires around Quebec starting on June 2nd, all at the same time, and there doesn't seem to be a large lightning formation going over this area. So it's like, how did this happen? I thought it was a crazy conspiracy, but James said arson before I said arson. Everybody.
He did. Well,
Did
do you agree with that, James?
Did they all conspiracy theory like everybody else? but I will say with the satellite stuff, you got to be careful because sometimes they'll show visible satellite images. And with visible satellite images, when the sun comes up, you see everything at the same time. So, just I would be careful with some of how much is arson, how much was lightning.
James,
There'll be an interesting answer to that. And the problem is, if you go to these, left wing and right wing sites, they're going to spout whatever they want to spout based on what they're trying to prove here. But I'm going to dig into this. But that's a very interesting question to me.
James, one of the other things I think is management of our forest. I have some experience with that. These prescribed burns, that keep these things from getting out of control
that
and
underbrush
takes the
is fuel,
underbrush
man.
fuel away. And depending on what numbers you want to go by, but I'd heard some commentary on this, and I went and tried to look up the numbers myself. In the United States last year, there was over 2,000 prescribed burns. Okay, I think the number's higher than that, but they say over 2,000. They also say in Canada there was 30.
Yeah.
So, you know, leaving it natural is not always the best thing.
Not when it comes to fire.
No.
And a lot of people get aggravated by these controlled burns. They'll say, well, this smoke, it's harmful. But no, you guys, you want some smoke, you let that underbrush just go. And you're going to have these wildfires like we have now. I totally agree. And I think what the Forest Service does, it's remarkable, at least where we are down here in this part of the world. And people get aggravated by controlled burns, but they are needed and part of management. Bubba, as you say, it's an important part of the deal. And I didn't know they only had 30 prescribed burns in Canada for a whole year. That's crazy.
That is crazy. Mm-hmm. So you're bought off by the government. Is that why you downplay the chemtrails?
Yeah. And they're not nice. The one thing about these chemtrail guys, they're mean. I mean, they have a chemtrail action team.
Oh, they've called before.
And if you post a picture of cirrus clouds, they will come in mass and they will attack you on the face bag.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm a government shill and I'm taking money from the government, and you know, they're poisoning our skies and our children, and our lives are ending because of chemtrails. And I'm waiting on that first check to come in, you know.
Well, and you know what usually throws all these things a curve is back to your original comment. And we do it every time. I know you do. Of course, you may not have the ability, but with this platform, you can do it. We try to make them go, all right, now tell us, what is the conspiracy? The government is putting chemtrails out
to do what?
And the reason why they're doing it is to accomplish what? And a lot of times they cannot walk that out.
Do you know, James?
I'll put my investigators on that.
Okay. But now, you know, all of us that do this, you know, we're familiar with the term, here's your one-sheeter. Here's one sheet of paper with everything you need to know about whatever we're promoting or where we're going. It almost feels like you said, James, now, if you declare one thing, you're handed a one-sheeter for everything else you're supposed to believe. And it's like, you know, that's not critical thinking.
Think for yourselves.
Thanks, James. We'll be right back.
Have a good day.
Rick and Bubba.
Junk science.
The studio musicians for the recording of the Thriller album by Michael Jackson.
Well, and many others too. They played on. They were studio musicians.
Okay, but if that one that we know for sure, who were the studio musicians on their albums?
Them.
They did their own.
Yeah, they.
Which most people do not.
Yeah, they did. As a matter of fact, another little tidbit. If we won't go, we're back to Toto now from yesterday. But if you listen to the song by the Tubes, "She's a Beauty," they do that, and you can hear them sing in the background. It's when you hear them.
So were they background and studio? Were they studio musicians to begin with, and then just decided to be a band too?
Correct. Yeah. All right, and as we said yesterday, the lead singer, when I say new, he's been their singer for over 20 years now, but it's John Williams' son who wrote Star Wars.
Yeah, did all the movie scores. Yeah.
All right, the war between Donald Trump and what he calls the fake news media. Of all the things you can say about Donald Trump, one thing is certain. He has caused the alt-left to reveal themselves for who they really are with some of their bizarre comments and actions. And, of course, we are landing in that world right now where Donald Trump, of course, causes people to misbehave and to do things that they claim he is causing. They are ignoring, Maxine Waters, and they're ignoring the shooter at the baseball thing. We've got a story here today where we have an anti-Donald Trump person who shoots Republican neighbor twice in the head. It could be that maybe our society's kind of lost its way in general, and both parties might want to check on that. But really, their world is always
Donald Trump causes bad things. We do not.
Right.
And
ours is public service.
Right. I never thought that I would see this moment, but it appears that somebody actually said on a CNN panel, "Hey, you're going too far."
Yeah.
And so here's the comment first of all about Donald Trump has radicalized more people than ISIS.
Yeah, you'll hear a GQ columnist, Julia, and I don't know her last name, and David Urban is who jumps in. He's a Republican commentator that's on the panel.
Yep.
And he took offense to it.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, take a listen.
This president has radicalized so many more people than ISIS ever did. I mean, the way he talks, the way he
it's unconscionable.
That's the way that he allows these people, the way he winks and nods to these groups, the way he says, I know I'm not supposed to say it, but I'm a nationalist, the way that he hems and haws when he has to condemn these people and kind of gritting his teeth, kind of says, fine, okay, I condemn this, but then, and all
Jake,
his...
for you not to push back on that. You're about to push back on, but to bring... That's irresponsible. For her to say that the President of the United States has radicalized more people than ISIS is irresponsible. Okay, well, you disagree with that, bringing you and Mona into...
And so it went on, and then a little bit later...
I stand corrected. No one from CNN corrected her. He's saying you should correct her.
The guest.
Right.
The
guest,
All right, so a little bit later on in the piece here, I guess CNN went to break, and they heard some feedback that maybe that shouldn't have been said, and here's what happened.
Some stuff with our panel. I want to get to the conspiracy theories in a second, but first we have a little house cleaning, because for you, the Republican National Committee is jumping on your comments. You earlier in the show said that Donald Trump has radicalized more people than ISIS has. David and Mona disagreed with you strongly. Is there something you wanted to clarify?
I do want to clarify. I think I spoke in the heat of the moment. This has been a very emotional...
I actually told the truth, what I really felt.
I think I exaggerated, and I apologize for that.
And then she went on.
What she meant was, oh no, I got so mad I finally said what I really think, and now I'm in trouble.
Right, right. And then during Laura Ingram's sit down with the president, he was asked about that.
The phrase enemy of the people, another phrase that's been seized upon by many in the media, many on CNN, but not just CNN. There was a woman who was just on CNN a short while ago saying that you have radicalized more people than ISIS. That was CNN today.
Well, that must be some kind of a sick woman. When I say the enemy of the people, I'm talking about the fake news, and you know it better than anybody. You have news out there that is so fake, and I can do the greatest thing ever, North Korea, as an example. We would have been going to war. Normal would...
It's 22 minutes now past the hour of Rick and Bubba show. All right, so we visited with Spann a little bit, which is awesome. Miss Spann. And so good to have him back, and it be something that's not, I mean, look, the smoke thing's not good, but what he seemed to indicate is it is breaking up and dissipating, and it's becoming less and less of an issue. And, I was yesterday, I got an email from my son that lives in New York City. And I was like, hey, how about the smoke? And he actually has gotten a part in a movie that is being shot.
I hope it deals with fire, because that would be a natural tie-in.
Well, it's funny, and and it's funny, but he said it is a football movie, which, that's kind of his wheelhouse. And
maybe they should remake Disco Inferno right now.
Right, and I'm going to send Adler this picture he sent me yesterday. But anyway, he said that yesterday they needed to shoot some of the football stuff, and he was like, hey, we had to go inside a indoor facility. And he showed me that they were trying to create, some sort of football inside one of those indoor football stadiums. He said we couldn't do it outside.
Yeah.
So anyway, but so Adler mentioned to Spann about arson being part of it. Of course, it's kind of hard to tie man-made. You can tie man-made fire starting. I mean, you can do that, but climate change and trying to tie that to that is difficult. But so you were talking about this map, and Bubba, you said
this is a satellite shot that Adler was referring to, and he really pulled it up. I just want you to look at this, and James makes a good point. We may be seeing some visible light that we can't see the smoke.
Right.
But watch this clip, because it's making its way around the internet, so we all know it's true.
Yeah, right.
Right.
But this guy is going to kind of narrate it. If you guys want the audio from this video as well.
Pot it up, Rick.
And
All right, let's go. All right.
he'll give you kind of a breakdown of what's happening.
Okay.
Here it is. Here we are. I'm going to let the images load. You can see this morning. It's clear. Just partly cloudy skies. Nothing really crazy going on there. And then, well, here's last night. Here's today.
Look at all the fires almost
All
started at
of
the same
southeast
time.
Quebec just caught on fire, guys. All of it.
So James said it is
Insane.
possible that sunlight would make it like it's all happening at the same time.
It's possible, but see, he
I don't know.
shows you the day before,
Right.
So you kind of see the cycle of it. That it's just, there's just high wispy clouds, and then you see all of those trails almost start at exactly the same time.
Orchestrated. It
And there
really
was
does.
not a front going through a thunderstorm. Those were cirrus clouds. I mean, just
Orchestrated
real.
arson.
Oh, you're talking about chemtrails. All right, so let's. What
That's
do
like
you?
15 fires, right, all at the same time, all across the Quebec's a big place, guys.
It is very big. So let's go back to the serial arsonist. What's their jolly here? What are they?
Is it a jolly? Is that the whole explanation?
But I mean, is that it? Is it like why do serial killers kill people just because they were home? Do arsonists just get a jolly off setting fires and they love doing it?
And they love to start it and then sit back and watch.
They're
the
not trying to
mania
accomplish anything. They just love the way everybody has to deal with it.
I just know it's a real thing.
They love to be a destroyer. Oh, it is.
Well,
Yeah,
it's some kind of. I mean, we all enjoy sitting around a fire.
Yeah.
We've
Right.
talked about that before, but it's some kind of level, times 10 of that. I don't know what it is.
Now this looks like though more of not just hey I'm an arson. It looks like we got us an orchestrated effort here
It
of
does.
some kind.
It really does.
I mean, like hey we're all spread out in
And-
3, 2, 1,
Yeah,
go.
lot.
And we're doing it because
I don't know.
Well,
we don't
there's
like
the-
Quebec.
there's the climate agenda.
We're mad at the
Rick, it shut down the Northeast, New York.
They got too
everything.
many. They got too
climate agenda.
Too many
Adler's
turkey
all over
calls
this,
up there.
Yeah, it
And
could be.
when you say climate agenda, what do you mean by that? Like which side of all this?
Look at all this. The climate change is causing these
Okay.
wildfires.
Okay.
Right.
And boom.
Still hadn't figured out how we connect those dots, but they
Yeah,
do.
it-
They
it-
do.
they
do
try.
Yeah. Forests can't just catch fire because it's warm.
Right.
I
yeah.
mean, because
Well,
it's 90 degrees.
Well, it wouldn't
I mean,
burn like this if it wasn't so dry because of all you automobile people.
You know what? You're right, and that's why you should have prescribed or controlled burns and fire breaks.
So you said you think we got numbers that we can somewhat rely on comparing the two countries on controlled fire burns?
No, it's still. We were having a discussion in the break. I was with some folks from our state, and they said, "I think there's more than 2,000 in our state." And I said, "Yeah, I did too."
Yeah, I
but
thought
that's
that
the
was a
only
low
ones
number.
I could find
That was
this
a low number,
morning.
right.
And I've heard several sources quoted that are similar to those numbers. I think the major point is here: Canada does not do near the control prescribed burns that the U.S. does.
Oh no.
I think that's the underlying
Because
story.
they would consider that to be not taking care of.
Well,
let it be wild.
Yeah, the
Let it be
environmentalists
wild.
have got a hold of these things, and they want everything to be left alone.
Mm-hmm.
But when you leave the forest alone, it develops a lot of fuel, a lot of underbrush, and then when it burns, baby, she burns.
Hey, baby.
I mean, 40-foot high flames and unbelievable scorching temperatures. Where if you will do a prescribed or controlled burn every 3 or 4
How
years,
dare you intervene? You
don't have
evil-
near that. You have if you have
evil-
fire breakouts, you have these little fires that are
Who
like
are
high as your ankle.
You evil human intruding on these trees' lives and these bushes. They're live.
Well, here's the good news. Here's the good news.
You
They're
should-
getting burned now, so we won't have to worry about them burning again for a while.
Well, what do we do when you build a fire? The whole thing is what? Man, I need fuel. Get some fuel in there.
Well,
So I got an email here. What about the videos of the helicopters dropping fire all over the internet that says it is in Canada? So I did a quick search. It says the video does not prove the Canadian wildfires were intentionally set. It shows a planned ignition conducted by the British Columbia Wildfire Service to mitigate the effects of the ongoing fire. They were starting.
they're trying to
certain
do a
things.
back burn.
Right.
Yeah.
Have y'all never
But
heard
everybody
the
thinks
phrase,
that, hey,
you
they-
fight fire with fire? No one ever heard that before?
You really do.
It's been around a long time. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We go phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
By far, and I'm not knocking him for this, he said it's by far his biggest problem. Look at what we've done. And yet, when they talk about North Korea, they say, what's taking so long?
But you know they're going to be biased.
Yeah, but
you know they're
this has
going
been
to be
going on
biased.
for 70 some odd years. Yeah. And they say, I left Singapore, where we had our meeting, where we really had a very good meeting and a good relationship, like, what, 4 months ago. They say the new line is, what's taking so long? I see.
Yeah, and he's talking about that, and then he went on to explain also when he said that he was a nationalist.
Yeah,
of course they're saying that was his dog whistle to white supremacists.
Sure,
but what he said was, no, I meant I'm a president. Said this when I was running, and I'm trying to do it. I'm going to put the needs of the American people ahead of the rest of the world, and that's what I'm talking about. And people knew what I was talking about.
Right
now, Hillary Clinton, believe it or not, and we're in the Megyn Kelly stuff that's going on. The things that you can't even say in jest anymore. She makes a joke, Bubba. You will not believe what she said when the interviewer confuses two people who are African American and gets the wrong name. And what Hillary Clinton says, and I'm going to say this, I don't want to be like them. She's just kidding, but you're not allowed to kid about this, but yet she still did it, which shows that they do not mean the things that they say, or they wouldn't do it themselves, right?
Right.
Listen to this.
Saying, hi, you ordered a homicide scene cleanup, or hi, you ordered a...
Let's go back.
Or whatever. You know, that's childish.
What do you think of Cory Booker's, and you didn't comment on him, and you feel free?
Oh, I adore him.
What do you think about him saying kicked him in the shins, essentially? Start to get to that kind of political...
Well, that was Eric Holder.
Yeah, Eric Holder,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know they all look alike.
No, they don't.
Can you imagine?
Oh, well done.
Oh my goodness!
Can you imagine if any Republican would have said that?
They all look alike. They.
She confuses Eric Holder with Cory Booker.
Unbelievable that has gone on. In this day and time, I mean, it's definitely two different.
So there was a
sets of
time where she was like making a joke about anybody that makes that assumption, and she just sits there and does it. I mean, they're the ones that said in the environment we're in now, that's not allowed anymore.
And again, we're playing the game, but I mean, we know she was, basically doing the you can't, but you can't do that nowadays. That's impossible. You can't say that.
If Donald
intent
Trump,
doesn't matter.
If Donald Trump had said that in an interview, Hillary Clinton would be out there in tears, screaming white supremacy. So he showed his hand again.
I'd save that clip.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I think like Greg said earlier in the
may
kickoff,
need it as defense one day.
And Helms as well. This is a great example right here. Just use this right here. On it all depends on who's accused, all right, like who's the offender.
Could you
and
believe
who's
the headlines
offended
if he'd have done that?
Oh no,
any wall-to-wall coverage. We'd have celebrities crying,
protesters around the White House singing.
All of this would be going on. But really, the topic they're talking about goes back to what we said to start this segment. When Holder said, Michelle Obama says when they go low, we go high. This is the new Democratic Party. When they go low, we kick them. We go after them.
Yeah, it was Holder.
So Holder can say those kind of things, and that's not rebel-rousing people. And then we think about all the things that have been done. So, but then only the current Progressive Party can do something, the exact same thing that the opposition party does, and say they can't do it, but we can. They're the only party to get away with it, and actually get away with it.
Amazing.
So, all right, we'll come back, and then we're going to. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. So the phone troll music means all 10 lines are now opening up. You get to make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Those will get instant buzzers. Baby prediction buzzer. So it's just topics, questions, comments. But here's the good news for any topic. So go ahead and fire those up at 866 We Be Big. Summer's calling you. Summer, it is here. And you're moving around. You're busy. You want to enjoy summer. You got things planned. Meal planning can be problematic. It can shopping right now at grocery stores really expensive. If you're doing takeout, even more expensive. So why don't you go use America's #1 meal kit? Go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. Use the code Bubba. We'll get you 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That same link at RickandBubba.com. 7 days from the farm to your doorstep. Let me tell you, it comes in individual bags. The meals are fabulous. If you're trying to do a little bit better, really simple with this process, or you just need stuff for on the go, if you need snacks, if you need kid-friendly fun, or just wonderful meals, they can do it. And it takes that anxiety out of, what are we doing for dinner this week? What am I doing tonight? Where am I? Can you go on your way home? HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Get all that resolved. Let's go to the phones. 866 We Be Big is our number if you want to join us, and there's room for you right now. I did send that picture to Adler. So this is the text I got yesterday from Blake, who's got a role in this movie that's going to be about college football. And, of course, he played for Auburn, and he said, "This is what I'm wearing today." He goes, "I guess today I'll truly be an actor." As he pretends to be a Florida Gator today, or yesterday. So he said that's funny. And like I said, they had to do it indoors.
And what is that movie about?
I think it's going to be about Aaron Hernandez.
Okay.
Instead of all these documentaries, this is going to be like a movie about it. So I think, from what I can gather. We continue. Let's go to Frank in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Frank, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to make a comment about the belt buckle Gary got. He spelled his name with 2 R's all these years. Well, that's over.
I remember when I used to spell my name with 2 R's. Of course, that's over. That's good. Let's go to Sam in Alabama. Sam, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just wanted to add in on the story of what we were discussing, what you guys discussing about the wildfires, and I wanted to bring up, I'm retired 28 years fire service, but people in this country don't realize how much we're wasting on insurance costs every time we allow these fires to grow. And California is the world's worst, as we all know, for not having prescribed burns.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got into listening to him. I should have given him a time out.
I know.
I'm bad about that. But I agree 100%. And, then and they do deal with the Santa Ana winds, and, in all fairness, which can make it a lot worse. But to me, if you're in a situation or an area where you have things that make fires worse, like the Santa Ana winds, you have to be more aggressive in prescribed burns and fire breaks and management of the forest. And then in California's case, they have these terrible fires that burn super hot, and then they have dirt left exposed, and then they have rains and they have these mudslides.
Yep.
I mean, it's just a complete circle that you could help by being proactive in.
There was a time everybody knew to do controlled burns and build fire breaks. Of course, that's over.
I will say this too from a grandparent standpoint, and I don't know if you guys have had this experience
Is
or
there
not.
something you need to tell us?
No, they would. What?
You said from a grandparent standpoint.
No, I just mean my grandparents.
Oh, okay.
We're dealing with them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Every spring they would burn their yard. Did y'all do that?
No.
They would burn it every year. Yeah. And you know what? In about a week, they'd have the greenest grass around.
Yeah. About a week.
Yeah.
Well, 2 weeks.
Yeah, that was frowned on in the condominiums. I'm just kidding. That's from Charlie Brown. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was standard. When it got springtime, you burned your
I do
yard.
know people that still do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every year.
Scott, Andalusia, 107.7. Scott, go ahead, 30 seconds.
That's a meow, please.
Scott? Hey, Scott.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi,
Scott, you're on. Go ahead.
Go.
Rick.
Yes, Scott.
Hey.
Come on, Scott. Come on, Scott.
Speaking of burning.
Come on, Scott. You got to be ready. Let's go to Ben. Ben, welcome to the show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all doing today?
We're good. Go ahead, Ben.
Hey guys, I'm a former wildland firefighter for a state agency. I won't say the state, but I have personally experienced arson fires inside of some local counties here, and seen some ignition points as far as glass bottles in the woods. These wildfires, they can start by any.
We know that there's arsonists, and they're and I don't know why what their jolly is to do all that.
That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, but I think you may have hit on it. They just like to see the chaos and the destruction. Which that if you say it that way and you look at the state of people, that doesn't really surprise me.
No,
there's a lot of that going around. Let's go to Donna in New Jersey. Donna, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. How is everyone?
Good.
Great.
Hi, I live in New Jersey, and it's been rough up here the last few days. It looked like the apocalypse. You came out, the sun was red. It did look like Mars. It's been tough, and it's been cold, and it's been so weird. I feel like I'm in another universe here in New Jersey.
Well, don't you always kind of feel like you're in another universe though when you're in New Jersey?
I agree. I perfectly agree with life the way it is right now and the way our society's turning. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I bet that is weird to see that.
I was curious. I was going to ask her how much the temperature has dropped with all this going on.
50 degrees.
How about it's like being in Mars?
Well, it looks like the Mars rover pictures. It really does.
Let's go to
Spann was dead on with that.
Let's go to Chris in Nashville. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Anything happening with these lights? Anything?
Hey guys, you were talking yesterday about the uptick in UFOs, and I was wondering, Rick, you'd mentioned a spiritual aspect of it. Do you think this might be a spiritual thing that is uptick to create an excuse for if the rapture happens, like if people are pre-trib, whatever? I'm not trying to get into all that, but when the rapture happens, people that are still living here are going to have an excuse as to why all those people disappeared.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've talked about that. As a matter of fact, going through the Revelation, I had never noticed. Of course, now we're going through it in great detail, so I'm seeing a lot of things I'd never noticed. But that John even is making the point, and the commentators, a lot of them are pointing this out, that we get to a point through the tribulation where God takes away, which means it must be in play, takes away any thought that what's happening isn't coming from Him. He keeps. It gets to the level that everybody says, we can't, of course, this is God.
Yeah.
And so that means there must be some explaining away of it. I'll tell you another thing is what's happening right now. Man-made global warming is another thing that is going to do the same thing. Oh, well, these are, the reason why the weather seems so, it's abnormal. It's not because God's doing it or God's making himself known.
Right.
It's the horror that we've done to Mother Earth and that we've done it. Then aliens. Oh, these people are gone. Well, we've been telling y'all that we were under attack from another place.
Yeah, and I think the way you put it in the Bible study was Satan's trying to get in front of the prophecy to explain what's happening through natural disasters.
So I think absolutely that this would be part of that.
And then think about this, too. If we're headed to a one-world government, as prophecy says we will, there's only one way you can do it, and that is if we're attacked by another planet.
Correct.
That's the only way people are going to unite under one flag.
And then you're going to be looking for, as we talked about just this past Wednesday, you're going to be looking for that leader that makes you feel like everything's going to be okay, and that's Antichrist, and he's going to be, but he is going to be something. And I love the description that of every empire that has ever existed, picture all of them happening at the same time. That will be the power he'll have.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Have all the answers for about 3.5 years.
Yeah. Then it goes. Then
goes south
How about the level of how wonderful he is will go to the same level of how evil he'll be.
Oh, yeah.
And he will make Hitler look like child's play.
Yep.
Josh in Chicago. Josh, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Josh.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Listen, I quote the show all the time. I mean, good night, look at that. It's a daily thing for me. Rick, I got a question about something. Where is this gouge it, put it to the floor? Where'd that come from?
That actually came from a story Greg told me about being on a hurricane job with other guys from Louisiana, and what they kept telling the van driver or the bus driver. The bus driver. So yeah, that's Cajun.
They would yell from the back, "Gouge it, driver!"
means get on with
that
it.
means just get on with it.
I'm sure I'm using it wrong. I say it all.
Yeah, well, really, it's got a little bit of stay in it to it.
Yeah, it does. It's a version. Stay in it is more of the peeling out and cutting circles with that. But gouge it is get on with it. Let's go.
They would bus us from where we were staying to the area to where your equipment and all that was. So and it was a pretty good ride. And they, for some reason, they loved to get after the driver, especially if he's coming to a tow booth. Gouge it! Don't stop! Gouge it!
Gouge it, driver! Put it to the floor.
Put it to the floor.
Saw one of your former co-workers yesterday. Said to tell you hello. Big Dennis.
Oh, Dennis McCluskey.
Yep. It's all good.
I like it. We told him you didn't have calluses anymore. He was pretty upset.
Yeah. You're right.
Said the worst thing you're dealing with is paper cut.
I know it.
And puppies.
Yeah. So that means let's get on with this. Let's get this done. Gouge it, driver. Put it to the floor.
Put it to the floor, driver.
Ain't no need to go slow. Let's get to where we're going. Really, people need to hear that these days.
Rick and Bubba.
Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Monkey Crash and Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just wanting to comment about one. We know about the tragedy that happened at the Jewish synagogue there, but I want to get your opinion too about how the Christian faith is under fire, and this atheist group based out of Wisconsin has filed a suit against the Auburn University chaplaincy program. And what are your comments on that?
Well, they've done that before. This is round 2 on that one. They keep, and they're 100% wrong because everything they keep trying to do, the only way that you could violate the Constitution, we said this 1,000 times, the Establishment Clause, is for Auburn to set up a government-run religion that everybody that is there has to adhere to or face some sort of persecution or punishment. And having team chaplains who say, I have this speaker coming in before the game. I've been to teams, even to Auburn in 2010, and was asked to come speak by this chaplain to the team on the Friday night before the game. And you know what they said? We're done with everything that you have to be at. Now we've got a speaker, and our chaplain has the next thing set up for Friday night. If you want to go back to your room, go back to your room. If you want to stay for this, stay. And the ones who stayed chose to stay. So that's not a violation of anything. And,
well, you're not establishing a religion just because it's around.
Right.
I think to me, when you establish a religion, I think of ISIS. You either join or face physical harm.
Right.
So, and nobody wants the government to establish a religion or more clearly defined denomination that we all have to join. So it's just, look, they do this. They make a living doing this. They threaten people. I think you will be hard-pressed to find a lawsuit they've won. Most of the time they just use scare tactics and the threat of a lawsuit. And our attorney general came out and said, we will defend them tooth and nail. They are not violating the Constitution, and we will take up the cause and defend them if they want to bring a suit, and you hadn't heard anything else.
Right, and that's what we have to do. They haven't won.
Tell them to bring it on. Tell them to bring it on. That's how you beat this group. They hide in the closet and make these allegations and threats of lawsuit, and they quote court cases that are either wrong or they're inaccurately quoted. They're just a bunch of atheists trying to cause problems is all it is.
Right. It's this new thing we talked about years ago when we interviewed the Dawkins and the Hitchens and these people, is that now that atheists have created their own religion.
Yeah.
And they've become evangelical with it. and which is kind of an interesting thing. It could be that people are made to worship something, and you know what? They're worshiping the lack of religion.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the biggest miscarriages of justice in our Constitution is this idea of separation of church and state. Ain't in the Constitution. It was in a letter, and it actually was flowing the other way. They were saying the government could not dictate what was being preached in the pulpits, like what we saw them try to do in Houston once upon a time.
Right.
So
also saw that in Germany.
Yeah, in Germany. Yep. So pre World War II, when the Nazis took over. So remember, there is no separation of church and state. That, as far as the Constitution is concerned, that's a made-up term. It doesn't exist. There is an establishment clause, and it all revolves around establishing a religion or a denomination. And you are not establishing one just by having it. That doesn't mean, I mean, there's some people in this group, they want you to interpret that as you have to be an atheist when you leave your door at home, and that's not what it's meant. That's not how it was written, and that's not how our forefathers acted. So they didn't write it that way. That's not what they meant.
Their actions tell you what they meant.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and I don't.
And look, we don't want anybody establishing a religion and forcing us to join it, or a denomination. That's what they were protecting us against, and that's where we are today.
Right.
But these people have taken that and twisted it and taken it out of context, and now they're using it as a 200-pound hammer on people, and that's to really stifle their freedom is what they're trying to do.
Right.
And so I say you fight them on every turn.
Yeah, because they've had some
make them prove it.
They've had some success. They would love to eradicate. They've been clear about this. They would love to eradicate chaplains in the military. You see, they're trying to eradicate. They've tried that. They're trying to eradicate them from state university football teams
Rick,
and
they
athletics.
want to do away with religion in public.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Things that you need to know. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out tomorrow. We talked to Mac Brunson, pastor of Valleydale Church in Birmingham. Of course, has a Ph.D. From Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary, a doctorate also, and Master of Divinity, Bachelor of Arts. It just goes on and on. But anyway, so he is a pastor's pastor, no doubt. And we asked him some questions this weekend that have come from things that you ask a lot about the integrity of Scripture. Why does the Catholic Church have more books than the Protestant Church? How does the Levitical law and all of that apply to today in the New Covenant? And why does the church meet on Sunday? So all of those type of questions and others we talked to him about this weekend, so enjoy that. Also down in Webster, Florida, from themanchurch.com, Brian Gunn does Man Church at First Baptist Church in Webster, near Tampa, Clearwater, down in that area. Go see Brian Gunn if you're down there this Sunday night for the next Man Church. Find that at themanchurch.com. Bubba, a little bit of Your America. Looks like here we got stuff going on in America. The Supreme Court, a decision.
Yeah, affecting our state, Rick, in a 5-4 decision, the Supreme Court struck down our current congressional districts because they discriminated against black voters. Chief Justice John Roberts and Brett Kavanaugh sided with the liberal group in the case. You know, Speedy and I was talking about on something else, but have you noticed the liberals always vote together? They never split apart.
Never.
Now, the evil conservatives will actually look at it case by case, and they do vote different directions on that.
You don't ever hear two of the liberals went with the conservatives.
You just don't hear it much.
No,
I'm sure it's happened, but you don't see it much.
Don't hear that a lot.
Now, in a scathing dissenting opinion, Rick,
scathing,
48 pages long.
Oh, wow.
Clarence Thomas opposed the decision. He said the court's decision has turned Section 2, the part of the Voting Rights Act that bans gerrymandering based on race, into nothing more than a radical or racial entitlement to roughly proportional control of elective offices. So he's basically saying, you know, and he's argued before that the Voting Rights Act it deals with people getting to the polls, and it deals with people having the ability to vote. It doesn't deal with these kind of issues. Now, he's made that argument in the past. So it will require that Alabama changes their congressional districts to draw it based on racial lines to ensure that 2 congressional districts out of our 7 has a majority of black voters. Basically is what they're saying. Right now it's 1.
Right.
And our population here, again, you know, I cringe when we start going back to counting numbers again and all of that. I feel like we're moving away from the eventual goal here. But we have about 25% population in our state of African Americans, and they're saying that you need 2 seats to cover that.
Okay. Well, again, the bigger question is this the proper ruling based on, you know, the Constitution and the way that it was intended? But you're right. We've seen this throughout history, that the liberals or progressives or whatever they're called in their modern state, those that are Democrats, basically, and they see the world politically through the Democratic Party, they never move. And then what'll happen, like in this case, if you're a conservative, you think, well, I'll tell you what, we got Trump in there, and we got us 2 conservative judges, and hey, let me tell you, that may be the most important thing. How many times do you hear that a Republican president appoints a so-called conservative Supreme Court justice, and they'll go with the left on votes from time to time?
You might can find one, but you just don't hear of a decision where the conservatives went on one side and Sotomayor joined them. You know what I'm saying? You just don't hear that. You just don't hear it. You know, Chief Justice Roberts is all over the road. You never know. Right. They always say it's a conservative court, but I don't see that necessarily, because Roberts, you can't count on him to go with a conservative.
Well, the day that the most shocking Roberts day was what he did on Obamacare.
Right.
Well, he caused a lot of damage on that one. Now, I don't know who's got the pictures of him, you know, or he was afraid of the Clintons. I don't know what it was.
And again, you know, you get down to what's right and wrong, and I don't have a problem with that. But
no,
the Supreme Court is not supposed to fix right or wrong. It's supposed to rule on laws. Is it correct? Constitutional?
Yeah.
And really, the right and wrong is supposed to be fixed in the legislative branch.
Correct.
So, but either way, 5-4 decision, and we will have to redo our map. Now, I don't know how this plays out in reality. I don't know in you know, real world how this is done or how quick it's done. Some people said it would have to be done by the next election, the 2024, which I don't know how you would do that. But anyway, we have a process for that. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, so there is the ruling, but you're right. You know, we keep using this contract thing a lot, but that is what the Constitution is. The Supreme Court is only supposed to look at what the legislators have proposed, and go, this is within the contract or it's not. And what's happened is they now have started legislating from their branch, which is not what they're supposed to do.
Well, and we've had that. I don't know that we have it.
It's not supposed to be political there.
At some point along the line, the Supreme Court did start making laws. But in fairness, I think some of that was done because the Congress did not do their part. Well, they kept letting the court decide cases that they should have clearly tackled, but they didn't want to tackle because it was a political hot potato.
I remember I don't know if I think he was a representative from Nebraska that called him out on that. He said, what we're doing is we don't want to face the music.
Right.
So we're not doing our job, and we're telling the Supreme Court to do it so we can go back to our constituents and say, well, we didn't do it. We don't want to be held accountable, which is what we were sent here to do.
Right.
We're supposed to come here and represent what the people want, try to get it done, and then whatever happens, we go back and face the music.
Yeah.
And what we've done is we don't want to do that. We just like to stay here and go, well, we didn't do it. The Supreme Court did it.
We want everybody to vote. We want everybody to have access to vote, and we want everybody to be represented.
Of course.
So maybe this will end up being a better arrangement when all said and done.
And if so, then good.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good weekend. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep.
And that is a violation of our rights.
It is, and once again, you know what it also is? It's really being a fascist.
It is, exactly. By definition, you are correct.
All right, so we also have these other stories talking about hypocrisy, and this stuff going on with Megyn Kelly is starting to, who would have ever thought this? People are now starting to point out that Megyn Kelly was fired for saying that there might be situations when people are just dressing up for Halloween. They're dressing up as someone who happens to be Latino or African American, that they would make, if they were a white person, they would make their skin darker. She really didn't see that as being the same thing as the racist-driven stuff we had back with Al Jolson and the vaudeville shows and things of the past. Well, she was fired for even suggesting that. But now people are bringing out not just celebrities who've done the same thing, people who also work for NBC that have done the same thing.
Rick, in these pictures, and I had no idea that it was this widespread, NBC has got their hands full with this. I cannot believe, because they can't hold Megyn Kelly's feet to the fire for her comments and let all this go. There's a picture here of Lester Holt, who is one of their the CBS nightly news anchor, dressed as
Susan Boyle.
Yeah, Susan Boyle.
NBC.
You see it. You see, what did I say?
CBS.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
NBC.
Right.
You also have Hoda dressed as Blake Shelton. And so she's put on, quote unquote, whiteface in this.
Mm-hmm.
You also had, there was Jimmy Fallon doing something too in here. So they've got a long history of this. So and now we know by other things, you can go back up to 40 years and hold people responsible now, since that's the new measuring stick, all the way back to high school. So how is NBC going to handle this? Because I'm going to tell you, this would be, you lay all this down in front of a court, and they're going to have a hard time saying they got rid of Megyn Kelly because of cause.
You really
She just discussed the issue, Rick. She didn't actually put the makeup on.
If Jimmy Kimmel on ABC, and we've already seen that one, was able to dress up as Karl Malone and make his skin dark, if Jimmy Fallon...
I did see that picture, not in this story, but I saw it.
If Jimmy Fallon was allowed to do the same thing, there's videos of him. It's not saying in this article who he dressed up as, though. I'm not seeing it, but he dressed up
as Karl Malone.
No, that was Jimmy.
That was Jimmy Kimmel.
That was Jimmy Kimmel. I'm talking about Jimmy Fallon.
Oh,
they're not saying who he dressed up as, but they're saying there's videos of Fallon also making his skin dark to impersonate someone who had darker skin than him. If these people right now, if you want to talk about apples and apples, if you want to take Hoda and you want to take Lester Holt and you want to take Jimmy Fallon and say, how are they allowed to do what Megyn Kelly said she didn't think was a problem, and you fired her for saying she didn't think that was a problem, but you haven't fired them for actually doing it?
Boy, I tell you, this is bombshell for Megyn.
Well, this time we're not even talking about...
I feel pretty good going to court with those pictures.
We're not even talking about things that happen on the landscape of celebrity that happened at the same network.
And this is exactly what she was talking about. If it was done the right way, and if it was done, say, for Halloween, what would be wrong with it? And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and it was Jimmy Fallon was doing Chris Rock, I think.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, so he dressed up as Chris Rock to do his impression of Chris Rock.
Mm-hmm.
And he's definitely got his skin dark like Chris Rock.
Sure he does.
So, yeah. Then
we'll be back. Who does it?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, 6 minutes now past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Inner boots and silver spurs. Well, Bubba, we start the hour, and here they are. The Elite Eight.
There they are.
The Great Eight. The golden ticket seats
Glad to have you here.
Are here today. They're from all over. They're from all over. We got Bonifay, we got Meridian, we got Western Carolina, Tallahassee, down that way. Where y'all from? Bonifay? That's Bonifay.
That whole group.
That whole bunch is Bonifay. I knew these two were. Yeah, because I thought they said Munford. My hearing's drifting a little. So anyway, we got it covered. We're glad you guys are here, and some people brought us gifts, some did not. Those that didn't, it's not part of it.
Told you you were going to hear it.
Don't feel bad.
Don't feel bad about it.
I was prepping you for it.
Yeah, and don't. I know it'll be painful to watch us kind of gush over those that brought us something, but that's not part of it. Your presence is the only gift we needed, and so thank you for being here. That's right. And remember, today is free. And many times you get what you pay for. So we're glad you're here. Bubba, we do want to start this hour. I mean, I know we're not crazy about political talk, but, it's not like we do that ever. But this is an interesting development. Everybody together say, I got... So here comes Gavin Newsom.
Rick, he's the darling of the Democrat Party. I don't know how he's going to get there, but he will be the nominee for president.
Well, and you mentioned...
I'm staying with that.
I think the reason why you see him not waiting any longer is this Kennedy news that we had.
Yeah, Kennedy is tracking high in the polls to be going against an incoming president. I saw one poll had him at 21%.
Yeah.
And I think that should concern the folks in the White House greatly. Because really, normally, him entering the race against a sitting president who's had all the success that Biden's had, he should be like 1%. So there's a lot of people unhappy, and they know they got to change. And Gavin Newsom is like the guy in the back of the room going, I'll do it. I'll do it. Pick me. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Well, I think he sees the Kennedy love, and he's like, oh, wow. So they do see that this guy can't do a second term. Yeah, even the Democrats see it. Even the Democrats that listen to the show, they're saying, look, we're all bipartisan on Biden cannot continue. So here's Gavin Newsom.
He's got a great idea, Rick. He's ready to do for America what he's done for California.
Right. Isn't that great?
Let's all hold our breath on that one. He wants a 28th Amendment.
Here he is talking about it. Gavin Newsom.
Every time it's the same. They tell us we can't stop these massacres. They tell us we have to stand by and watch tragedy after tragedy unfold in our communities. They say we can't stop domestic terrorism without violating the Second Amendment, and that thoughts and prayers are the best we can do. I'm here to say that's a lie. In this country, we do have the power to change things, to reclaim our freedom from fear. Our ability to make a more perfect union is literally written into the Constitution. So today, I'm proposing the 28th Amendment to the United States Constitution to do just that. The 28th Amendment permanently enshrines 4 additions to the laws of our land. It raises the minimum age to purchase a firearm from 18 to 21. Because if you can't buy a beer, you shouldn't be able to buy a gun. It mandates universal background checks to prevent truly dangerous people from purchasing a gun that can be used in a crime. It institutes reasonable waiting periods for all gun purchases.
Reasonable.
And it bans civilians from buying assault rifles. Those weapons of war our founding fathers never foresaw. This will guarantee states as well the ability to enact common sense gun safety laws while leaving the Second Amendment intact and respecting America's gun-owning tradition. The 28th locks in the common sense constitutional protections that Democrats, Republicans, independents, and gun owners overwhelmingly support. And it ensures NRA-owned politicians can never strip those protections away. This fight won't be easy, and it certainly won't be fast. Convening a constitutional convention requires 2/3 of the states to call for this. California will be the first. But that's just the beginning. Join us by going to campaignfordemocracy.com and...
Yeah, when you hear the words to listen for in his 28th Amendment are reasonable and also
assault rifle.
Well, and don't miss the other one, dangerous people.
Right. Yeah,
they get to define who's dangerous.
This is like a lot of other great democratic plans. It sounds good on paper, but the way it's implemented is where the problem is, or as we like to say, the devil's in the details. A lot of pitfalls there, as you just mentioned. Those three things, Rick.
And they always
once
show,
it starts too. It again, when you allow government to make a move on some of this stuff, they never ever stop.
No, it's like an alcoholic that has an open bar, and you expect them to show some self-control.
It's like me with one of those little refrigerators in my hotel room without a lock on it.
There you go. Let's go
if
back.
You don't think I ain't getting them Kit Kats? You are incorrect.
That's right. Maybe he'll only eat one.
They'll charge you about 3 times.
Yeah,
$5.
And the other thing is, because I love to watch propaganda, because overreaching governments are masters of propaganda. When they mention, now we're not going to let you take away owning guns. Notice the image they used: people hunting.
Right.
Well, that has nothing to do with Second Amendment. That didn't have anything to do with it.
I know it's uncomfortable to some people, but
hunting
it's true.
it wasn't about sport. It was about being able to defend yourself against people or a government that wanted you to do you harm. It gave you a chance. It didn't have anything to do with shooting quail, or we're on a dove shoot today. Because notice they didn't even show rifles. They didn't show deer hunters.
Right.
They showed bird hunters, meaning we'll let you have a shotgun. Maybe.
So keep in mind too. So we're going to take it out of people are dangerous. What was the phrasing they use, Rick? People that are
dangerous people.
Dangerous people. So like just this week, the Southern Poverty Law Center put out a new list of dangerous people. The groups that are wanting to help or protect kids or what. If you're not in their agenda, you are a dangerous person.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, under his definition, if you believe in the Bible, you're a dangerous person because you believe in hate speech.
That's right.
See, and you see where this thing can go.
Yes.
That's why we don't have limits on the Second Amendment.
That's right. That's 100% right.
And we wouldn't fear that if we had not seen them do this time and time and time again
throughout history.
Right.
All right. So we now also have heard that Gavin Newsom has agreed to go on Hannity. Yep. Is that radio, TV, or both?
It's part of the. I think he's basically kicking off his presidential campaign with this. He's showing he can get out on the national stage.
Right.
He's got his little propaganda piece on the 28th Amendment. He's going to push that because trust me, he won't want to run on his record from California.
No.
But he's he looks good on TV. That's his thing.
His hair's perfect.
His hair is perfect, and he's going to be part of the new generation. He's already slamming DeSantis in his ad because he knows that's the future that he's going to have to run against. And he even went, Rick, did you see, DeSantis had sent some of the illegal immigrants to California, and he even came out in a clip yesterday and said that it may be criminal.
Okay.
And one of the interviewers had pushed him on this yesterday, saying, "Are you going to file charges against DeSantis?" And he says, "Well," and then he started, doing the two-step on it, but he keeps using the term criminal.
Mm.
It'll be Monday night's episode of Hannity
on Fox.
Yeah,
so not on the
Fox
radio
News.
show, just on the TV show.
He's in the bullpen.
Hannity's going to, I think, Sacramento to do the interview.
He's warming up in the bullpen, guys.
Yep.
Just how do y'all think they're going to get rid of Biden and move him into that slot? What's going to be the technique?
Death.
I'm going to say that the way Biden is digressing, it may take care of itself.
Yeah,
we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And this. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. So wrapping that up, I think, honestly, when people now are doing the examples, and certainly they're there, of African Americans dressing up as white people, that's a pretty good thing to do, but you're going to hear on that, there's never any history of that being tied to racism. But the apples-to-apples comparison of Jimmy Fallon being Eddie Murphy and Jimmy Kimmel being Karl Malone, that's apples and apples, and I don't think what they did was racist, but that's exactly what Megyn Kelly was saying. Yeah. If you do it that way, and this all stemmed from one of these housewife shows where one of the white women had dressed up as Diana Ross, and Megyn Kelly said, well, if she's dressing up as Diana Ross, is that really racist if she's trying to look like Diana Ross? And that's all she said. So if what she said was a fireable offense, then actually doing it should be a fireable offense, right? Because what Jimmy Fallon would say and Jimmy Kimmel would say was, well, we weren't being racist. We were depicting these characters. Well, that's what Megyn Kelly said. Mm-hmm. Is that really racist if somebody does that? So if her saying it can't be said, then doing it surely can't be done.
Well, she's already been taken off, and I think for the most part fired. So it's just a question now of what they owe her, and I think she's going to get the money.
Well, and I think she should. All right, so we have Adler has told us that he and former Rick and Bubba intern Coco.
Speaking of comedy that makes people feel weird.
Here it comes.
Here we are. That's a great transition. Great transition.
Please tell me y'all are in blackface during this.
No, Greg. No, buddy.
Only right. Jimmy Kimmel.
What do you think I'm from Coleman or something, Greg?
Greg, only Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon are able to do that.
That's true. Do y'all have a name for your comic duo or anything?
Goofballs with a Z.
We were thinking goofballs with a Z. Spell it with a Z. Yeah, we're the goofballs.
We're Adler and Coco. That could be the ACC.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, there you go.
Hey, CC.
So I got a name. I'll tell you off air.
Okay, that's good, Greg. That's good, buddy.
That's growth on your part, buddy.
So Nick and I have done a bunch of videos, a bunch of comedy videos in the past. We did Orange Justice for a while.
Loved it.
We decided that doing visual comedy on a radio show, maybe not the best route.
That's tough.
It's never stopped us before, guys.
That's right. That's right.
I thought it was
and it
funny.
was offensive to orange people.
It was.
Right,
it was.
Donald Trump was offended.
Mm-hmm. This last video, you know how they say never work with kids or animals?
Correct.
Well,
or Chris Wood.
Or Chris Wood.
Okay. Or I think it's don't follow a kid or an animal.
That's true,
too.
That's true, too. We did a video that involved a lot of animals, and it just took us so long, like one shoot day and then an edit day and then a month goes by, and it literally we started this video over a year ago.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
It took us a year to do this video.
We were doing so many videos, and then Adler got married, and suddenly our videos.
I don't know what's up with that.
Down it went.
Suddenly, that happens.
There are full-length feature films that don't take this long.
Right.
No.
Two
Star
World
Wars
Series
didn't
winners
take this long.
Two World Series winners since we started this.
Since we started this video. Some other things that have happened since we started this video. Roseanne came back on the air.
Right. Roseanne was canceled.
Right.
Gus Malzahn off the hot seat.
Gus Malzahn back on the hot seat. Elon Musk went into space.
Yeah.
Twice.
Twice. Because the weed smoking.
This is a whole bit.
The new iPhone came out.
And my slightly older iPhone stopped working all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
Black Panther, the movie came out, Black Panther.
You can't say that.
African American Panther came out.
Right, there you go.
It's a huge box office hit success. Speaking of box office hit successes, Harvey Weinstein was just a successful movie producer a year ago.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Right, Nick? Right?
I'm not touching that.
He probably should have said that more.
These goofballs.
And so it took us a year to make this dog video, and a year. Think about the dogs in this video. For them, it's been 7 years.
They don't even recognize their acting. Like it's like, oh, that was stuff I did when I was just a kid.
They barely remember shooting this video.
Right.
Some of them may not even be around.
Yeah, I just feel sorry for them. They're embarrassed.
True.
So you can find this right now. It is on the Rick and Bubba watch page. That's where it's at. Now, a lot of people, 200,000 of you, are on the fan page already. You need to make sure you go like the Rick and Bubba watch page.
21 minutes past the hour when you hear this song. Those of you that are not watching on YouTube, it's Hank Williams Jr., Country Boy Can't Survive. You know what that means? It means that on the line or in the studio, that means that you'll find one Gary Wayne Vines. But the bulldozer man himself, the old spur master, he's calling out of Chilton County.
How long's the signal gonna last?
Well, I told him if he was at Lake Mitchell, I said if you're Lake Mitchell, don't even call. I said those phone calls are terrible. Gary, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right, I guess. I'm about wore out. Just about fire this week.
A lot of preparation.
Already cutting that.
Already missed the first line.
Miss Sherry got you wore down.
Oh yeah. I'm just wore down. I was gonna go fishing this morning. I woke up about daylight. I said I didn't feel like it.
That's all he's been doing.
Now
it's working hard, Rick.
So have you been by to check? You think she's ready to go for the big shindig?
I opened the gate or nothing. I just rode by and looked at it, and I said it looks odd, I guess.
It's a big weekend here.
A lot of pressure, Gary, for everything to be perfect.
I know.
Hey, I got. I'm gonna bring that big box of kittens over there. If you would try to give them away for me while y'all over there Saturday.
Yeah, you and Greg have a lot in common. You have kittens, right?
Yeah, if anybody wants a nice kitten, they already potty trained, or what do you call that box? You
litter
put
box.
that sand.
Box string.
Litter box. Yeah. So they pretty little old kittens. I need to get rid of them before I have to, do what I got to do.
Just keep them.
Gary, don't say that.
That's just now. Look, that's a good sales pitch.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you better come get them. I'll have to do what I have to
I
do.
think Greg should have the box of puppies on one side, and you have the kittens on the other, and then people can just pick what they want.
Nothing says congratulations to the wonderful little couple like kittens on one side, puppies on the other.
There you go. We got
Well,
it.
I was talking to Lisa last week on Messengers, and I told her I'd give her 2 kittens for 1 dog.
Gary, that ain't happening. I'm backing up.
Hey, I see you got some people from Bonifay, Florida up there. Is that some of our buddies we know down that way?
I don't think we know these people. I think we've met for the first time, and they seem horrified at the thought that they're connected to you in some way.
Well, that's all right. But I've been going to that speech enhancement class.
Oh boy!
I heard about this. You feel like you need to work on your speech a little bit?
Well, I don't know. I was down there in town the other day, and somebody had texted me or something, and I matched that microphone on there. You can say what you want to send on text, and the doggone thing, that Sarah, what her name is,
Siri,
yeah. Yeah, she sent them that I told them I was circling around trying to find a parking place, and she said I was going in the circus with 2 suitcases.
Yeah, he's got to open that mouth, Gary.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know what the problem is, but yeah, I'm gonna take me a day or 2 off. I'm about had it.
Well, I know you probably work 1 or 2 days in a row, and I thought, my goodness, how's he keep up this pace?
Yeah.
And so, Gary, did you hear the end of the show yet today?
No, every time y'all mention me or talk about me, make fun of me, I always get a phone call or a text saying they talking about you.
I mean, we ain't making fun of you. We just, talking about like Mitchell.
Make me mad, and then I realized it was a comedy show, and I well the heck with it.
It's an honor. I mean, look, to someone to try to do an impression of you is one of the greatest forms of flattery. But I want to bring your attention.
You done got too good at it though, cause you can be talking like me, and then I'll see somebody. I heard you on the radio this morning,
right?
And it wasn't even.
It wasn't him.
Have you been over to the Piggly Wiggly lately down there by McDonald's?
Yeah.
Did you see that sign by the red light?
What kind of sign is it?
Go to the red light right there by McDonald's and look to your right. I mean, this guy's put a sign down. You know what he's calling himself? The Dozer Man.
Oh, yeah. Somebody, I was in the parts house the other day. Somebody mentioned that. But, that's all right.
You think Chilton County's big enough for 2 Dozer people?
Well, I don't do any advertising.
Yeah, actually, you do. I mean, it's pretty big. Right now. I mean, you have an entire radio show that
worldwide
that you've become very well known on.
He ain't advertising. Talk to Moultrie again, and y'all need to quit talking about these turkey calls.
Oh no!
And selling out.
Well, you told me you were going to limit them because you said it's just doing too much damage.
Yeah, I'm going. I done told Houndstooth the other day that we're going. I'm gonna let him sell about 100, and I might sell 100, and that's gonna be about it.
So that's it. No more. No more. But
yeah, I got an order this morning. It ain't even turkey season.
You can't even have a day.
No, it's detrimental to turkeys. I'm telling you.
But did you know yesterday that a guy was down there that's going to be doing some work on the house we're going to build? And do you know what he said he's looking forward to?
What?
He said it's going to be an honor for me to be up here doing something, and Gary to pull up and tell me I'm stupid. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that could happen now. I enjoyed meeting the Adlers over there. They all look the same. I think it was Luke. I told him, I said, you look just like Adler, but, except for the long hair. But I seen that fishing pole there by the gate. He think he was going to fish in that pond.
I know. Did you hear about this? They had their fishing rods, and Gary saw them.
Yeah. Yeah, Luke does look like me. We all, except they look normal.
Yeah, besides that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know they're a little bit taller than you was, but that's all right.
That's not really necessary to mention, Gary.
Gary wouldn't let him
Thanks,
fish?
buddy.
Wow, Gary wouldn't let him fish, Rick?
Adler, I love you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Gary, just be on alert tomorrow, because if I get over there and share.
Hey, calling. I'm gonna be down there at my lake house, and I wasn't invited to the party, which I wouldn't come anyway. But I'll be down there on Lake Mitchell laying out when my I probably won't be laying on the deck, but I'm gonna be out there in the boat fishing or something.
Okay. Well, just have you sail with you, just in case I need you.
No, I'm cutting that off. Cause don't call me tomorrow. I've had enough of you this week.
You gotta have a couple days off.
Gary, thank you, buddy. Have a good weekend.
All right, y'all be good.
Thank you, Gary.
Kicking it out of gear, Rick.
Hey, tomorrow, just remember one thing you shouldn't do. Don't do it. Don't even remotely think that you might be able to have something.
I'm just waiting on something to happen.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With CRTV is going to be showing up. It's there now. You can watch it, and if you guys want to watch it, we can watch it.
Sure. Yeah, let's watch it.
Okay.
It's
on Facebook, guys.
What I need to pot up
It's
here?
me. It's me.
Speedy, here we go. So, here we go.
Picture perfect pet photographers taking pictures. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hi, I'm Gene.
And I'm Andy.
And we are
Picture perfect pet photographers.
Oh, wait, my shirt's in my zipper. Picture perfect.
Come on, girl. Who's ready to work it?
I've been taking creepy pictures of dogs my entire life.
I don't know where to look. And I'm not allowed to work around kids, so pets are great.
Next.
We have many different photo packages to choose from, like Jurassic Bark.
Picture perfect pet photographers.
Or Indiana Bones.
Taking pictures. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Your dog could be a lobster.
Hold your breath. You're underwater and you're a dog.
SpongeBob wants a raise. You say, no way, Jose.
No.
What?
You're Sydney Crawfish.
Other companies will put you through a whole lot of shizu. Not us.
Where pets are our friends, yeah, our only friends, yeah.
We're no slouches when it comes to having celebrities walk through the door. One day, Bark Wahlberg came through. Bark Wahlberg? I guess you could say we're married to our jobs, because we're definitely not married to women. If I was a girl, ooh-wee, I would certainly be attracted to you, Andy.
Photographers.
And here we have a dragon, which is great for fans of Game of Bones.
We got superheroes like Spider-Man. Or this weird cat.
Eat your heart out, Kim Kardashian.
Picture perfect. Pet photographer.
Get your little guy in this outfit and you'll break the internet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, don't do that. No. Poop. So come on down. We're not just the owners, we're also clients.
Where pets are our friends, yeah, our only friends, yeah. We are your fix for a pic with your
These dogs are great.
Picture perfect. Pet photographers.
Halloween. That's so bad. That's so.
The puns in there.
Yes.
Speedy, do you recognize that shirt?
Yes.
It's out of your closet.
Oh.
Yeah, that was your shirt. No, not this one. The one in the video.
Cowboy shirt.
It's like a safari cowboy shirt.
I got it now. I confused him. I'm sorry.
You did because you pointed it that way.
So they can see that now.
They could see that now. I love that Rick's first words were, "That's so bad."
But I mean it in a good way.
Good.
You know what I mean?
good.
Just
Yeah, hard work. 1 year.
1 year.
1 year of hard work.
1 year.
Hard work pays off, guys. Hard work pays off.
Look at Adler's hair now and look at it in the video.
I have short hair in that video. I have short hair in
Look at that.
bad photographers.
Look at that.
Well, you know,
Photographers.
so it wasn't inspired by by what I showed you.
I do remember that shirt.
Remember that picture I showed you?
Oh, yeah.
Because that fits perfectly.
Oh,
in there.
yeah.
It does.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
Howl.
Because of dogs.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Our guests in the golden ticket seats today will get a shot at spinning the wonderful wheel of canned meat. It can happen before the show is over today. Be paying attention for that. North Alabama invites you to come see the beauty. Have you listened to the latest podcast from Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association? Well, you should. It's called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. Beautiful part of the country. And it's a really cool podcast. Get educated and start planning a trip to come see us here in Sweet Home, Alabama by going to northalabama.org/podcast, or just look for the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama wherever you get podcasts. Okay, Bubba, we have wildfires in Canada. We've covered that, but we've also have volcanoes in Hawaii.
Yeah, Kilauea volcano is erupting.
You said that right?
Kilauea.
You may have.
Kilauea.
Say it, Bubba.
No, we were having fun trying to say it in the break. I have no hope of saying it.
You know what we do? Say things with confidence, and then people who think you're wrong go, I don't know. He sounded pretty confident.
Yeah. A lot of folks around here wouldn't know if it's right or not.
No one knows.
But Rick, I love lava.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I know that.
Boy, we got a lot of lava here.
You
This is
love
great.
that lava.
I do, man.
Look at that lava, Gregory.
My goodness.
Good.
He's a hot one.
Boy.
That's a lot of lava.
That's a lot of lava, guys.
It is.
Yeah, you know what?
Like a movie.
Bubba's picturing his chocolate.
Yeah, coming off the top of some ice cream.
Boy, there it
Look at
is.
the flow of that coming out.
Good night.
Wow.
And the amount of time that it hangs in the air tells you, like, okay, that's a lot of lava going real high.
That's
That's concerning.
About that lava.
Fire and brimstone.
Let me tell you this: if you die your earthly death, and that's the first thing you see, things that can't be a good sign.
Not good.
Yeah,
Is
a lot like lava.
Is this the volcano that's creating the new island, or is this on one of the existing
This
islands?
is on the big island here.
It's on the island of Hawaii. Okay.
Now, how you say it again?
Kilauea.
Kilauea.
Killing me, huh?
I really want Bubba to attempt it.
Look at that.
Kilauea.
Man, that's something
Kilauea.
else.
It's
There it
just
is. In the
I wish y'all could see this.
Look at that.
Ooh. Don't get Greg going on lava either.
I can just tell you too, folks. If
Not
you drop
effective.
your keys in that, baby, she's gone.
Hey, baby, they're gone.
She's
Greg,
melted.
How close does lava have to be before you're concerned about it?
Well, I like it at a distance, that's for sure. I don't want to be too close to it.
Greg,
What
what
about you,
about
Greg?
Not a lot of lava in Alabama.
No.
Haven't experienced it a lot. But we
Currently.
watched that footage that day. It looked really, no, not this. But when it was coming down around them people's houses, not very fast.
So Calhoun
It's probably
County.
here that door, and then I might start moving.
Oh, so I mean, not in the county. It still didn't bother you. It's in the county.
No, well, I wouldn't like it, but
But he lives in a big county.
I got time
He
to
does.
make a call.
Great
Now,
guy.
I'm not talking about the middle of all that blowing up in there
Right.
stuff.
Piedmont, that don't bother you?
Blowing up in the air.
I'll start getting a little concerned. then.
Somebody easing down the road.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you remember the video of it?
Yeah.
I was like, if you get caught by that, that's on you.
Right.
I mean,
now you might
it's
lose
not
your
very
property,
fast.
but you ought to be
Yeah,
able to
your
go.
property, yeah.
Right. But you ought to be able to go.
No, it's good.
If lava gets you, you almost just refuse to move.
Yeah.
Well, you got to have a way out, though. You know, it's like painting yourself in the corner. You got to get it because if it coming down the road,
Don't deal with a lot of lava.
No.
Thank God.
No one. We usually don't get up where we live in Alabama and go, oof. I hope there's no lava.
Yeah. Volcanoes on the road.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't deal with lava.
All right. So also some other videos we have to look at today. Did you see this interaction with Senator Josh? Is it Hawley? Is
Yeah,
that how you say
Hawley.
it?
Yeah,
So-
he's they're interviewing the Senate confirm the hearing confirmation hearings for the judges, and this is one of Biden's appointees, and he is asking her about a ruling that she made or was involved in, and it was a question we were all asking back during the pandemic.
Yes, we were. Yes, we
How
were.
come it's okay to go out and protest, but it seems if you want to go to church, it's a violation?
Right. So here is that interaction with Josh Hawley and the D.C.
Look at her eyes. Look
District
at those
Judge
eyes.
nominee. Is it Lauren Ali Khan?
I don't know
Ali
how you
Khan?
say
Yeah, that
it.
sounds good.
she's got realtor eyes, Rick.
Wow, what's up with those eyes? That alone should be.
My gracious.
Let's see if she blinks.
Scary.
All right.
I think my time's almost expired, and I know other senators want to ask questions, so let me just very quickly here. Do you think it's wrong to discriminate on the basis of religious faith?
Absolutely, Senator.
Why did you argue that religious services, religious people pose a greater risk of infection than people gathered to argue for defunding the police?
I was representing my client. The mayor and consulting epidemiologists had issued orders that she thought were going to protect public health. It was my role to defend those as a
Why did you make that argument? That seems like a strange argument to me, that religious people are somehow, more infectious than folks who have other ideological positions? I don't get it.
My understanding was the nature of singing and other things epidemiologists thought could transmit COVID at a higher rate.
You didn't put any scientific evidence in the record for it?
Senator, those were fast-moving cases, and they weren't going to full briefing and full summary judgment with a record.
It's not what the district court said. The district court said that you engaged in, and your client engaged in, and you defended discrimination on the basis of religious belief, that you offered no scientific evidence for it, that you pressed these arguments over and over and over without any foundation. Frankly, I'm disappointed that you made those arguments. You can choose what arguments to make. I'm disappointed you made those arguments. I'm disappointed you persisted in defending them here today. And for that reason, among others, I will not support your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And in your face.
Boom.
The
Mic drop.
well, but because even when she tried to,
that is as good as hot lava right there.
It
That's
was
good stuff.
I think watching the lava and watching that were similar. But well, and the point he's making, it just got absurd because he didn't say it, but you could come right back when she tried to think of something off the cuff.
Right.
It was the singing. Okay, so shouting doesn't throw.
Yeah, chanting in the street does not spread germs like it would if you were singing Amazing Grace.
Yeah, I think Old Rugged Cross doesn't projectile the spit like shouting and screaming death to police. You know what I mean? It is. There was no science. It was picking winners and losers, which is the point he's making. They absolutely participated in it, and they used their bully pulpit and their power during a pandemic to show who they really were, and they wanted to use this as an excuse to shut down things they don't like.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
And I'm glad
and to get us to give up freedoms that we have.
And I'm glad the senator is standing up and opposing her nomination.
Right. I agree. And I like that he made the point why he's doing it so no one else could speculate on it.
Right. He's very clear.
And I do think when you have those kind of flaring eyes, you need to be, no matter what political party they may represent, because we've got some on the far right with the same eyes.
Yeah.
And
realtor eyes always should raise a concern.
They should.
Yeah, you should look at that.
Yeah, you shouldn't have 365 degrees of white around it. It should.
No.
It shouldn't. Yeah.
Give us some expression.
Yeah.
And she is the nominee for the D.C. court there, so she will have a lot of say so over what goes on in the nation's capital if she is approved.
Yeah. So
or confirmed, I guess is the right term.
Well, I don't know what are the numbers there. She probably gets confirmed anyway, right? But I don't know.
It'd be close. It'd be close in the Senate.
So we'll see how that goes, and we'll continue to watch the Newsom deal with Hannity and see how that fares, because that'll be. I have a feeling Hannity's got his questions ready to go.
Yes. What was funny, I did catch a little bit of Sean yesterday. And I was stuck in traffic on the highway, Rick, as you'd mentioned earlier.
Oh, yeah. Did you get caught up in that?
Well,
that was bad.
It was real close.
That was
bad. He, it's funny. Hannity he's really trying to talk himself into he's going to be a fair interviewer.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Well, how nice of Sean to pretend that.
Hey, here's a question for y'all in regards to that. I was hoping it'd come back up. Let's say there is no Republican Party.
That's pretty easy right now.
I know, that's why that's why it's easy to play this out. Newsom, Biden, or Kamala. You have to make that decision.
Wow.
Who is it?
Wow.
I think I jump in hot lava.
That's not an answer.
Gavin Newsom.
Me too. That's the scary part of it.
On his hair alone.
Yeah.
He really is much more liberal, I think, even than the other two. Oh,
is he?
Yeah.
Well,
the other two are opposing a 28th Amendment.
Right. But Kamala, so I guess what you're saying is dangerous person who has his faculties against two crazy people that don't really know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. Maybe
he may be more dangerous.
Right. Maybe it is better to go those that even if they wanted to do something, their odds of pulling it off are very low.
Yeah.
And they can't communicate it anyway. So, you're really right. I'm now rethinking it. I'm thinking maybe to do the least amount of damage, I might go with Biden, just to watch him ramble around for
there's no choice there, guys.
Right.
I mean, it's like you drive off the cliff or hit the brick wall.
Right,
we're leaving the road either way.
Right. I had somebody email me today, said, do you see any evidence of our country being around and all this stuff you see in the Revelation? I'm like, no.
Really don't.
No, I
Sadly.
don't. Yeah. And I think maybe
we don't even get mentioned in the Big Four.
No, we don't. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. 10 lines are ready.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
We have recovered the stolen colon.
Stolen colon has been found. Yep.
You remember the giant inflatable colon that was stolen from the University of Kansas Cancer Center nearly 2 weeks ago? It was taken out of the bed of a pickup truck, has been recovered. Police say that they got a tip and they found the stolen colon at a house. They said no one has been arrested yet, but their investigation is continuing.
I say stolen, you say colon, stolen, colon, stolen, colon. And we found it. And, Bubba, you know what? In this process, because you undoubtedly now a GoFundMe page just that they raised $11,000 when they only needed $4,000. So now since they found this one, we now will have 3 colons. Hey!
Oh, man.
3 inflatable colons from 1.
How about that?
You know what? You try to stop one colon, 3 of them find their way back.
Now, this past Saturday, the American Society of Gastroenterology, or something close to that, offered a $1,000 reward for anyone who came forward with information on the stolen colon. Not sure if the tipster has claimed that prize yet or not.
Yeah, and they haven't found anybody as of this story. They just found the colon where the person said they would find it. Why do I feel like the person who told them where to find it is the person who took it?
Well, sure, Rick.
I'll take that $1,000 and I'll walk away.
I don't know how I got in my basement, but I'm calling to give you a tip. Somebody left it.
I don't want to be insensitive here because you know that's not my nature, but I noticed that they said that its original plan before the colon became the stolen colon was for it to be set up during the month of October at a breast cancer awareness event. Well, isn't that kind of stealing thunder from breast cancer?
Well, I
if
think
you've got colon cancer, we're saying come look at us too.
I think they probably set it up at any kind of thing they can get people to walk through it.
Well, Rick, and a blow-up breast would have been a little more offensive.
You're right. Well said, Greg.
Just saying.
Well said.
There he is.
Uncomfortable.
It may look like a different event.
I guess they really can't do a blow-up type thing, can they?
You ought to say the one.
No, but I mean, you're going colon is what Rick's saying. I mean, that's
No,
a totally
no. I
different-
mean, as far as that, the other group, they can't get an inflatable. I guess they'd get complaints about that.
That's my point.
Every now and then, though, they will have a chance for you to get an autograph from Dolly Parton.
Okay. What's wrong with us?
This what?
Everybody got quiet all of a sudden.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I don't know where to go.
Right, but
Nobody's looking
But I'm just
around either.
saying that colon cancer has its own awareness. And,
Oh yeah.
And I saw the
walk
picture
through like a
of
valley.
the inflatable colon, and you'd have to take a double take to figure it out. If they had the other, I mean, you'd look up and go, wow, there it is.
Thank you, Greg. And matter of fact, they said they had one for the Macy's Thanksgiving parade, and it's been denied.
Yeah.
But you're right on this colon. Until you go inside it, you don't even know what's going on. You think there's some kid party going on.
Yeah, well, it has the polyps and then the tumors.
You got to
and,
get in there. But
and
if
it's
you just
all
see
labeled.
if you just see
Yeah.
it set up,
It looks like one of them jumpy houses.
Well, we said it the other day. It looks like somebody's team's about to run onto the field.
It does.
Kind of like a place to get a shade.
Yeah. At an all-day tournament.
Wish the Browns would run out of that.
If you went inside, it had some misty water going in. You know what I mean? Yeah.
The Browns need to run out of
That's
that.
terrible.
buddy, they don't.
That's awful. That's awful right there, my friend.
The new joke for the bad team in the NFL, we're going to have to go to the Giants. We can't use the Browns anymore.
No, we can still use the Browns. We can just include the Giants as well.
That'd be the other crappy team.
Yeah.
Who is officially by the numbers the worst team?
Well, the Giants have got one win. I don't know if
The Browns got one win
Well, they
and
got
a
one.
tie.
we got. Hey,
No,
careful.
I
We
think
got
there's-
2 wins.
2 wins and a tie.
Oh yeah.
It seemed like they were
We got a
tying
bunch.
every
Yeah.
week.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they'll go in over.
I think there's actually a worse team out there.
The Arizona is not very good. I think
No.
they just got their first.
The
one.
Bills are not very good.
And the
No.
Bills.
Can I bring this
I'm
up?
gonna look it up.
And I hate to bring this up. And
So
if
we
you-
moving off colon?
Yeah, if you would, because the stolen colon has been found, and now we've raised $11,000. We're about to have 3 colons.
Okay.
That is great.
So let me go back to this. People must just have money laying everywhere. These GoFundMe pages. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, you know what it is? It's the power of many. I mean, everybody throws in a little bit, and before you know it, you got a bunch. Giants 1-7, by the way.
So are the Raiders 1-6.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
So there.
may I bring something up, Speedy?
Sure. Rick.
Permission to speak openly
Go for it.
Well, 49ers 1-7.
without
There's a lot of bad teams.
Garoppolo went down early.
with the risk of mojo. I'm gonna try to handle this with kid gloves. Do you think, because somebody said they wanted you to start pulling for Alabama? That never happened. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Remember how excited we were when you first said that? But anyway, 866 We Be Big is our number.
We've added 3 since then.
So all of our lines are available. We're taking phone calls with you right now at 866 We Be Big. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. And also, if you're ordering something from the Rick and Bubba store for Father's Day next weekend, the store and everybody there, they're going to look, we'll get it to you or to your dad, but try to get that order in by Sunday. So by the end of this weekend, try to have that order in to be sure that you get what you want. And there's some great stuff for Dad in our store at rickandbubba.com. Or make sure it gets to Dad if you're not going to be able to be with him and you're trying to ship him something, okay? Zach is getting us started. Others can join us at 866 We Be Big. Super P is ready to go. Zach, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Good morning, guys. You know, folks like Gavin Newsom love to say things like, well, the Founding Fathers couldn't anticipate today's technology, or, you know, if you think you should have weapons of war, do you think you should be able to have a helicopter or a tank or something like that? Well, what people don't realize is when the Second Amendment was written, private citizens could actually own the most expensive and technologically advanced weapons in the world at the time, which was a private warship. And additionally, you could even apply to use your privately owned warship to engage in legal piracy on behalf of the United States.
Yeah, the thing that you can say, and I did not know this specific fact you brought up, but what I did already deduce pretty easily is that they were saying going forward, whatever you need to be able to defend yourself against pirates, thugs, or an overreaching government, then you're allowed to have. So that would apply to whatever is available at whatever time you're here. They didn't limit anything, to your point. You know, and when they use, well, the only things that were available then, well, that's not even the way that this would work. They're saying you can defend yourself, period. And
right. It's intellectual dishonesty is all of it is.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You know what they really, I don't know that they think this through, because less people would need as many guns as we have if they would just lock up criminals.
That's right. Right. Yeah, and surely we can all walk out, and I wish it wasn't this way. I don't like having, I mean, I like to hunt and everything, but I don't like having things to defend myself. I wish I didn't have to.
Right.
But we can all easily, in our minds, just with clear thinking, what happens if you get on the law-abiding citizens and remove all this stuff from us, we now left with nothing to defend ourselves with against those that don't follow the law anyway.
Right.
We can all figure that out, can't
Right.
we?
Yeah, you only penalize the people who live legally. That's the problem. And, you know, again, they don't understand human nature. Many people, okay, and I will include me in that, never ever considered that we would want an AR. Didn't think we needed one until when? They kept talking about making it illegal.
Mm-hmm.
That drove gun sales more than anything that we've ever had during the Obama years. Every time he would get on there and talk about banning a type of gun, sales of that gun went through the roof.
Yep. Is this Rube? You say your name Rube?
Yes, sir, Rube.
Hey, Rube. Welcome to the program. Rube, Ty.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was just calling to tell y'all I'm kind of new to the show, but I'd heard some talk about some aliens this week, and I was just going to kind of share a story with y'all if you got a second.
Sure, go right ahead.
Well, this is good.
Well, I was in Panama City, and it's been several years ago now. But
I think I saw that same alien. Yeah.
I was leaving just a local night spot down there, and I was headed back to the hotel room, and I was staying on Front Beach Road there, and I got out of my car, and it was pretty early, I guess, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I've heard other guys talk about the time maybe having stuff to do with it, but it's pretty early in the morning, and I got out, and these two, I hate to say the terms, but big gray and a little gray, kind of approached me from the sides around cars, and the next thing I knew, I woke up behind Denny's on Back Beach Road, and I've kind of been trying to share my story, over these last few years.
Can I ask you a couple of questions? When you said it was early in the morning, you meant late from the night before, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I assume there had been the consumption of adult beverages.
Well, just the social type, not anything overboard, just having a normal night out.
Did they say anything to you before they took you?
They didn't speak, English or anything, but kind of pops and clacks maybe, and then what's something that some of these guys are missing is they have tentacles, I guess what you'd call them, tentacles out of their forehead region that stand up tall.
Yeah. In the world.
But kind of the other descriptions you see of a tall and a short gray is pretty accurate. Besides a lot of guys don't have the tentacles on there.
Mm-hmm. Were you studied while you were abducted?
I believe so. It's kind of hazy. I do remember seeing some they was wearing like bifocals even, which is kind of odd, and some they had some stethoscopes too.
So some what? They had what?
Stethoscopes. I'm sorry, I can't. Yeah, what is it that the doctors wear? Can Bubba say that for me?
No, you're still shook
No,
up
I think you did a fine job.
We're running out of time a little bit. Let me go ahead and cut to the chase here. When you woke up behind Denny's, was there any part of your body that seemed a little uncomfortable?
Rick.
Like some discomfort?
Well, I mean, you could guess.
Yes.
If you're being examined in a doctor's office and they're going to examine you, what could you get? I mean, I hate to just come out and say it, but what was wrong?
Yeah. Oh, normally for some reason,
was a little sore.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you answered.
I mean, that's not something I want to just say it, but that's just what happened.
Nobody wants to say it. I got you.
Were there little grays? Were they clothed? Would they have clothes on or just solid gray?
Tentacles.
So, yeah.
No clothes, solid gray, and the little grays kind of fell in a military ranking below the big gray.
You could tell. Was he bigger than Adler, the little one?
I don't know who Adler is, so I don't know.
Okay,
did he mention Skinwalker Ranch by chance?
Yeah, nothing like that.
He didn't talk.
Well, I'm glad you're okay, Rube.
Well, when he was clicking and clacking.
Yeah, clicking and clacking. Could you telepathically know what they were saying?
Right.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, the guy called in.
Yeah, said Speedy's giving me roadside.
Yeah, is there?
Yeah, but
is there a backside of this of positivity? This has actually helped your real favorite team, the Chiefs, because you took your attention off them, so they then could flourish.
I don't speak.
I know. That's why I'm being careful.
But you can't even enjoy the great season they're having.
Yeah, he is
privately,
secretly.
Yeah, he is.
Is it still going good? Well, I know the quarterback's playing really well.
I have no comment.
Okay, Bubba, can you
ask
comment?
Bubba.
They're doing good. They're 7-1, and their only loss was to the Patriots in Foxborough on a last-second field goal.
Okay, all right.
Y'all hadn't heard about the Hurt Huddle?
Mm-mm.
Or is it Huddle? Am I wanting to say that right?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
The running back. Isn't his name Hurt?
Hunt.
It's not Huddle either.
Can I warn all of y'all right now? Be careful.
Hamza, are you
Hunt
okay,
Hurdle.
I think
he did hurdle.
I was combining Hurt and Huddle, and it's the Hunt hurdle.
Can I warn you again to be
the
careful?
Hunt hurdle is excellent.
Can I say something? And
y'all go check out the Hunt hurdle.
This is
he jumps everybody.
This
It's
is
unbelievable.
This is one of
the
those
Hunt hurdle.
This is one of those things where I concentrate.
I think
on,
I just had a stroke.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah.
Because
I really did.
I've been concentrating.
Your mouth wasn't working.
I've been concentrating on the health of the older members of the show, so I've kind of neglected you. But I'm going to tell you this: I think you just had a mini stroke.
I really do.
You know,
I did.
And
I've had several, so don't feel sorry.
I'll have that. I'd have that looked at.
Welcome, Helms. Come on in.
Hunt hurdle.
Be careful.
Yeah,
Hunt hurdle.
you're falling
Check it out.
away quicker than we did, which means what I'd always feared. It is this show that kills.
No, it is.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no question.
Sure it is.
There's no question.
So, wasn't back to that topic? Wasn't he a hurdler in college, and that's
Yeah, I think
why he
so.
jumped some? Rick, he'll jump two on
staying
one
on
run.
Hunt.
It's not just one jump here, one jump there. He
All right,
hurdled
him
them.
being a hurdler, is that something we're adding?
No, I think it's
Rick,
true.
Rick,
I think
it's
true.
a going theme. I butchered it because I had a mini stroke.
But I'm talking
a
about
minute
that he
ago.
once was a hurdler on the
No,
track.
I saw an
he-
interview. I saw an
I don't
interview with him that he was talking about running hurdles.
But I've done that before where I'll say something. I go, wouldn't it be neat if he was a hurdler? And then also start thinking he really was.
Okay, I may have dreamed that. I may have. I'm going to look it up.
You may be 100% right. I just know that I have been guilty of that before.
Well, it's a better story.
It is. It does make it better. If
What's
he
his first name?
If he was a hurdler, and
boy,
where did
Bob.
he hurdle at his high
Bob
school?
don't know his name when he knows
What's
he's
his
a
first
hurdler.
name?
I don't know. I'm not even going there
I
after
put
what I just
Lamar.
said.
That ain't right.
It's Kareem Hunt.
That's
y'all.
who owns the team.
I don't
Speedy
want
ought
to
to know
speak of
it's
this
his team.
I am, but I'm just not wanting to talk
He
about
don't want
it.
to talk about the Chiefs. I told y'all that. He's killing the Browns. He didn't want to kill the Chiefs.
I'm not killing the Browns. The Browns were dead before I
What
liked
about the
them.
Hunt hurdle?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You subscribe.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Our guest in the golden ticket seats, the Elite Eight, here as well. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bush.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
A couple of things to touch on. So Adler was just telling me a story, because we're meeting people in the break and getting pictures made, and they're from all over. So we're so fortunate that the show can be heard and seen really anywhere now, on all these different platforms. And so Wednesday, we do a Wednesday Bible study here in the studio. It started just at the local church, and men have been getting together at the last studio and this one for almost 10 years, if you can believe that. And so Adler is kind enough to volunteer his time to put that Bible study out and live and archived. And we had a technical problem that happened on Wednesday, which means he was here longer than he normally is on a Wednesday. And when the men are coming in and out of the door, we put the little prop there for them, and then usually when we all leave, we put it back. Well, normally we've done that. Well, Adler didn't do that, and tell the guys what happened. It's amazing that people do this. It really is.
Yeah. So just normally I will, like, the Bible study goes from noon to 1. And I'll have it out on our podcast and social media by like 1:35. Like it's normally a very quick turnaround for that to happen. Well, my straight up capture that I always use, that got corrupted. My backup that I have down here at my right knee right here, that failed. So my regular capture failed, my backup capture failed, and my ultimate backup is then going to the YouTube archive. And the YouTube archive, usually shortly after the show, I can download the entire file, and there it is right there. Okay, cool, there it is, and that's my ultimate third layer of backup.
That's a third backup, yeah.
And I'm sitting there, and usually it takes maybe 30 minutes for it to process, and then it's like, okay, download is available. I'm clicking download, and it says download unavailable. I'm like, maybe it's just taking a long time because I'm actually processing some other archives as well, to get some copyrighted music out of there so we can hopefully get our silver play button, by the way.
Good. Okay.
Yes.
So Bubba, that's an update on the silver button.
And so maybe because of all that processing that was going on, I'm like, all right, maybe it's taking a little bit longer. I wait until 2 o'clock, and it's still not, the download is still not available. I'm like, all right, that's weird. I'm like, okay, I'll give it till 2:30. I'll be able to download it, and I'll be out of here. Still didn't work. And I'm like, I'm freaking out. I'm like, okay, I need to get this out of here. By 3 o'clock, I'm like, okay, here's what I have to do. I will hit play on our YouTube archive and capture it again. So I guess God wanted me to hear that Bible study twice.
I guess so.
On Wednesday.
Yeah.
I guess I needed to hear that twice.
Yeah.
And it was actually good to listen to it twice. And so I'm sitting here live capturing the entire thing from 3 until 4 now on Wednesday. And at like 3:45, the Bible study door was still open, which is weird. Normally I get the block out of the way, but I was trying to figure this stuff out. And a dude pops his head through the door. He's like, hello? And I'm like, hello? Hey, how's it going? He's like, Adler, we drove from Arkansas to come here. What? Come check it out. We're on our way. They were on their way to Rosemary Beach. And it just so happened, all those things happened for that door to be open, for them to pop their head in.
Wow.
And they got a picture by the wheel, and they were just thrilled to be here. The wife was less thrilled.
Yeah, I was going to say, tell Bubba and the guys what the wife said.
She was like, we drove an hour out of the way to be here. So
picture that sale job. Let's go by the Rick and Bubba studio. Maybe we'll get to look at the curtain.
Yeah.
Because really, if that didn't work,
it could have been a closed door.
You can take a picture under the sign out there that says golden ticket entrance.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
So that was nice meeting that nice couple from Arkansas.
Can you believe anybody would do that, though?
I know. I'm amazed.
It kind of makes you want to do better shows, doesn't it?
It really does.
I mean, it's wow. So
a lot had to happen, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I'll tell you one thing. It's almost like God used you, Adler, to be sure that when his wife said, we're going to go an hour out of our way, none of them are going to be there. We won't even be able to see in the studio. And he was able to get in the car and go, how about we got to go in and get our picture made by Big Boy and the Wheel and C. Adler?
I probably saved their marriage, frankly.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that.
They seemed happy. They seemed very happy.
Right.
Yeah, I'm glad I hope y'all had fun at Rosemary Beach, y'all.
Yeah.
And nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah. All right, so Biden, Bubba.
Where'd it go?
Bubba.
Where'd it go?
Everybody, here we go.
Anybody know?
Everybody.
Basement Joe.
All right.
Basement Joe.
Bubba, he is going to tell the UK Prime Minister, is it Rishi Sunak? I can't pronounce the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. That's never happened before.
You got it.
Usually it's a good English name, straightforward.
Yeah, that's a little different.
So
different pace here.
Different pace. So anyway, unfortunately, our president is going to freelance and is trying to tell him something about the Truman balcony that we think had something to do with Winston Churchill, tying back to the UK, but he can't remember Winston Churchill's name. So here we go.
Well, if we had time, I'd take you over to the residence where I live. And when you were over in Blair House, President Truman was there because they were redoing the White House. He put a hole in the Truman balcony as it exists now because of Blair House being available. That second balcony you see, the first balcony you see going up. So at any rate, and there's an awful lot of stories that are told, probably a bunch apocryphal about the former prime minister like to take baths up that. Anyway,
wandering around at 3 a.m. Yeah, Winston Churchill bothering Mrs. Roosevelt. Yes. So you won't. Don't worry, you won't see me there.
Rishi totally rescued him. Yeah, you're talking about Winston Churchill.
Thank you, Rishi, for the rescue there.
Boy, he'll whisper, won't he?
Yeah.
My gracious.
Sure. How uncomfortable was that? I mean, that just. I mean,
Gavin Newsom is loose in the bullpen.
Oh, man.
Speaking of, here's a clip from January 19th this year with Gavin Newsom standing in the background. And this is Biden talking about how when this was during the classified documents. Here's a flashback to Biden talking about the classified documents, saying he has no regrets.
I think you're going to find there's nothing there. I have no regrets. I'm following what the lawyers have told me they want me to do. It's exactly what we're doing. There's no there. Thank you.
Gavin Newsom in the background.
Look, if you look in his pockets, you see a knife.
Look, he's smiling at him.
So this was January of this year?
You can tell how much his speech has gone down since then.
That's it. That's where I was going. You beat me there. Just look at how much he has gone downhill in the last 6 months.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, he seems much more alert there than what we just watched.
You're right.
And that wasn't real good.
No, substantially more.
Yeah.
So that I think, you're right. Gavin Newsom, and I think the reason why we see him come forward is what we already said. He's seeing the numbers on Kennedy right now, and he's like, all right, well, it looks like everybody's starting to go, this Biden can't continue. He can't continue.
Imagine if Kennedy didn't have that voice thing going on.
I know.
I mean, that's with the voice problem.
I felt bad about myself because I listened to an interview of his, and he had some really good points, but I was struggling to stay with him.
Yeah, it is. It's difficult.
So what's going on with him, though?
He has
the same thing that reporter had. The other day.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
His voice is real shaky.
Oh, wait a minute. So if he were to be president, we would have to hear that like in the State of the Union?
All the time.
Spasmodic.
No.
What's it called, Adler?
Spasmodic dysphonia. Here he is talking.
Since it seems to be a great interest of yours, I challenge you to debate me on it. And I'm going to tell you just what my position is. And my position is not anti-science. My position is exactly aligned with the National Academy of Science and the Institute of Medicine.
Yeah, we got to find something.
Would you like to hear that for 4 years?
Y'all, that is getting 21% against the sitting president.
Wow. Yeah, I did not know he had that.
Yeah, I was very uncomfortable. I mean,
imagine a State of the Union.
Don't know the man. It was just tough to, pay attention.
Right. Oh, no, I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, wish him nothing but the best.
Deal, yeah.
But, I mean, can you imagine a State of the Union?
Yeah, that'd be rough.
It'd be tough.
Especially everybody standing up and clapping and holding him up.
Oh, wow.
Right, Adler.
It's like he's on a bumpy road.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, Barbara Streisand. Babs is upset.
She is upset, Rick, and I'm quoting, "So I was in tears," the 76-year-old said. "We walked around kind of numb. I'm still a little numb because I can't believe it happened. Since, Hillary got 2.9 million more votes than Trump, and she's not the president, so I don't know," unquote. Then quoting again, "This antiquated Electoral College doesn't sit well with me. It's not fair. I think the people should vote for who the leader is of our country," unquote. And, I understand Barbara's problem here with this, because when I was younger, too, I thought, if we're a democracy, this doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, right.
They did the Electoral College for several reasons. One was the technical situation at the time. It was impossible to run a national election and know who the winner was going to be because they didn't have electronics. So they had means to take care of that through the Electoral College. But also, and after I got to researching it, it actually was one of the deals to bring states into the Union. Because if you did not let each state, and remember when the states won their independence, and it was states won their independence from Britain, they basically gave independence to 13 independent states or 13 independent countries, the original colonies, if you will. They did not decide to come together as the United States until sometime later when our actual documents was drawn up and ratified to do that. But a lot of states did not want to join and was hesitant to do that because they thought they were going to be absorbed or dictated to by the larger states. So the Electoral College was a circuit breaker for that. And proof and evidence of that, even today, if you had Florida, New York, and California, they would determine every president. So they would dictate terms to the rest of the country. And the Electoral College prevents that from happening. So it is not a straight popular or one-to-one vote. Each state casts their lot for a presidential candidate. That's why it is winner take all by the state. So it's little mini elections. You win a state, and then that state gets to say and have a vote. But yet, to be fair, it is dependent on your population because it's the total number of senators and House members you have added together. So there is a population component to how much weight each state has. But it is a circuit breaker to keep one or two or three large states from running the country.
Correct. And we are a constitutional republic. We're not a straight democracy.
Right.
We're a hybrid.
Right.
And the reason why it was set up that way for you, just what you just said, how many times, you think about it right now, the times we're living in, where you live in a state and your state has a certain culture, and you ask yourself, I can't even believe I'm in the same country with, say, parts of California, parts of New York, and parts of Boston, these big cities in Massachusetts and Connecticut. Their culture is so far removed from yours but
it's like a different country.
Right.
Yeah.
So with all of that diversity in a country our size, the founding fathers, to Bubba's point, said
wisely,
then let's be sure that all the states have a say, not just where the like-minded people can gather enough of population now, but you do get more weight for more population. So it doesn't exactly rule that out. But here's the other problem. If you go straight democracy, look at the other places that this has happened where it's just a vote, corruption is through the roof.
Yeah.
I mean,
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it
Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us here. It is time for the wonderful wheel of canned meat. The golden ticket seat audience thinking to themselves, can life get any better? They work their way to that wonderful wheel. Speedy illuminates the lights. Rock and Roll City is ready to go. Our house band with Greg on drums, Adler on the axe, and lead vocals, or lead box. So they're ready to go. On the wheel, Bubba, we've got all kinds of goodies. A lot of Rick and Bubba goodies there. Of course, canned meat is on the wheel. You could get Spam. You could get Bubba's choice of your canned meat. You could get Rick and Bubba items galore. A Moultrie Mobile Edge cellular camera. All of that on the wheel as we play. Now, not everyone's a winner.
No,
not
Rick,
everyone's
there's a lot of pitfalls on the wheel.
There's pitfalls on the wheel. Pippet could eat you, or you could be Pippet, be eaten by Jaws. And then you also could just hit on, hey, man, you can't have nothing, and you don't get anything. Henry the horse is a winner for all of us, but you don't get anything other than the joy of meeting Henry. So Speedy is standing by. He's got the wireless mic and ready to go. Out of the golden ticket seats, Teresa Maring will be our first spinner. Teresa makes her way to the wheel. You ready? Hang on. She's from coastal Carolina. Jason is out of Huntsville, and Jason says this is a dream of his to have someone spin the wheel of meat on his behalf. Jason, what do you say to Teresa to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Here we go, Teresa. Let it rip.
Big spin.
All right, Jason, it's spinning, my friend.
This is a monumental day for me, guys.
I know. Dreams do come true on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yes, they do.
Look at here. Oh, man. Topaz. Try it.
Have you thought about it?
Have you thought about it? You've got the Rick and Bubba thought about a little Topaz T-shirt. So you have won that. I'm going to put you on hold, Jason. All you do,
all right,
tell the interns what size you wear, and we'll ship that shirt right to you.
I thought we were screaming
Thank
T-shirt.
you, guys. God bless y'all.
Thank you. I had the wrong chant queued up.
It's all right. Topaz. Try it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Brandon, Meridian, Mississippi. And Brandon, you're going to have Marvy is going to come up here. She's also from coastal Carolina. Marvy will spin that wheel on your behalf. What do you say, Brandon?
Marvy, wow, what a wonderful wheel.
Or Marvy, but you got it. It's close enough. Let's see what Marvy spins here.
Marvy's cheering the wheel on.
Come on. Now that's right, Bubba. T-shirt, wear it. Congratulations, you get a Rick and Bubba T-shirt. All you have to do is tell us which one you want, what size you want, and we'll ship that right to you, Brandon, okay?
Well, I'm talking about. Thank you, guys.
That's what I'm talking about, too, Brandon. Wear it proudly, my friend. Let's go to Charleston, South Carolina, where Jamie is standing by. Angel Miska now comes to spin. Did you know that she's the one that sent the letter? Her mama won Fix Mama's Mouth this year. We'll meet her mama.
Really?
We'll meet her mama.
That's awesome.
Out of Meridian. So Jamie, what do you say to Angel to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Well, this is a dream of mine too, Rick, and wow, what a wheel.
We're making dreams come true, Bubba. We're making dreams come true. Whoa, that's Meridian, Mississippi right there. That's somebody.
Put her back into that one, Rick.
Angel, spin that wheel. All right, let's see what we get for Jamie. We've had nothing but winners so far, Bubba. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry. And look what happened. Yeah! You did it, Jamie. You won Spam. Let's all get our hands going. You won Spam. An autographed can of Spam. It's the processed meat of the new millennium. I don't care what else you give me. Give me Spam. Yeah.
Give me Spam.
Oh, what a day, Jamie. An autographed can of Spam is coming to Charleston, South Carolina. What a day. You know, when you put it on the grill, because I know that's what you're going to do, or you pan fry it,
Be sure and send us a picture, okay, buddy? And save the can.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm
All
gonna
right.
put you on hold. Spam's headed your way, buddy.
Spam on.
And don't worry about
Rick,
how.
we need to go for that, don't we?
How about it? Yeah, how about it go, Greg?
Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
I forgot about our goes. All right, let's go to Christian. Christian's in Birmingham. Coming to the wheels now, Richie Miska. Christian, what do you say to Richie to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel, Richie.
Let's go, Richie. Oh,
Change
English.
up.
It's a little English.
Change up.
A little English.
I like
on
that name, Miska. I like that name.
Yeah! Meat! Meat it is. Bubba will randomly pick a canned meat for you, Christian. He's reaching into his random canned meat drawer. And what did you pull, Bubba?
Corned beef.
Corned beef it is! Corned beef, Kristen! Corned beef! Yeah. I know you thought the day couldn't get any better. But Christian, let's get... Let's get your information. Are we going to autograph the can of corned beef, or we just do that?
Sure.
Corned beef. We'll autograph the corned beef for you. And remember, on these canned meats, it doesn't matter how long it takes to get to you; it'll still be good.
Right.
All right. So, and you're ready for the coming apocalypse.
Like it.
Yeah, you're ready for what's ahead.
This stuff will be still good when you leave the planet.
That's right. All right. So there we go. Let's now go to Fisher. Fisher's in Huntsville. 100.3 The River, and Jesse Brown will be spinning for you. So, Fisher, what do you say to Jesse?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Jesse. Reverse spin! He's going with the reverse spin. All right, let's see where this baby lands. All right, coming around. Oh, Henry the horse, Fisher.
Oh, my goodness.
Fisher, it's Henry the horse.
Henry's out in the back pasture. He'll have to make his way
Here
in.
comes Henry.
There he is.
Hey, Henry, how's it going, buddy?
What's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm good. I just got back from hiking in southern Quebec over the last week or so.
Oh, really?
Earlier this month, in fact, on the 1st. And I accidentally dropped about 1,000 matches and some gasoline, some napalm, some ammonium nitrate. Just dropped a few things while I was hiking in Quebec. Let me know if it causes any problems.
Thank you, Henry. You must be missing the headlines.
Napalm.
Napalm.
I didn't think I'd hear that today.
Everybody say. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, Justin and Mason Brown will not get a chance to spin. We are out of time on the Wheel of Meat, but congratulations to all of our winners today. Great work and great job on the spinning too. And at least one of the Browns got in. So Jesse represents all Browns. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Hey, YouTube, Rock and Roll City's ready to go. They got a little concert for you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, wait. Where am I? There I am. Okay. That's great. That's perfect, Greg. Somebody started the fire. It was always burning in Canada. Somebody started the fire. It was always burning in Canada. Somebody started the fire. It was to distract us from celebrities eating babies. Now somebody started the fire. And now Greg's gonna do a cool drum solo. Yeah, go Greg! Welcome to Rock and Roll City, where arson is encouraged.
votes of the whole deal, if you could just find ways to make that happen. As a matter of fact, there's some people that are looking at this so-called 2.9 million more popular votes and kind of tilting their head when they look at the population of our country and how many votes were actually cast and how they've come up with her having 2.9 million more. There's people already looking at that going, that doesn't look right. And I'm not saying she didn't win the popular vote. I'm just saying people are questioning that amount they keep throwing out.
Well, and too, Rick, think about this. We're talking about a country of 300 million plus. So
does that mean audio? Okay, Bubba, he's giving my signal. I've realized this signal means audio. Is that an A? Okay. Okay.
Hey, I got
I wish you'd have done a sound wave.
And this is video?
What if I go audio video?
Okay.
Audio video.
He's saying he has Babs on here, but
yeah.
But the other,
but I think it's important people know that, and our students know that growing up, and there's a reason that these things were done. It wasn't just happenstance to screw up your future.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
you don't live in a democracy. You live in a constitutional republic.
Right.
And what she's saying is, the Constitution doesn't sit well with me. Because think about the far left. She could easily just have said the Second Amendment doesn't sit well with me.
Right.
The way the Establishment Clause is truly designed doesn't sit well with me. The First Amendment doesn't sit well with me.
Right.
I want it to be used the way I want it to be used. What Babs is saying is the Founding Fathers and their design of this country doesn't sit well with me.
Now, think about this too, Rick.
That's really it.
The forefathers were wise enough that they set up a system that you could change the Constitution if needed to. And again, to get people to the table to agree to it, because so many of them were fearful of a very strong centralized federal government, they amended the Constitution 10 times before they ever started. The Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, said, we're not even going to talk to you unless you guarantee us this. We're out. So they made arrangements for that. Think about this, too. Our legislative branch is 2 different houses. Most countries don't have that. They have one house. Again, we had to have one represented by population. We had one represented by states. Rhode Island is just as important as California in the Senate.
Correct.
But obviously, there's more people in California, so they can control things in the House, but not in the Senate.
It was set up to be checks and balances.
It was a check and balance. It was a lot of compromise to even get the thing off the ground. And then for the Electoral College, they said, well, look, let's do this. Let's have every state represented the same, and then let's also put the population component in it too. Then we're going to let each state make a decision, throw your votes in, and then we'll see who wins in the Electoral College.
Well,
I know I don't say that word right, and that's fine. You know what I'm talking about.
It is.
Semitic.
I got you, big guy.
Anti-Semitic.
Semitic.
So I'm getting that, we're all getting that right. Let me go back to this too, and then we'll listen to Babs for a minute. But you're right on everything you said. What Babs is conveniently leaving out, what Al Gore conveniently left out, when people start complaining about all these things, all they had to do was win the states they normally win, and Hillary would have won, even in the Electoral College. If Al Gore just wins his home state, he's the president. They act like the Electoral College is so unfair to them. If they just do what it allows them to do and do it well, they win.
Actually,
think about it. They lost states that they normally get.
Yeah. Actually, if you go back and look at it, and you can't convince them of this, but the Electoral College worked exactly like it was set up to.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Some upcoming events from themanchurch.com. Brian Gunn down around Tampa. Sunday night, Webster, Florida, First Baptist Church. The next men's gathering, that's the High Challenge part of our strategy. Brian Gunn will be there to challenge the men and to teach them, and then they go back into the High Equipping. That's one of our 40-week Bubba and the Glorious curricula. They'll it is. You'll go back into, that's the correct thing.
I don't like that.
It feels weird. You know what I like to say, curriculums.
Yeah.
So we got 4 of those now, 40 weeks each, and they are in one of those. So they'll go back into the small groups. Looking ahead, I'll be at Gridiron Men's Conference next weekend representing the show. Huntsville, Alabama.
Mike Pence will be on the show next week. He'll be speaking. Robert Jeffress will be speaking. David Jeremiah will be speaking. Mike Whitson will be speaking. Phil Waldrop will be speaking. I'll be speaking, and everybody's favorite worship leader, Charles Billingsley, will be leading worship. If you want to get tickets, and buddy, have they sold a ton of them, make sure you grab them now by going. I do have good news, though. I talked to somebody that just bought their tickets, and they said that because of the vastness of the hotels in Huntsville and the fact that so many local people go to the conference too, they were still able to find a room relatively close to the Von Braun Center, or Von Braun Center, as it's supposed to be said. So anyway, looking forward to being with those men. What an honor. Next weekend, and the Man Church will be in the lobby as well with the latest devotional and some other resources. So check that. Coming up on the 18th of June, Father's Day, Brian Gunn again from Team Man Church. He'll speak at my local church, Valleydale, in Birmingham, for the men's breakfast prior to all the services on Sunday morning. He'll be bringing our message, and then we'll be plugging our men back into the small groups as well. June 19th, Bones, his church down in Prattville, Bubba, Spirit Walk Ministries, invited me to come there. Bones is now teaching the curriculum to the men there in that church, and I'm coming to do a Man Church for them on the 19th of June. And then on the 25th, going over to Lake Mississippi, First Baptist Church at Lake Mississippi. They'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and I'll be there for their very first Man Church. All that can be found at themanchurch.com under events. Bubba, Babylon B, got some good ones here on Babylon B, and one you're not going to like, by the way. I do have something that's not Babylon B, but you're not going to like it. But Babylon B's good. Trump indicted for keeping classified documents in Mar-a-Lago instead of somewhere secure like the trunk of a Corvette. Very good. A little bit of a downer, but let's all admit we have a list of people that we give a pass. Mm-hmm. And I want to ask this question. I played his liner coming out. He's a pleasant man, very talented man. Garth Brooks. Mm-hmm. Is he on our list of people that get a pass usually? We've given him a pass on a lot of things.
You know,
be a tough one.
It would a personal pass on my part, probably not.
Okay.
If I only had like 2 or 3 of them,
right?
But listen, I appreciate his sense of humor, though. I really do.
Yeah, I find
and his ability as a performer.
I find him to be very talented. Yes. I find him to be pleasant. But you know, probably I'm with you. I don't know that I can put him on my list of passes.
Right.
But
I mean, Helmsley said he's no Morgan Wallen, but you know,
he said, I didn't realize we had a limit on the passes we could give. Bubba brings up a fantastic point. So if it's unlimited passes, he gets one. If I only got a handful, I can't waste one on Garth.
Okay.
So what if you had like one singer you could give one to?
It ain't. Again, it's not Garth.
Okay.
Well, it's first. It's
one actor.
It's actually not even
Morgan Wallen.
It is. It's definitely. It's definitely more.
Does he need a pass? Does he need?
He does. He does need a pass. And see, if Riley Green needed it, I would give him. But he don't need the pass.
I see what you're saying.
Right.
So and Morgan really doesn't need the pass as far as political front. He doesn't need a pass there. There's some other things going on in his world he probably needs a pass on.
All right. Well, this is
he
not.
just needs to pass on those.
Is
what Morgan needs to do.
He needs a pass.
Well, what I'm going to read to y'all is what I'm going to read to you is not good. But what I'm saying is, country music fans are going to be the ones who find themselves in a dilemma right now. Okay, somebody just kicked a pool ball out in the middle of
it's one of those.
What is that? Is that a stress ball?
It's either a stress ball or a lacrosse ball. Or no, it's one of those. It's a.
Does somebody have something artificial that we need to know about?
Right, because the way it fell, it fell off somebody. And by the way, there's a bull somewhere that would like to have it back.
It's like one of those racquetball things. Okay. Remember how we used to play racquetball back in the day?
All right, so here we go. Because a lot of mainstream America, they have completely rejected this Bud Light campaign with Dylan Mulvaney. Correct?
I know what you're going to say.
I'm sorry about what.
No, I think you need to read it and look at it in its entirety. What do you say?
Okay, so
he's kind of walking in the middle.
Yeah, he is.
So which he does on a lot of stuff. I get it if you're entertained.
So him saying his new bar is going to serve Bud Light, and if you're an a-hole, there's plenty of other places you can go and drink.
he was saying some people were taking issue with the fact that he even offered it, saying, I'm not going to come here or whatever. And he's saying, look, we're going to offer it like we offer everything else. You don't have to drink it. Okay. And if you've got a problem with that, you're right. this.
So he's saying, I'm not going to boycott it or stand with it. I'm just got Bud Light.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because we're carrying all brands.
See, as opposed to John Rich, who said that, hey, it's just sitting there not selling. I'm not going to waste floor space.
Well, see, that's the thing. 6 months from now, Garth may have a different opinion when it's backing up in his storeroom.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. John Rich is basically saying Garth Brooks is making a stand because if he was a true businessman, he wouldn't carry it. You can see that line. Yeah. That's an indirect, and I'm not saying that's fair, but because if it doesn't make business sense, then why else would you be serving it?
Well, I think he's just opening a bar, right?
Yeah,
I don't think he has a track record to look at.
He doesn't know yet. Yeah.
Right. So I understand why both of them are doing what they do. That's why I'm saying Garth may have a different opinion in 6 months when he's not selling any of it.
Guys, I just did some reading, and it turns out it was actually not Garth Brooks that did this. It was Chris Gaines. That explains it.
I don't want to go out there.
Thank you. I will bring up Chris Gaines every single time.
Okay, so anyway, let your opinions fall where they may. He's going to serve it, and if you like it, fine. If you don't like it, fine. All right, so now we've got a couple of things to look at. First of all, from the wacky world, we have a guy who said he was able to make ribs in a hotel room with a blow dryer and an ironing board.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen this video, and I'm trying to follow this.
It is gross, and you guys are going to have to narrate.
It is gross?
Well, it's
I don't like gross.
It's ribs, and so he's getting all his hands all over it in a hotel room.
All right.
And you guys are going to have to narrate because he put,
language?
Music on top of it.
Okay, so back to that. Should I pot it down?
It's not up.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right, so he's showing us.
He looks like somebody cooked ribs.
So he's got ribs, and he's putting them in the sink of the hotel room. So I'm already grossed out.
Hard for me to watch.
Yeah, and he's putting on his rub, and he's dry rubbing them, which I'm really kind of a wet rib guy.
I got you.
But anyway, so he's.
I'd hate to have that room after he had.
All right,
yes.
So now he's using the pillowcase, and he's putting the pillowcase underneath the little, and he's. Oh, I see. He's putting the dryer in the pillowcase, and he's going to use the hot air. He's making an oven while he cooks them.
I bet they appreciate him doing that to the pillowcase.
Yeah, I bet they really appreciate. And there they come out.
He used the hair dryer to make an oven.
Yeah, in a pillowcase.
I think I just order out.
Yeah, and he did get it up to 800 degrees. Are you kidding me?
No, it was almost 2, about 175.
He even put corn in there.
And a baked potato.
And a baked potato.
Y'all.
Well,
pretty ingenious,
though.
It
is. If you're ever in a tight, have a hair dryer.
I got to tell you, I'll take note of that.
A hair dryer and a pillowcase, and he made an oven.
I would be afraid he would burn the hotel room down with that.
Next, we have a Japanese TV show. Anytime I start with that line, it's worth a look. We've got a Japanese TV show, and some of their shows are out there. 3 professional athletes take on 100 children in a game of soccer.
That's good.
So it's 3 professional athletes against 100 children. Who can win in soccer?
Yes, and this is on the show Kyoku.
Look how many kids. Look at all those kids.
This is fantastic.
All right, so
that's a great idea. By the way.
It is look how many.
They're just everywhere.
It looks like ants. By the way, they got to get better on defense.
Yes.
All right, so
they're chasing the ball.
Look how many goalies. Look how many goalies. There's 12 goalies. And they still score.
Funny.
Rick, this looks like your episode of Hey Coach.
It really is.
Funny.
Or Peyton Manning in the park with the kids.
Look at that. See, the kids have got to get coached better. They're bunching up too much.
They are. They're chasing the ball.
They got to spread out.
Yes.
And how can these goalies not? Well, I guess
a lot of kids.
But see, they're not tall enough. But I guess they can't jump, and they just punch it right in.
Yeah. Oh,
so
poor kids.
Poor kids.
Hey, they learned something.
Did we see it going the other way? How did the kids do?
It doesn't show that. Probably because it's too violent.
No.
They got run over.
Oh, look, that guy's making ribs in the stands. Then next, Bubba, and you've told me for certain because you can't speak anything negative against Apple in front of Bubba.
This thing is crazy.
But
I actually watched this.
This is where the audience is hearing all about this new headset that everybody's so fired up about. Yeah. Right up until Apple,
they get the price.
Right up until Apple announces the price, and then listen to the crowd. Here we go.
Apple Vision Pro starts at $34.99. It will be available.
$34.99.
Apple Vision Pro.
Just say $3,500.
It will be available.
Yeah. I wanted to have a toy.
Just stage left, sign up for your Apple Card.
right.
Have y'all seen the video?
How are you going to make billions of dollars profit every quarter without selling something like that?
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, we did a whole segment.
Crazy.
Yeah. I think that was the day you weren't here, but we talked about it. Yeah, it is crazy.
Augmented reality. Yep.
Did you see what Babylon B said on that one, which I also said, but you missed? Chinese child labor, all given with these headsets so they can, while they're working, they think they're on the playground.
That's good. That's good.
Now back to work.
We take your phone calls next. Any topic you want to talk about. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines available. Super P taking phone calls.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Progressives from two big states on either coast dictate to the homeland in the middle. It actually worked. Is what the problem is.
Do you want to hear Bab say something?
Yeah, let's hear her.
Well, you can hear it in her voice. She doesn't get it. She's talking about Hillary Clinton here.
Here was a woman who was so articulate, so experienced, so compassionate. It's what we're missing here. There's no compassion. Lock up children, pull them away from their parents. I mean,
like Obama did.
One of my songs is about what's on my mind. It's called. So I was in tears. I couldn't. We walked around kind of numb. I'm still a little bit numb because I can't believe it happened since, Hillary got she got 2.9 million votes more than Trump, and she's not the president. So I don't know, this antiquated Electoral College doesn't sit well with me.
Do y'all realize how she described Hillary Clinton as compassionate, articulate, caring, loving?
I'm glad our forefathers, 240 some odd years ago, were wiser than Barbara Streisand.
Absolutely.
That's the bottom line.
And then we have a para.
Is she beginning to look more like a cat in the face?
Yes, she is. She's tried to make her nose fit, and it looks like a cat's nose now.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, everybody's, for some reason, wanting me to do this story about the...
This was at the Russian outpost in Antarctica. One of the men there stabbed the other scientist there because the man was fed up with the other man telling him the ending of the books
I see.
he was reading.
Uh-oh.
So apparently there's a lot of downtime there in Antarctica.
A bunch.
At the old scientific outpost for the Ruskies. And... They were. He got tired of his comrade telling him the end of the books he was reading because I guess they've read the same books. And I thought of you, Rick, when I heard about this story.
Richard, I don't tell anybody the end of anything unless they want me to.
No, incorrect.
No,
sir.
And I warn.
No, sir.
I warned when I'm about to tell the end of something.
No, it's the Burgess rule. We know it.
It doesn't matter, Rick. You say all that, and then you completely ignore it.
If I were in Antarctica on a remote research location. And the guy I was out there researching with said, I wish you'd stop telling me the end of books. I'd like to think I'd be able to stop.
You would try to stop, but he would mention a character, you go, don't get used to him, something like that.
I'm sorry.
You would.
Now, Rick,
I wouldn't get attached to him.
The man,
like him.
The man that was injured was evacuated to Chile for treatment. They're saying his wound does not appear to be life-threatening at this point. The man who did the stabbing has been recalled to Russia's second-largest city, St. Petersburg, where he was arrested and a criminal probe has now been launched.
Oh, no.
So they don't take kindly to scientists stabbing each other.
No.
I kind of doubt it, especially when it hits the news wires. That's not good.
What's your talent fee to go to Antarctica for 2 years?
2 years?
2 years? Oh, speedy.
Oh, I got to get paid well. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I gotta be able to walk into the family and say, I can't turn this
2
down.
years.
Am I getting to visit at all? Am I out there with some good and the whole time that doesn't want me to tell them the end of the movie?
Is it tax free because I'm in Antarctica?
Sure.
I don't know what their tax situation is.
Would you go to Antarctica for 2 years if somebody said, here's $10 million for 2 years?
Oh, I'd get a lot cheaper than that.
Oh yeah.
Well, why do you always do that?
It'd have to be I can check out. I'm done and don't have to worry about anything.
But you can't come back. You got to stay there for 2 years.
For 2 years.
You're in for 2 years.
I'd do it for $2 million.
Awful cold.
Well, you
I
stay
guarantee you
inside.
this,
you,
these
don't,
guys
you
get-
don't go out and run around.
These
You know,
guys
it
get
looks
a lot
like they
less
live
than
in
that.
a hunting cabin, pretty much
It does.
inside.
Right.
Yeah.
But then they have research stuff they do, and
read books and tell each other the ending.
So you'll go for $2 million, Greg?
Yeah, I'll go
$1 million a year.
You could probably talk me into $750,000. Really?
Are you serious?
Now, is
what else?
this,
Just
is this
a year.
we're saying tax free?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
Do I have the internet so I can stream YouTube TV?
Probably not.
You're reading books, Helms, and
You got a little TV in the corner that's got some antennas on.
You
it.
can can go out, but you can't go out for long.
Your face freeze.
They said
I don't know
let's
what you're
see.
picking up with those antennas.
Okay,
That's
here,
what I think.
here's what
You
the
better not
workers.
urinate outside.
Hey, everybody, here we go. Hey, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show phone calls coming in now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your opportunity to join us. Super P taking those phone calls right now. But first, in the golden ticket seats today, Justice Brown is here. Jesse Brown, Anna Brown, Mason Brown, Angel Miska, Teresa Mari, Richie Miska, and Marvy Collins, all there in the golden ticket seats today. We've got Coastal Carolina, Meridian, Mississippi, and Bonifay, Florida, all represented here today.
Yep.
So 3 different states. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 8.
What about number 6?
Number 6, congratulations, Marvy Collins.
Yeah,
Marvy. It's got a $50 gift card from American Express, courtesy of Dr. Thomas E. Dudney. So lunch is on Marvy.
Yep.
There you go, Marvy. Congratulations, and thanks to all of you being here in the golden ticket seats today. Great time together, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as we have. And thank you for supporting what we do. Without you, Bubba and I'd have to get a real job, and nobody wants to see that.
No.
We continue. Mike in Alabama. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, doing good. Hey, we got an event tonight we always look forward to honor some of our coaches. Coach Woodham down here in Eufaula and Coach Williams, Coach Basketball. At any rate, had an interesting story last year at our dinner about Coach Williams. We were coming back from a basketball tournament, and back in the day, a lot of times we didn't take a bus. The coaches drove cars and supplemental parents drove cars. Well, we came back from a game one night, and one of the coaches passed Coach Williams, and my brother decided he was going to do something like the Burgess boys. He mooned Coach Williams.
Wow.
And so we got back to the gym, and Coach was livid. He said, I don't know who it was, but I do know it was a white boy.
Yeah, that's great. Enjoy that. That's always fun. When you get to go back and hang out with coaches and talk about memories. Greg and I got to do that a couple weeks ago. It was great. Brian and Weedowie. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Hey, I got a trivia question for you, and I've got a gift certificate right here. If you can tell me who used to drive the Spann car in NASCAR in 1995.
Sterling Marlin.
No.
Greg?
I remember the
Lake
car.
Speed?
Lake Speed. There you go.
There it is.
Yeah.
I remember the spam car.
Yeah, I do too. It looked cool too. Those are cool colors.
It did.
Yeah. There you
spam.
go. Let's go to Huntsville. Chester, go ahead.
All right, then.
Hey, these gray men are so advanced. They're studying us with a stethoscope we made in the 1800s.
That's good.
Takes a little sting out of it, doesn't it?
And the fact they had bifocals on, I thought that was
I thought
odd.
about your thing about the Dalai Lama.
If I can travel light speed or go through time portals, I think I'm going to master farsightedness.
John, John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hi, Rick. I was just calling in. I grew up Baptist, and but I went to primarily Church of Christ school when I first enrolled in the fall of 2002. I don't know if you've ever heard of Prattville Christian Academy in Prattville, Alabama. But
I have not.
Okay. Well, one thing that they didn't really push at the school, but just from what a lot of people who are part of that denomination, I hear them say that, accompanying singing with instruments is just not part of how they prefer to worship. And I was just curious if you knew of any biblical basis for that. And I just wanted to tell you real quick also, Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. It's I don't think that, I've heard a cappella worship when there's actually been a couple of Church of Christ that allowed me to come and speak. Most of them won't because they have some disagreements, with some of the things, I guess, theologically that we may not agree on. But I have had some that have, and let me tell you, the a cappella worship is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I love it, and I think it's very, very holy. But I would not anything that's going to be a salvation issue, but I would disagree that somehow because the New Testament they can't find any verse that mentions an instrument, that somehow that means that instruments were taken away when they were clearly used in the Old Testament. So I think there is a certain reverence we don't need to lose even when we're using instruments, but obviously.
Yeah,
I don't think
we just interpret it a little bit different.
I don't agree that that's something. I don't think you're in sin if you have instrumental accompaniment in worship songs, since it is in Scripture in the Old Testament. But of course, honestly, I know that they believe the Old Testament, which they're right about this, has been fulfilled. But where I disagree, that it is no longer part of our ongoing seeking of God and seeing the full picture of God's plan. In redemption, in creation, and through the nation of Israel, and all of that I would disagree on. But I don't think it's a big deal. But I would not agree with that you cannot have instruments.
Yeah, we have a lot of COC friends, and we have those discussions behind the scenes. And I've heard that argument several times about there's no what's the term they use? There's no authorization for it or something in the New Testament. But there's also no mention of driving your car to church either.
Right.
So
right. Well,
we always have a little fun with that.
And from all the denominational stuff that has always just super, super fun, in my email, I would like to read a statement. I believe, based on all the emails that I've gotten over the years, if I were a Reformed, hyper-Calvinist Armenian who spoke in tongues, who understood baptism, the fact that once saved, always saved, but also that we could fall from grace and finally, at the end, would be converted to Catholicism, I would be the real deal.
He covered it all, didn't he?
That's every email I've ever gotten right there, all in one statement.
That's funny.
Let's go to James in Alexandria. James, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, I just had a comment for Greg. I just wanted to let him know not to worry about to cut his ditch out there. Buster just bailed it for hay.
Did he really? Because I was hoping he would.
Really? What? You just
is he already? Is he out there cutting?
Did you have a dish laid out in your pasture?
No, he's talking about
he said
ditch.
Oh, ditch. I thought he said dish. I thought your satellite
Is he
dish
messing
just
with
get
you,
put
Greg? Is he messing with you? Or is this true?
James, are you being straight up? We hung up.
I think you're going to have a nice little surprise when you get
Well, I mean, he does. You got to let the hay grow before you cut it.
I know.
Greg, we get
I bet
that,
Mr.
buddy.
Buddy's enjoying that. There's all kind of things to
He's
chase out there now.
Oh, buddy.
Oh,
He aggravates the people out there working.
Yeah,
The puppies will have a bigger field to play in.
Oh, great.
Okie dokie. We sure have enjoyed our time together. Be sure and catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend. And enjoy your weekend if you're leaving us. If you got more Rick and Bubba content, enjoy that. And Lord willing, we'll talk to you Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.